Chapter 1. Continent of Astral Souls. Yingwu Empire. Central Plains, Phoenix City. Clearwater District. Fengwu Home District. Doggy. There was a clear voice. Zuo, who was in a daze as he recalled the dream, slowly regained his focus. He then gloomily covered his head with the blanket. Doggy. The voice came again. It was long and cheerful, proving that the owner of the voice was very happy at the moment. However, Zuo was very unhappy. Because the name Doggy was for him. No one would be happy to be called Doggy. However, Zuo couldn't be angry right now. He didn't dare to be angry. He didn't know how many names he had already had. Yes, that's right. The person who was calling him was his mother. Would he dare to be angry? There was only helplessness. From his mother and father, ever since Zuo could remember, his name was as numerous as the sand in the vast Yangtze River and the stars in the endless Milky Way. Moreover, his name depended on his parents' moods. When they were in a good mood, they would call him Doggy, Doggy, Kitty, Mimi, Little Egg, Little Darling. Whatever came to mind. When they were in a bad mood, they would call him Xiao in a very serious manner. When they were in a bad mood, especially when he provoked them, they would call him Little Bastard, Little Bastard, Little Bastard, Little Coward, Little Red Guy, Little Debt Collector, Little Heartless. There was even more. Moreover, they would call him in different dialects. Zuo sometimes found it strange. His parents were so knowledgeable. They knew all the dialects from the south to the north, from the east to the west, and they used them to scold him. The way he addressed his parents was a barometer of his guess about their mood. For example, calling him Doggy meant that his mother was in a good mood. Since she was in a good mood, she wouldn't get angry easily. Therefore, it didn't matter if he didn't agree to it. That I have to guess if I'm going to get beaten up by the name I'm being called. It's too difficult. Zuo lay on the bed and sighed silently. Calling him Dogda was still acceptable. The problem was that Zuo was also extremely dissatisfied with his current name. Xiaoduo? Listen, what kind of name is that? Not domineering at all. For example, there was a classmate named Zhao Jianghu. How heroic. There's also someone called Li Changtian. Just hearing him sounds awesome. But his own name. Furthermore, that day. His dad drank a little too much and was in a good mood. Hence, Zuo boldly asked, "Why is my name Xiaoduo? Can't you give me a better name?" At that time, his father had looked at him from the corner of his eyes with a look of disdain. He had said resolutely, "No." What? No reason. I can't change my name. Then why is he called Xiaoduo? Can you tell me? At that time, his father snorted and rolled his eyes. He said indifferently, "Because your birth is a little Xiao to your mother and me." Zhao's extra equals Xiaoduo? Zuo felt that his heart was like the string of ellipses above. Could it be that the two of you think that my birth ruined your two-person world? Am I that unnecessary? Which family wouldn't be overjoyed to have a bloodline inheritance? Especially when I'm the leader. Why is it unnecessary when it comes to you two? At that time, Zuo asked tearfully, "Do you dislike me so much?" His father took a sip of wine and said slowly, "Well, there's a need to mention here. Xiaoduo's father was very gentle, elegant, and handsome. He looked like a handsome man in a chaotic world. Other than being a little lazy, he didn't have any flaws." His father said slowly, "At first I didn't like it. Later your mother realized that after having you she actually had a fun toy. She realized that having a child is quite fun, so she played with him. Slowly she didn't dislike him that much." Toy. Hearing these two words, Zuo received a critical blow and immediately shut himself up. "You two gave birth to a toy?" His mother said eloquently, "Isn't having a child for fun? Just like your Auntie Lee's cat or your Auntie Wang's dog. No matter what it is, you have to have a toy, right? What you said makes sense." I was speechless. The conversation that night ended here. Zuo felt that he had no interest in asking anything else. He went back to his room with a wounded heart. Zuo felt that it was all thanks to his big heart. He felt that he might be too open-minded. He actually didn't take such a serious blow to heart and still heartlessly endured it. And the most miraculous thing was that after that night he actually felt relieved. No, to be exact, before that night was over he felt relieved. I'm just a toy. A toy, so be it. In this world, who isn't someone's toy? But, can't I change my name? Damn it. A roar came from the door. His mother pushed the door open angrily. "Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf?" Zuo bounced up from the bed with a duong, and said with a flattering face, I heard you. I was just about to go help you with your work. I'm coming." At the door, there was a beautiful woman who looked like she was only 27 or 28 years old. She was Wuxiao's mother. His biological mother. When most people saw Wuxiao's mother for the first time, it was inevitable that they would admire her and let their imagination run wild. The beautiful woman in front of them looked so gentle and virtuous. She must be a good wife and mother with a good temper and outstanding talent. But only Wuxiao knew that this gentle and virtuous wife and mother in the eyes of others was terrible and horrible to her biological son. Wuxiao had lived in the shadow of his mother for 17 years. Now, it had developed to the point where he would stand at attention reflexively when he heard his mother's roar. The door creaked and a voice said, "Smells good. Looks like I have to drink something today." Then a middle-aged man in his 30s walked in. He was tall, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was handsome and confident, and his hair was as black as ink. His fitted clothes made his figure look even more elegant. He wore shiny black leather shoes and his face was calm and gentle. It was Wuxiao's father, Zhuchanglu. He was known as the Zhuchanglu who had a long road under his feet. "Is Nian not back yet?" Zhuchanglu asked as a matter of routine. In fact, he knew that his daughter would come back 15 minutes later than him every day. Everyone's sense of time was very accurate, and there was basically no mistake. If she missed this time, she would not come back for dinner. Then he sat down at the dining table and said with a smile, "Ting, I found that thing for Nian." Wu Yuding walked out, wiping her hands and said in surprise, "You found it? How much did you spend?" "Just a little." Zhuchanglu smiled, "Don't worry about it." Wuxiao's eyes lit up like a light bulb. "Money?" Wu Yuding smiled gently, "Okay, I'll be so happy when Yen comes back." Wuxiao was in the kitchen pouring soup. He listened carefully and pouted, "You bought a gift for my sister again, but there's nothing for me. If there is something for me, I'll convert it into money. What are you happy about?" A quiet voice came quietly. There was a soft sound at the door as if someone was changing into slippers. Then a girl in a blue dress walked in. Her slender and delicate figure was about 1.7 meters tall. She was slightly on the thin side, but her figure was slender. Her long hair was soft and smooth and her face was tranquil. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like two small limpid pools. Her entire person was like a pure lotus flower, untainted by the mortal world. Anyone who saw this girl would have the same feeling. This girl is so clean and pure. Then they would be filled with amazement. This girl seemed to have a natural temperament that made people who saw her calm down involuntarily. In the face of such a beauty they could not even think of blasphemy. They could only admire her. It was Wuxiao's sister, Zhuxiaoyan. "Daddy came back a long time ago." Zhuxiaoyan's quiet face warmed up. She looked around and asked, "Doggy is not home?" Wuxiao roared angrily in the kitchen, "Don't call me doggy." Zhuxiaoyan chuckled. This chuckle added a little girlish charm to her. She suddenly became lively. She rolled her eyes and said, "What can you do if I call you doggy?" "Doggy. Doggy. Ah." Wuxiao rushed out with a ladle, but Wu Yuding twisted his ear. "Are you rebelling?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Wuxiao tilted his head, his face twisted. "Mom, your favoritism is too obvious, isn't it? I am your son too. Your biological son." Wuxiao could never understand his mother's ear-twisting skill. How did his mother practice it? No matter how fast he was, as long as she wanted to twist his ear when he passed by her, she would never miss. She could twist his ear with a stretch of her hand and she could even twist it. "Biased? I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about bias." Wu Yuding snorted coldly. Was this not considered biased? Wuxiao tilted his head and saw Wuxiaoyan twisting his ear, then making a face at him. This kind of girlish gesture could only be seen in her own home. Outsiders would never see it. During the meal, Wuxiao finally understood what it meant to be biased. "Xiaoyan," Zhuchanglu said calmly as he ate, "how confident are you in breaking through the yin-yang realm this time?" Zhuxiaoyan subconsciously straightened her body and said respectfully, "It should be fine. I will break through in the Martial Arts Academy's Astral Power Room. I have enough astral power. I have also prepared a lot of elixirs and a few Star Beast cores. Also, the place is heavily guarded. The instructors of the Martial Arts Academy are responsible for guarding it. My master and a few others are also guarding it. Nothing will happen." Zhuchanglu nodded and said, "As long as you know what you are doing." As he spoke, he took out a small, exquisite box from his pocket and put it on the table. He pushed it forward and said, "Take it. If you can use it, don't be stingy. If you don't need it, keep it for yourself." Zhuxiaoyan nodded and opened the box. Suddenly she exclaimed and covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Life origin pill. Father, this. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Zhuo was also shocked. His eyes lit up as he looked at the box. There was a pill in the box. One side of it was pure black, emitting a faint light. The other side was pure white, emitting a lustrous white light. The pill was placed in the box, motionless. However, the black and white colors seemed to be circulating naturally, constantly rotating. It was the holy medicine for warriors, the life origin pill. Warriors under the Dan origin stage could instantly replenish all their life origin chi after taking one pill. Therefore, there was a saying that one pill is one life. It was perfect for Zhuo to use in his attempt to break through the yin-yang realm. Normally, when a martial artist tried to break through the yin-yang realm, they would be exhausted. With this pill, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Zhuo smiled faintly. Take it. This. Zhuo face gradually calmed down. She held the box in her hand and asked softly, "This life origin pill is worth 1 million. Father, where did you get so much money? Besides, this thing, even if you have money, there is no market for it. The black market has already reached 5 million. A lot of people are waiting for it. How did you get it? If the price is too high, we don't want it." 1 million. Zhuo was shocked. 1 million star origin coins. It was enough for a family to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Old master. Spend it just like that? Zhuo beautiful face showed a trace of anxiety. I am really confident. I don't need this. Zhuo said decisively, I told you to take it, so take it. What are you talking about? Is the family's money something you should worry about? His voice was very strict. Zhuo eyes reddened. Her slender fingers held the life origin pill, faintly trembling. After a long time she said softly, yes. I was wrong. Zhuo voice softened. That's right. Little Nian, you have a great future ahead of you. After the yin-yang realm, you will enter the origin core realm and then the other realms. Your mother and I can't help you much, but you are my daughter. We will help you as much as we can. When there is nothing else we can do, you can leave by yourself. Before that, don't worry too much. Do you understand? Zhuo was silent for a moment and said, Father, if I can successfully break through to the Dan origin stage this time, I will be satisfied. I don't want to go any further. This road is really tiring. I feel that I can't stand it. After this breakthrough, I will wait until Xiao Duo is 20 years old. I want to marry Xiao Duo at that time. Zhuo's eyes widened in shock. Then she heard her parents coldly shout at the same time, Nonsense! Shut up. Zhuo was about to cry. Father. Zhuo indifferent expression completely disappeared. He put down his chopsticks, sat up straight and said solemnly, You Zhuo are my daughter. Although you are not my biological daughter, your mother and I have raised you since you were an infant. You are no different from our biological daughter. You are our daughter, not our family's child bride. When you were 8 or 9 years old, your mother said nonsense. She said it would be great if you could marry Xiao Duo and the family would never be separated. That was just a joke. I didn't expect you to remember it until now. But. Zhuo spoke slowly, but his tone was unquestionable. If you dare to say that again, I will break your legs. Chapter 2. But. Zhuo's eyes were filled with tears. I'm really tired. This road is too difficult. Zhuo looked at her and said, Xiaonian, look into my eyes and tell me, are you really tired? Is this path really that difficult for you? Zhuo's eyes were red. She turned her head to the side and bit her lip. Why do you have to chase me out? Isn't it good for us to be together as a family? I know you can't bear to part with me, but I can't bear to part with you even more. Her tears finally fell drop by drop. Zhuo was expressionless. Zhuo, you told me you're tired and can't take it. You're 19 this year. You awakened your astral souls at the age of 3, built your martial arts foundation at the age of 6, became a martial arts disciple at the age of 7, a martial arts master at the age of 9, and entered the innate realm at the age of 11. You completed the thorny road at the age of 13 and entered the embryonic breathing realm. You crossed the boundary between immortals and mortals at the age of 16, and you're about to cross the yin-yang path and enter the inner elixir realm at the age of 19. Your aptitude is not only the best in Phoenix City, but also the best in the Central Plains. Even in the entire Yanwu country, you're definitely one of the top 3 geniuses. You said you're tired and can't take it. How can others live? What Zhuo said was completely true. Zhuo's aptitude had been proven long ago. opening all the 100 meridians of the Xiantian realm. Such talent was rarely seen in the world. The title of Phoenix City's #1 genius girl was firmly on her head when she leaped into the innate realm at the age of 11, and no one could shake it. Zhou Xiaoyan was the pride of Phoenix City where she lived. She was also second to none in the Central Plains. If it weren't for the fact that this girl was really homesick and unwilling to leave, she would have been taken to various sects to practice in secret places. You've almost never encountered any bottlenecks along the way and you're telling me you're tired? Zhou Changlu snorted and said coldly, Zhou Xiaoyan, put away your ridiculous idea of repaying a debt of gratitude. Although your mother and I are ordinary people with mediocre qualifications, we would never do such a despicable thing as using family affection to keep a genius girl as our daughter-in-law. If you still acknowledge us as your parents, then continue to move forward and carve out your own life for us. If you don't recognize us as your parents, then leave. Now that your wings have hardened, you are an inner core expert, a grandmaster of your generation. You can go anywhere in the world. We'll pretend that we never raised you. It's not like my son can't find a wife. He doesn't need your pity. Wow. Zhou Xiaoyan burst into tears and threw herself into Wu Yuding's arms. She sobbed and trembled. Mom. Dad scolded me. Wu Yuding hugged her daughter and looked at Zhou Changlu reproachfully. It's okay if you don't like it. Why are you so fierce? Can't you say nice things nicely? That's what I don't like about you. Once you lose your temper, you're not you anymore. Zhou Changlu snorted and was still angry. Then tell me, is this girl asking for a scolding? Then he turned to Zhou Xiaoduo. Did you hear that? Zhou Xiaoduo shrunk his shoulders and lowered his head, laughing secretly. When he saw his sister being scolded, he couldn't help but gloat. What's more, when his father said, our aptitudes aren't that great, Zhou Xiaoduo was amused. Just as he was chuckling to himself, he was suddenly yelled at. He immediately raised his head, blinked his eyes and said, Ah. What ah? Let me tell you, your sister will not be on the same path as you in the future. Don't be delusional. Zhou Changlu said sternly, if I find out that you have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, I'll beat you to death. I can't beat your sister now, but I can beat a martial disciple like you. Zhou Xiaoduo shuddered. He shrunk his neck and said carefully, I wouldn't dare. He thought, this violent woman is only gentle in front of you and outsiders. I've been beaten by her for more than 10 years. Isn't that enough? If I become her wife and can't beat her, won't I be beaten for life? I've known about this since I was 6 years old. But when I was 6 years old, I rejected her after she beat me 40 to 50 times. I won't ask for trouble. Zhou Xiaoyan hugged Zhou Changlu's arm and said coquettishly, Dad, I was wrong. But you have to say these words in front of Doggy. It'll make him sad. She looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with pity. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his eyebrows and roared, Don't call me Doggy. Zhou Xiaoyan smiled through her tears and made a face at him. Zhou Changlu sighed and said, Xiaoduo's talent is average. He has no hope in martial arts. In this world where the strong are respected, he's destined to not go far. It's better to live an ordinary life. Xiaoyan has a bright future. He's destined to be a person from 2 different worlds. If we don't make it clear now, no matter who has other thoughts, it will inevitably cause regret. Who will benefit? Wu Yuding also sighed softly. She hugged her daughter in her arms and said softly, Xiaoyan, I know what you're thinking. But your dad is right. You have to listen to him. You said that your dad and I treat you like our own. We can't bear to ruin your future. Also, you have to understand that with your current achievements, if you really stay, it will only hurt your brother. If you really stay and marry him, I'm afraid he won't live for more than a few days. Zhou Xiaoyan was frightened when she heard that. She suddenly straightened up from her mother's arms. Her face darkened and she fell silent. A pair of beautiful eyebrows slowly knitted together. There was a flash of fierceness. After that, the family stopped talking and ate in silence. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a long time, but he didn't pay any attention to love. His focus was the 1 million yuan. After a while, he finally gathered his courage and said, Dad, you spent 1 million yuan to buy the elixirs for my sister? Zhou Changlu had also calmed down. He said lightly, Why? Do you have a problem with that? Zhou Xiaoduo said with a face full of saliva, Dad, my dear Dad, it's reasonable that you buy the elixirs for my sister. There's nothing more suitable than that. But I'm also your son. It's reasonable for me to covet the elixirs. I certainly wouldn't dare to ask for so much. How about 10,000 yuan? Zhou Changlu frowned and slowly turned his head to look at him. How about 8,000? 5,000 is fine too. Duo raised his hand weakly. Seeing that the old man was about to glare at him, he hurriedly changed his words. Dad, hee. 3,000 it is. Is it still that strange dream of yours? I don't have a single cent now. Zhuochanglu slowly picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He chewed with relish. I'll show you the way. Ask your mom for it. Duo cried. If my mom gave me the elixirs, I wouldn't need to ask you. You're too unfair. Give my sister 1 million yuan. Well, I won't give it to you. What are you going to do about it? Zhuochanglu answered casually. My position in the family. Duo sighed. So you still want to have a position in this family? Wu Yuding smiled and glanced at her son. Tell me, what position do you want? You're still not satisfied with being the fourth in command? Why don't I raise someone else and you can be the fifth in command? Ha ha ha. Zhuoxiaoyan couldn't help but laugh, rocking back and forth. Image? Girl, image? Lady? Wu Yuding glared at her. Zhuoxiaoyan stuck out her tongue and lowered her head to eat. She became obedient. Duo sighed and didn't say anything. He was thinking, where can I get some money in the afternoon? Although he was a teenager, he spent his whole life in the dream world. Although he died early in that life and didn't even know whether the experience in the dream world was real or not, his state of mind was incomparable to that of an ordinary 17-year-old teenager. He started to dream when he was 11 and had the same dream continuously for 6 years. For 6 years, it hindered his cultivation, delayed his martial arts, and made him sleepy every day. That otherwise, no matter how bad his aptitude was, he wouldn't be like this now. The last scene of the dream, the huge explosion of the entire starry sky, seemed to be roaring in his mind. Countless stars exploded in an instant, and a dazzling light rushed towards him. Then he woke up from the dream. Ever since the dream, the broken jade pendant that had suddenly appeared on his chest was a clear indication that all of this was definitely not just a dream. Now he only needed to buy the things he needed to test whether his adventure was real or not. Was it an illusion? But how could he get money? After so many years of being stingy, the pocket money he saved up was not enough. Since his parents knew that he was spending money to test the dream world, they didn't give him any more money. Giving him a few thousand for a dream? He was thinking too much. After dinner, Zhuoxiaoyan went back to her room. Before she left, she winked at Duo. Zhuochanglu also went back to the shop. I'll go buy some goods in the afternoon. There are no more astral soul stones. This time, I have to buy some high-quality ones to make up for the deficit. The father and daughter both left. Wu Yuding sighed and looked at Duo. Duo, don't be disappointed. This is a world of martial arts. Your aptitude and your sister Nian are destined to be in two different worlds. I understand. I really understand, Duo said calmly. When his mother called Duo, even if it was a serious conversation, Duo didn't dare to be playful. In fact, after living a homeless life in the dream world, Duo was satisfied with his current family. He was so satisfied that he couldn't be more satisfied. She couldn't wait to spend her life peacefully. What could be more important than family happiness, peace and joy? He was willing to guard this peace and warmth forever and live like this. Of course, on this foundation, it would be better if he could have great power. However, he still thought to himself, I knew this was my wife when I was 6. Now that I'm 17, you told me not to think about it and told me not to be disappointed. You really are my mother. Fortunately, I didn't plan to do this in the first place. Humph. Wu Yuding sighed deeply. She looked at her son lovingly. She felt that her son had a tough life. In the Astral Souls continent, martial arts were respected. The continent had gone through several eras, from the primeval era to the immortal era to the emperor era, and then to the final martial era. Then, it went to the technological era, the Starfall era, the Doomsday era, the Recovery era, and finally to the Star Warrior era. It wasn't easy for ordinary people to survive in this world. In any era in the Astral Souls continent, there was one thing that was the same. Ordinary people with no aptitude or poor aptitude always made up the majority. And his son was one of these millions of ordinary people. In this life, in this era of martial arts, it was destined that it would be difficult for him to make a name for himself. Zhuoxiaoyan's astral souls awakened when she was 3 years old. The astral soul soared into the sky and filled the sky. From head to toe, her star veins were as dense as an inescapable net, almost condensing into a whole body. It was the extremely rare body of the 99 astral souls. She was only one step away from the complete body of the innate astral souls. As for her son Duo, he only awakened his astral souls at the age of 8. The astral souls in his dantian were just a weak little flame, weak and powerless. It was better not to have them at all. If he didn't have them at all, he wouldn't have any hope of becoming an expert in his life and would just be an ordinary person with peace of mind. However, with the astral souls in his body, it meant that he could become a martial artist. And to become a martial artist, he would have to bear the responsibilities of a martial artist. The responsibilities of a martial artist were equivalent to life and death. Above martial disciple was martial warrior, above martial warrior was martial master, above martial master was innate, above innate was embryonic breathing, above embryonic breathing was inner core. The inner core realm could already be called grandmaster. As for the higher realms, there was no need to talk about them. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan was about to break through to the inner core realm. With her son's aptitude, he probably wouldn't be able to climb up even after 300 years. Right? Walking the martial arts. It's really impossible for you. Wu Yuding looked at her son and sighed. Xiao Duo, actually being an ordinary person would be more stable. Zhuo Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and laughed. Mother, even if I can't walk the normal path, it doesn't mean that I have to despair. I can still walk the unorthodox path. Wu Yuding snorted and glared at her son. What are you talking about? If you dare to walk the unorthodox path, not only will the law not tolerate it, but I will also not let you go. Believe it or not, I will beat you to a pulp. Zhuo Xiaoduo shrunk his neck and kept quiet out of fear. He disagreed in his heart. In such a glorious era, how can I live a mediocre life? Mother, I just lack some money. Zhuo Xiaoduo made one last effort. Get lost. I don't have it. Wu Yuding was fuming with anger. She had just spent 1 million on elixirs. Although she didn't know where her husband got it from, Wu Yuding knew that although her family was not bad, she still couldn't take out 1 million. Now that she had such a huge burden, her son was still so insensible and wanted to spend money recklessly. He wanted to spend a few thousand just to have a dream. How preposterous. He deserved to be beaten. Not to mention that she didn't have it. Even if she did, she wouldn't give it to him. She really couldn't understand. This kid was so young, but he had such a deep obsession and desire for money from a young age. After so many years of giving him pocket money and New Year's money, he didn't spend a single cent. That he was a living example of a miser who was greedy for money to a certain extent that he really wasn't as open-minded as her husband. That not only was he greedy for money, but he was also shameless. Did I really give birth to this? Wu Yuding thought about Zhuo Xiaoduo's character and sighed. She looked down at her stomach and couldn't understand. You didn't inherit any of your father's and my good character genes, but you didn't let go of any of our shortcomings and accepted them all. Wu Yuding also went out. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and was about to go back to his room to think of a solution when his vision suddenly turned black. He only felt a familiar dizziness and couldn't see anything. His body was floating in the air and moving rapidly. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed and yelled, Zhuo Xiaoyan. Ever since Zhuo Xiaoyan had a breakthrough and gained the ability to control objects, she would capture Zhuo Xiaoduo every day. As long as his parents weren't at home, Zhuo Xiaoduo would often be captured and floated in the air. It was unbearable. Who would have such an elder sister? She still wants me to marry her? This was simply, Didn't they say that you should beat your younger brother early? Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't need to beat him early at all. Because she could keep hitting him. With a whoosh, his eyes lit up. He saw Zhuo Xiaoyan's smiling face appear in front of him. She said proudly, Does it feel good? Zhuo Xiaoduo was still feeling dizzy. He stood on the ground and swayed back and forth. He gritted his teeth and said, Just you wait. If my cultivation exceeds yours. Surpass me? What do you want to do? Zhuo Xiaoyan took a step forward, puffed out her chest and asked arrogantly. I don't want to do anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo shamefully cowered. Zhuo Xiaoyan had already moved forward. She reached out and pinched Zhuo Xiaoduo's cheek. She asked fiercely, Tell me, what do you want money for? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't resist Zhuo Xiaoyan's grip. He sucked in cold air and said angrily, Let go. I want money. Of course I need money. Zhuo Xiaoyan moved closer to him and carefully observed him for a long time. They were so close that Zhuo Xiaoduo could even feel the temperature of Zhuo Xiaoyan's breath and the sweetness in her mouth. He couldn't help but feel dizzy. He said angrily, You told me not to think about it. Don't mess with me. Who cares? After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoyan released him. She turned her hand and a red pill appeared. She snorted and said, Eat this and I'll give you money. I told you it's useless. Zhuo Xiaoduo took it and threw it into his mouth without looking. It was a low-quality marrow-cleansing pill. Ever since Wuxiaonian made a name for herself, she was beautiful and talented. She had so many suitors that they could circle around Phoenix City 3 times. It was even more common for her to get all kinds of low-quality pills. However, everyone knew that Wuxiaonian was only interested in pills that could improve the abilities of astral souls. She didn't care about anything else. Although they didn't know why, her suitors all catered to her interests. In order to let him cultivate and change his aptitude, Wuxiaonian had put in a lot of effort. Zhuo Xiaoduo had always known. But he didn't say it. He didn't need to say it to his family. However, if something happened to his sister, Zhuo Xiaoduo was sure that he would definitely be the one who risked his life to save her. How much do you want? Hearing Zhuo Xiaonian's words, Zhuo Xiaoduo's spirit was lifted. I don't want a lot. Is 10,000 enough? Zhuo Xiaonian touched her white jade ring, and a thick stack of cash appeared. Enough. Enough. Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. His eyes instantly shone with a bright light. Money. With this money he could smoothly. This is my entire year's salary and bonus. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes. Suddenly she put the cash behind her back and puffed out her chest. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was about to take the money, almost pressed his paw on Zhuo Xiaonian. He quickly withdrew his hand and growled, Zhuo Xiaonian, what are you doing? Zhuo Xiaonian smiled, tilted her head and asked, Am I pretty? Zhuo Xiaoduo said angrily, Pretty. Pretty. Is that enough? In the room, Zhuo Xiaonian's laughter was heard. Then a big bundle of cash was thrown out. Take it. Also, don't let my parents know about this money. Chapter 3. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the big bundle of banknotes on the ground, but he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he didn't know what to think. After a long time, he bent down to pick up the banknotes and put them in his pocket. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew Zhuo Xiaonian's thoughts very well. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo was born, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding had already adopted Zhuo Xiaonian. The young couple didn't have a child of their own, but they had already adopted a baby girl. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that there must be a story behind it, but he didn't know the reason. When Zhuo Xiaonian was 3 years old and tested to have the talent of astral souls, Wu Yuding accidentally got pregnant and gave birth to Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was really an accident. When Zhuo Xiaoduo grew up, he heard his parents talk about it many times. The couple felt that it was very strange. They obviously didn't want it. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo's name was logical. But after all, he was their child. How could they not like him as he grew up day by day? When Zhuo Xiaoduo was 3 or 4 years old, Wu Yuding suddenly had an idea. If one day she and Zhuo Changlu grew old, wouldn't it be a good thing for them to rely on each other and never be separated? But one day Zhuo Xiaonian overheard them during a discussion. Zhuo Xiaonian then understood her background. It turned out that she wasn't the biological daughter of her parents. But this little girl, since she was 7 or 8 years old, had considered herself as the daughter-in-law of the Zhuo family. Zhuo Xiaoduo grew up year by year. How could he not understand Zhuo Xiaonian's thoughts? Maybe it was love or something. That wasn't it? It was probably because Zhuo Xiaonian couldn't bear to leave the family and wanted to repay her parents for raising her. Right? Therefore, even though she was very talented, Zhuo Xiaonian would never agree to cultivate in any sect. No matter what sect, no matter how high and mighty cultivators tried to persuade her, Zhuo Xiaonian would always refuse. I'm here. I belong to this family. I'm not going anywhere. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. You're delaying your daughter's future. Who would have thought that this little girl would be so stubborn? If it weren't for the fact that Zhuo Xiaonian's cultivation speed didn't slow down, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding would have felt even more guilty. Because of this, when Zhuo Xiaonian proposed to marry Zhuo Xiaoduo again, Zhuo Changlu spoke harshly. That there was a loud bang at the door. Zhuo Xiaoduo went out. Zhuo Xiaonian heaved a sigh of relief. She only felt that her face was a little hot. She leaned against the door, blushing. She touched her chest and remembered that Zhuo Xiaoduo almost pressed his paw on her. She blushed even more and muttered, If you dare to press your paw on me, you're dead. 2 worlds. What 2 worlds? Zhuo Xiaonian's face turned redder and redder. Coward. After being in a daze for a while, she finally hurried out. After all, it was a critical moment to break through the yin-yang realm. She couldn't relax. She still had to go to the Star Martial Arts Academy to cultivate. When she stepped out of the door, she returned to her cold and distant expression, as cold as the moon in the sky. She was just at the door. In a flash, she disappeared. Blood on the fingertip, flawless jade yin-yang fish, the heart of the stars. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered as he went out. He had to admit that this world was very beautiful. At the very least, This flawless jade was not as expensive as the one in his dream world. The most valuable stone in the Astral Souls continent was the Astral Souls stone. As for the jades and the like, they were just beautiful stones. They were not valuable at all. As for the heart of the stars, it was even easier. That was the jade of Astral Souls. His father had a lot of them in his shop. Although there were high-grade and low-grade ones, but at his current stage he did not seem to need high-grade ones. Moreover, his father had a lot of them in his shop. Convenient. As for the blood on the fingertip, it was a matter of one slash. And the yin-yang fish, I know how to draw it. That for only 8,000 star coins, Zuoxiao Duo bought a fan-sized, almost transparent, superior-grade white jade that he had his eyes on. Adding his own private savings and the 10,000 star dollars that Zuoxiaonian gave him, Zuoxiao Duo still had 7,000 star dollars left. He suddenly felt rich and imposing. Then he carried it to his father's Astral Soul Stone shop. Long Road Astral Soul Stone Shop. This was the name of the shop. It suited his father's lazy personality. He directly used his own name to name it. It was simple, straightforward, and practical. Dogda? Zuochanglu was unloading the goods. When he saw his son, he was pleasantly surprised. You came at the right time. Come and help me move it in. Zuoxiao Duo pursed his lips. What a coincidence. Coincidentally, he happened to be unloading the goods. His luck was unparalleled. Just accept your fate and do your work. The entire car weighed almost 1,000 tons. The density of the Astral Soul Stone was much higher than that of high-grade jades. A fist-sized piece weighed more than 50 kilograms. Therefore, this car of Astral Soul Stone did not seem to be much, but it was very heavy. The shop owners at the side all came to help. Dad, you and the uncles can carry the small ones. I'll carry the big ones. Zuoxiao Duo was sweating profusely. He rushed to carry them all into the shop. In the end, there were a few pieces of Astral Soul Stone that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. The father and son panted heavily as they carried them down with the help of a few people. Everyone was so tired that they stuck out their tongues. If I had known, I would have asked Sister Nian to do it. Zuoxiao Duo stuck out his tongue. If Zuoxiaonian was here, she could carry the entire car with one hand. Haha. Zuochanglu rolled his eyes at his son. If you were a little more capable, even if you were a martial warrior now, you would be able to carry them down without panting, master beginner martial disciple. Zuoxiao Duo felt suffocated. He said bitterly, Dad, I also want to save my face. A beginner martial disciple who has been cultivating for 5 years still wants to save your face. Zuochanglu snorted. Tell me, why are you here? Let me say this first, I have no money. If you want money, go to your mother. Zuoxiao Duo looked sullen. I just want to help you. Look after the shop for a while. Zuochanglu snorted. You don't need to help. You will start school the day after tomorrow. Master Martial Disciple, you are still stuck in the same place in the Martial Disciple class. I'm so proud of you. Zuoxiao Duo wanted to vomit blood. This was a sad thing for him. Generally, martial disciples were 8 or 10 years old. However, Zuoxiao Duo was still stuck in the same place at the age of 17. He had been repeating for 5 years and had become a big joke. It was true that he stood out from the crowd. Zuoxiao Duo was not only the oldest, he was also the tallest. The tallest student only reached his shoulder. It was too embarrassing. A few shop owners who came to help immediately burst into laughter. One of them encouraged, I think Xiao Duo is a late bloomer. He will definitely graduate. Don't you think so, Xiao Duo? Zuoxiao Duo expressed that he was exhausted and had no energy to complain. He said as if he was vomiting blood, I just finished moving a load of goods. Everyone should rest. Everyone dispersed in the laughter. Zuochanglu had a good personality and almost never got angry. Zuoxiao Duo was also a person who could take a joke. Everyone got along well. Jokes aside, the shop owners felt that it was a pity that Zuoxiao Duo could not cultivate. They had watched this kid grow up as if he was their own child. Although they were laughing, the shop owners sighed secretly. What a good kid. Why can't he cultivate? That's right. Just now, when we were unloading the goods, little Duo rushed to carry more. He didn't even let us and his father carry the heavy goods, but he didn't say a word. Sigh, my son can't cultivate either, but where did his kindness come from? If he was so sensible, I would be happy even if he couldn't cultivate. That's true. Let's think of a way and try some folk remedies in private. It's a pity that this kid is filial, honest, and hardworking. God is blind. Zuochanglu looked at his son from the corner of his eyes. Filial. That's fine. But how did you build up this image of an honest, hardworking person? Duo pulled a long face. Dad, I'm your son. Get lost if you don't tell me. Why would you work for me if you don't have a purpose? Changlu was very familiar with his son's bad behavior. He looked at him with disdain. Tell me, what do you want? Ahem. I just want a piece of Astral Soul's jade. Ahem. It's fine as long as it's the size of a palm. It'd be better if it's bigger. It'd be even better if it's a sky blue as big as a table. Duo walked behind his father and patted his shoulders attentively. Smack. Changlu slapped a piece of jade of Astral Souls on the table. Take it and go. As the owner of an Astral Soul stone shop, he had no shortage of polished jade of Astral Souls. Moreover, the quality was very good. It was extremely high quality. Thank you, father, for your reward. Duo grabbed it with a swoosh. He smiled brightly. I'll take my leave. Get lost. So be it. Everything was ready. Dad, give me a call when you're unloading the car. Don't carry it alone. Duo shouted. Changlu was stunned. He unconsciously smiled and scolded, I don't need you. Get lost. Duo happily held the cut round white jade and the jade of Astral Souls in his arms. He went home triumphantly. Everything was fine. Chapter 4. He walked all the way home. Duo even felt a little emotional. His father was so generous today that he couldn't believe it. The treasure of the store, the jade of Astral Souls, was given away so casually with such an impatient look. For a moment, Duo was overwhelmed by a fatherly love that was as heavy as a mountain. Dad, I know you love me. Although you don't say it, I know. When I make money, I'll get you a new wife. How many do you need? Just tell me. If you think one is too little, 10 won't be too much either. Find 180 to work for the family business. If one earns 1,000, that'll be more than 100,000 a month. After working for a few decades, it'll all go to Duo. Duo hummed a song and went home. In the afternoon, his parents weren't home and Sister Nyen wasn't home either. It was a great opportunity for him to do experiments. The broken jade pendant on his chest seemed to feel Duo's harvest and started to heat up slightly. Back home, Duo took out everything and placed it on the table. He calmed his mind, washed his hands, and used an ink brush to draw 2 yin-yang fish that only existed in his dream on the white jade. He carefully compared it with the dream in his memory and found that there was no difference. Finally, he took a deep breath and used a dagger to mercilessly cut open the tip of his right middle finger. Blood dripped out. It hurts. However, the pain was secondary. Duo immediately pressed his bleeding middle finger on the white jade. He suddenly trembled and forced himself to endure it. He used his blood to smear the yin-yang fish pattern that he had just drawn. He smeared it bit by bit. One of the yin-yang fish was smeared with blood, leaving only the eyes. The other fish was smeared with blood, leaving only the eyes. The rest of the fish was blank and only the outline was drawn with blood. Halfway through, the blood solidified, so he cut again. Finally, the 2 yin-yang fish turned into 2 blood fish. Duo was afraid that it was not enough, so he made another cut on his finger and dripped his blood on it, trying to make it as full as possible. After waiting for an hour, when the blood on the jade began to dry up, he cut his finger and dripped some blood on it. After doing this 3 times, when the blood was at its peak, he placed the jade of Astral Souls in the middle of the 2 yin-yang fishes. Then he placed the broken jade pendant on the jade of Astral Souls. At this moment, the white jade suddenly emitted a blinding blood-red light. It rose up and instantly enveloped the jade of Astral Souls and the damaged jade pendant. With a loud bang, the light suddenly spread 3 feet and enveloped Duo's body. Then, the white jade, together with the jade of Astral Souls and the damaged jade pendant, rose into the air and spun in the air. The blood-red light became more and more intense. The jade of Astral Souls could be seen with the naked eye disintegrating into powder. Then, with a whoosh, 2 yin-yang fishes appeared in the air. They shook their heads and wagged their tails as they spun one round. Then they turned into a ray of light and rushed into the space between Duo's eyebrows. Countless pieces of information turned into streams of light and rushed into his consciousness. Duo felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train. His consciousness scattered like stars in the sky. Poof! Like a piece of wood, he fell flat on his back. He fell onto the soft cushion that he had prepared beforehand. For a moment, his mind was filled with all sorts of strange things. While he was unconscious, a ray of light rose from his chest and rushed straight into the awakened astral souls in his energy center. His astral soul, which was originally like a weak little flame, suddenly expanded. With a thunderous boom, it covered his entire body. His meridians were filled with the light from his astral soul, and the surface of his entire body was covered with a cobweb of light. In an instant he was like a small sun. The light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look at it directly. Then the light suddenly retracted and returned to his energy center. The astral souls were still a small flame, but it was burning vigorously. The flame danced and was full of vitality. The color of the flame slowly changed from red to a deep purple color that every time it danced, there was a trace of energy that expanded his body. After a long time, Zuo slowly woke up and muttered, "What's the appearance of a celestial being?" Countless pieces of knowledge collided in his mind, causing Zuo to have a splitting headache. After a long while, he finally straightened it out and couldn't help but mumble, "Did I really cheat before?" There was no other reason. Now, the thing that filled his mind, including almost everything, was a complete set of physiognomy. The appearance of a celestial being. Everything has its appearance. The sky has its secrets, the earth has its landform, the mountain has its height, the water has its depth, the grass has its luxuriance, the tree has its roots. The appearance of a human is basically the same. Life and death, reincarnation, misfortune and fortune, see clearly at a glance. Past life and future life, see clearly at a glance. The fate of a human is the fate of the heavens. Life and death depend on fate. Misfortune and fortune depend on luck. This is called fate. Yin and yang are born with a foothold. The appearance of a celestial being cannot be hidden. Finally, outside of physiognomy, there was the eye of fortune. Additional benefits? Zuo muttered to himself. The eye of fortune, with 1 luck point, I can see a person's misfortune and fortune for 3 months. Luck points. 1 drop for each appearance? 10 drops for 1 point? Can increase cultivation. I'm confused. In the end, Zuo finally understood. The appearance of a celestial being, the appearance of all things. Now, he could only come into contact with the appearance of a human. He could not come into contact with anything else. And now, he was only at the bottom level of a physiognomy master, the apprentice stage. At this stage, he could only see some superficial things commonly known as a cheat. If he wanted to see a person's misfortune and fortune for 3 months, he would need to use luck points and the eye of fortune. And luck points could only be obtained after the physiognomy was fulfilled. If he wanted to level up and improve his cultivation, he had to constantly look at his physiognomy and fulfill it. Only then could he obtain luck points and improve his ability. Then he would be able to look at more physiognomy and obtain more. In short, there was one sentence. Physiognomy. Constantly looking at one's physiognomy. And so on. And the luck points obtained from physiognomy could be used to improve the physiognomy master's level and cultivation. It could also be used to look at a person's misfortune and fortune for 3 months. This is forcing me to go down the path of a charlatan and never return. Zuo sucked in a breath of cold air. But I'm such an honest person. How can I be a big liar? Zuo was very sad. He felt that with his open and upright nature, his heart that was open and honest, his heart that was open to the wind and the moon, his heart that cared about the country and the people, his heart that worried about the worries of the world. He should not be able to do something like swindling. Wasn't this forcing a good girl to become a prostitute? Was he that kind of person? However, after he understood it in detail, his mood immediately changed. Awesome. Zuo took a deep breath. In the future, even if I can't become an expert, I can travel the world with this set of skills and not have to worry about food and drink. Actually, being a charlatan is quite admirable. It doesn't affect my upright image. But the eye of fortune formed by the white jade, the yin-yang fish, the incomplete jade pendant, and the jade of astral souls. Where are they? With a thought. Suddenly his eyes swelled and hurt. Sour. Zuo only blinked twice. Suddenly, a strong sour feeling seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Caught off guard, his face was already full of tears. Then he rushed out like a flood that had opened the floodgates. His 2 eyes were like a small river flowing non-stop. Damn. I haven't cried for many years. How can I make up for it by crying this time? Zuo cried crazily. He felt that his eyes had become 2 springs. Doggy. Zuo pushed the door open and walked in. She saw Zuo crying with a face full of tears and an extremely sad look. Suddenly her heart trembled. She said in surprise, Duo, what's wrong with you? What? Are you crying? Zuo frantically wiped his tears. Not crying. For a moment he felt like fucking a dog. He was so embarrassed. He was a dignified man, but he was caught crying and couldn't stop. His tears kept flowing. Zuo looked at him in a daze. Suddenly she sighed and walked in. She hugged Zhou Xiaoduo in her arms, took a breath and said in a trembling voice, "Xiaoduo, don't cry. You can definitely cultivate. I promise no matter what price I have to pay, I will let you cultivate." Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of tears. "I'm not. I understand." Zhou Xiaoyan hugged his head tightly and also shed tears. "I've been thinking of a way." "Ah, don't cry." Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. "I'm really not crying. I just can't hold back my tears. Zhou Xiaoyan, don't hug me so tightly. I'm almost suffocated." Tears kept flowing like a fountain. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that the water in his body was about to flow out. Just when Zhou Xiaoyan was also crying, Zhou Xiaoduo was already in despair. His tears miraculously stopped. Zhou Xiaoduo struggled and broke free from Zhou Xiaoyan's arms. He gasped for air and looked up at Zhou Xiaoyan. He was very ashamed. "I didn't cry just now because I can't cultivate." Just as he was speaking, he suddenly froze. He only felt that his heart had suddenly stopped beating. Just when he looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's face, a cool feeling suddenly rushed up from between his eyebrows and rushed into his eyes. Then he saw a line of words floating out from Zhou Xiaoyan's face. Zhou Xiaoyan, female, 19 years old, peak of embryonic breathing realm. 2.5 months later, in Star Weapon Gold Crystal Room, when breaking through to Primordial Core Realm, she was attacked and died due to Qi Deviancy deviation. Chapter 5. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Zhou Xiaoyan was going to die? Since he was young, Sister Nian had taken care of him in every possible way. She was going to die in 2.5 months? Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, who was heartbroken because of him, Zhou Xiaoduo felt suffocated. Why was there a line of words in front of him? What was this? Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly asked. "Sister Nian, are you going to break into the yin-yang realm in 2.5 months? Are you going to break into the inner core realm?" Zhou Xiaoyan was sobbing. Zhou Xiaoduo's tears made her heart twitch. She felt like her heart was going to break. When she heard this question, her heart skipped a beat. She looked up at Zhou Xiaoduo with red eyes and sobbed, "How did you know?" After asking, she came back to her senses. She wiped her tears and asked again, "How did you know in 2.5 months?" She suddenly realized and her eyes widened. The shock in Zhou Xiaoyan's heart was no small matter. Many people knew that she was going to break into the yin-yang realm. Because of her cultivation, it was an indisputable fact. However, everyone only knew that it would be soon or at most a month later. And a month later, they would have to release the wrong information and continue to confuse her. The specific time and location could not be leaked. This was a matter of life and death. When a martial artist broke into the inner core realm, it was a huge barrier. In other words, the road to becoming a powerful martial artist was completely opened. The inner core realm was the grandmaster realm in the eyes of ordinary people. The younger one broke into the inner core realm, the more promising it was. Zhou Xiaoyan was only 19 years old. No one had broken into the inner core realm at the age of 19 in the Central Plains for thousands of years. If she broke through, it would create a new page in history. A 19-year-old inner core realm cultivator. A 19-year-old grandmaster. This was a miracle that could shake the world. Therefore, this news would definitely attract people's attention, and it would not be peaceful. Naturally, there would be people with ulterior motives who wouldn't want Zhou Xiaoyan to break through successfully. Under normal circumstances, most of the assassinations would not be effective, especially in a city that Zhou Xiaoyan was familiar with. It was too easy to escape, hide, or even be killed. However, during the process of breaking through, especially at the critical moment of breaking through a bottleneck, even an ordinary person's shout would be enough to cause the person's internal energy to become chaotic and go crazy. If they wanted to kill such a genius, that would undoubtedly be the best time to do so. As for the date of Zhou Xiaoyan's breakthrough, at least until now, was the biggest secret in Phoenix City. As far as Zhou Xiaoyan knew, there were only 2 people who knew about it. One was Zhou Xiaoyan herself, and the other was Zhou Xiaoyan's master. Even the use of the Star Source Room was now fully booked. There was no sign that Zhou Xiaoyan was going to use it. Zhou Xiaoyan was bewildered. How did Zhou Xiaoduo know? Was it just a random guess? But wasn't this guess too accurate? Looking at Zhou Xiaoyan's reaction, Zhou Xiaoduo's heart turned cold. The content of that line was actually true. Holding on to a sliver of hope, Zhou Xiaoduo probed. In the Star Weapon Gold Crystal? Zhou Xiaoyan straightened her body and widened her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. He really knew. The Star Weapon Gold Crystal was the result of her and her master's long deliberation. In order to avoid being messed up, They didn't even use the top 3 Jade Crystal Room, Sky Crystal Room, and Soul Crystal Room. Instead they chose the more ordinary Gold Crystal Room. This was a top secret among top secrets. She had never told anyone about it, and her master even saw her as an extension of her life. She would only be more careful than herself. But how did Xiao Duo know? Zhou Xiaoyan's face turned pale. She turned around and said hoarsely, "Not necessarily. Everything is still undecided." Perhaps others would believe this, but Zhou Xiaoduo, who grew up with Zhou Xiaoyan, could tell at a glance that Zhou Xiaoyan was lying. Otherwise she wouldn't have turned around. He was right. Zhou Xiaoduo could only feel his heart sinking. Using the physiognomy in his mind, he carefully looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's face. He saw that between her eyebrows, there was a faint black line forming. The black gas between her eyebrows was gradually filling up. This was the sign of death. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was in a mess. What should I say to make her believe me? I'm just a martial disciple now. What should I do to help Sister Nian avoid this calamity? Well, actually, for something like a breakthrough, it doesn't matter if it's earlier or later, right? Zhou Xiaoduo said dryly. Well, it's better to prepare more. Zhou Xiaoyan put down the doubts in her heart and smiled sweetly. Don't worry about me. But you, little dog, why were you crying so sadly just now? Zhou Xiaoyan had already made up her mind. When she went to the Star Martial Arts Academy tomorrow, she must discuss this matter with her master. What exactly went wrong? She really wasn't crying. She was just blinded. Zhou Xiaoduo also suppressed this matter in his heart. Now that he knew, he couldn't just stand by and watch. No matter what, he had to resolve this matter. Sister Nian absolutely cannot die. Sister Nian, you've protected me for so many years. Now it's my turn to protect you. Zhou Xiaoduo said silently in his heart and made up his mind. Zhou Xiaoyan's calamity made Zhou Xiaoduo breathless. Thinking of this, the aura on his body became inexplicably violent. The rims of his eyes were red. He had to change this matter even if he had to risk his life. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. The sky was already dark. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and sat on Zhou Xiaoduo's bedside. She was thinking about something and had a headache. Xiaoduo couldn't cultivate. How could she change his aptitude? The elixir that could change one's aptitude was now priceless. It hadn't appeared for a long time. Occasionally it would be secretly dealt with by the big families. The news couldn't be leaked at all. What should she do? How did Xiaoduo know about her breakthrough? What went wrong? Zhou Xiaoduo was also anxious. Zhou Xiaoduo had never really thought of himself as a loser. When the astral souls were awakened, Zhou Xiaoduo knew that although his aptitude wasn't good, it was definitely not trash. However, the dreams began to appear sporadically. Then the astral souls suddenly became half dead. He couldn't break through to the martial disciple realm and kept pacing back and forth. Especially after the appearance of the strange broken jade pendant, no matter how hard he tried, his cultivation couldn't make any progress. It even regressed. Zhou Xiaoduo knew very well that it wasn't that he wasn't hard-working. However, he was a martial disciple 4 years ago. How could his cultivation deteriorate after 4 years of hard work? It didn't make sense. Now that all the restrictions had been removed, Zhou Xiaoduo could already feel that the astral power between heaven and earth was crazily rushing into his body with the circulation of his spiritual power. It was like a desert that had been dry for a long time and was crazily absorbing water. And the speed was getting faster and faster. The barrier between martial disciple and martial disciple was shaking violently. It could be broken at any time. He was just worried that it was still too slow. There were only a little more than 2 months left. It was too urgent. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu walked together. They talked as they walked. Both of them were frowning. The two siblings lowered their heads, deep in thought. Finally, they heard the sound of the door closing with a bang. Then they heard Wu Yuding's voice, "Doggy, is your sister back?" Zhou Xiaoduo walked to the door weakly. "Mother? Can you not call me Doggy? My sister is in my room." Wu Yuding immediately became vigilant. "What are you doing? Doggy, I'm warning you." Zhou Xiaoyan rushed out with a red face. "Mother, what are you thinking?" The two of them went out and saw Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looking at them suspiciously. "Don't cause trouble," Zhuo Changlu warned. "Behave yourselves," Wu Yuding warned. "You guys are so annoying." Zhuo Xiaoyan rushed into her room with a red face. Behind Zhuo Xiaoyan, Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared speechless. He looked at his parents with a hopeless expression. "Let's eat." Wu Yuding didn't notice anything unusual and sighed in relief. Then she rolled her eyes and pinched Zhuo Changlu. As a father, you don't even trust your own son and daughter. That's too much. I've never seen a father like you. She turned and left. Zhuchanglu was a little confused. Did I say it first? Didn't you shout the loudest just now? During dinner, Zhuchanglu said, Little Nian, you don't have to go home every day during this period. You should stay at Xingwu and ask your master for advice during critical times. Zhu Xiaonian smiled gently. It's okay. I'm ready. Her beautiful eyes looked at her parents, then at Zhu Xiaoduo. Her eyes were filled with deep longing. She would die if she failed to break into the yin and yang world. Although she was confident that she would succeed, there was always a 1 in a million chance. If that what if really happened, then the time she spent with her family would be the last happiness she had. Zhu Xiaoduo focused on his eyes as he ate. He felt the coolness rush up again, but it was much weaker now. It instantly reached his eyes. Then he looked at his parents' faces. He wanted to see how his parents were faring so that he could be prepared. At first glance, Zhu Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. There was nothing on Zhu Changlu's face? He looked at his mother. There was also nothing on Wu Yuding's face? Zhu Xiaoduo was stunned. What was going on? Where were the words? The coolness had disappeared, but he still didn't see anything. Could it be that the ability that he had painstakingly obtained had failed? He looked left and right. Zhu Changlu finally couldn't help but put down his chopsticks. He faced Zhu Xiaoduo and sat up straight. He looked up and stared quietly. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Zhu Changlu put on a fake smile. I think you've never seen me before, so I'll let you take a closer look. Look carefully. This is your father. Collect, recommend, brothers and sisters, I'm looking at you with my pure and innocent eyes. Chapter 6. Zhu Xiaoduo was worried about Zhu Xiaonian, puzzled that he couldn't see his parents' faces, and excited that the astral souls continued to enter his body. He didn't sleep well the whole night. Furthermore, he realized that no matter how hard he tried to circulate his qi, the cool feeling was gone. It seems that as this ability was discovered, it came with a small amount of luck points. I saw Sister Nian's and used them all. Zhu Xiaoduo calculated in his heart. But he was still a little confused. When he saw his parents' faces, he also felt the coolness, although it was very short. But he didn't see anything. What's going on? But it's good to be able to cultivate. Not only Sister Nian but I, Zhu Xiaoduo, can also do something for my family. Zhu Xiaoduo was very excited. I must cultivate hard and then think of a way to solve Xiaonian's crisis. After thinking for a while, he came up with 17 or 18 plans. And then, one by one. The next morning, Zhu Xiaoduo crawled out of the door with 2 dark circles under his eyes and went to school. Although standing among a group of little boys and girls was indeed like a crane in a flock of chickens, it was indeed a little embarrassing. Although I'm still the class monitor. But the problem is, I'm 17 years old and I'm 1.85 meters tall. Standing among the little guys whose average height is less than 1.2 meters and being classmates. I also want to save face. But since I can't save face, then I can only be shameless. But today is different. I'm going to level up. From today onwards, I'm not going to kindergarten. I'm going to primary school. Because last night, I broke through to martial disciple. Last night, feeling the astral soul's power entering his body and increasing constantly, Zhu Xiaoduo was very comfortable. He couldn't help but fart, and he felt that the bottleneck of martial disciple suddenly opened up. Years of hard work with no results, and a fart broke through the gate of martial disciple. In the past I was a crane among chickens and ducks, but today I'm flying among phoenixes. Zhu Xiaoduo could not help but recite a poem. He suddenly felt that his literary talent was soaring. After the breakthrough he did not stay idle. He mobilized the power of the astral souls in his body and started to refine his bones. By daybreak he had already refined half of his right leg. In terms of speed she was almost catching up with Zhu Xiaonian. I've transformed, I've become a genius. I'm a warrior now. Zhu Xiaoduo was excited as he brushed his teeth. Even when he went to the toilet, he couldn't help but put his hands behind his back, showing the demeanor of an expert. It was the first time that Zhu Xiaoduo was in such high spirits at school. He was flying fast all the way. He directly rushed into the teacher's office of the martial disciple class. Teacher Hu, I've broken through. I've broken through to martial warrior. Zhu Xiaoduo said proudly. You broke through? Teacher Hu's eyes widened in surprise. Zhu Xiaoduo had already repeated 5 years in his class. This had seriously affected Teacher Hu's performance pay. Teacher Hu's beautiful face looked a little haggard that he did not get a promotion bonus for 5 years in a row. The school's leaders seriously questioned Teacher Hu's teaching standards. Although a student's aptitude was not good, he could not break through to martial disciple after repeating 5 years in a row. You are not qualified as a teacher. Since you are not qualified, I will stay in your class to punish you. Teacher who was already in despair. She wanted to wait until Zhou Xiaoduo turned 18 and automatically dropped out of school. Then she would work hard to earn money to support the family. She did not expect that suddenly good news would fall from the sky. Zhou Xiaoduo had broken through. At this moment, teacher who was extremely excited. She was excited that she had finally sent Zhou Xiaoduo away. She was also sincerely happy that Zhou Xiaoduo had finally broken through. This child had suffered here for 5 years and could finally walk out. Teacher who was also happy for him. In these 5 years, teacher who clearly knew how hard Zhou Xiaoduo worked. With an adult figure, he mixed in with the children to go to school. How could he just stand out? It was just that the strange looks around him would have been unbearable if it were someone else. However, Zhou Xiaoduo persevered and did not miss a single class. He forced himself to endure and worked harder than any other child. Cultivating in school could make him faint. However, when he went home after school, he washed his hair and shook it. He looked heartless and shameless. He endured everything and carried it on his own so that his family would not worry. This kind of life had been going on for 6 years. He had sent away 5 batches of students. Yet, he had endured all the criticism and strange gazes for 6 years without slacking. Many people said that he was thick-skinned, but teacher who did not think so. Although Zhou Xiaoduo had affected her performance bonus for 5 years, she had never said anything. Instead, she had always been distressed. If Xiaoduo can break through this stage, his future achievements will be limitless. This was what Hu Ruoyun had said. Last night, on a whim, I broke through. Zhou Xiaoduo was simple and honest with a little smugness. He chuckled. Didn't I come to tell you early in the morning? Hu Ruoyun smiled with relief. That's great. Xiaoduo, you must work hard. Strive to break through the martial master realm and enter the innate stage before the age of 20 no matter what. She smiled from the bottom of her heart. From Zhou Xiaoduo's heartless smile, she could feel that Zhou Xiaoduo was relaxed at this moment, as well as the carefree feeling of letting bygones be bygones. She was completely relieved. 5 years of hardships did not leave any shadow in this child's heart. On the contrary, it made his character even more tenacious. I'll take you to the warrior class in the afternoon to report, Hu Ruoyun said happily. Your foundation has been laid, and your cultural theory has been directly cultivated to the advanced level. 1/3 of the semester is already over. It may be very tiring for you to enter the warrior class directly, but you'll be fine if you endure it. After all, according to the normal semester, if you wait for another 3 months, your time will be wasted. Zhou Xiaoduo said gratefully, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Hu. Zhou Xiaoduo respected Teacher Hu from the bottom of his heart. He had wasted so much of her performance bonus for 6 years, but she had never treated him differently. In exchange, she had endless patience and care. Zhou Xiaoduo was full of mischief and rebelliousness, but he could not vent it no matter how hard he tried. Now that he was finally free and unshackled from Hu Ruoyun's shackles, Zhou Xiaoduo was also relaxed. Hu Ruoyun put Zhou Xiaoduo back in the class and hurried to the principal's office. Zhou Xiaoduo has broken through? The Zhou Xiaoduo who has been repeating for 5 years. Principal Li's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He has really broken through. And he has taken a big step forward. The star energy in his dantian is rich, and the sparks are flowing backward to temper his bones. He is almost done tempering his right leg. Hu Ruoyun was happy. This child has finally made it. Principal Li Changjiang looked at Hu Ruoyun and sighed. You have also made it. Hu Ruoyun's eyes reddened as she said, I'm very happy that this child is capable of making it through. Li Changjiang sighed softly and looked at his wife. It has been hard on you. Zhou Xiaoduo had not been able to break through. If he was placed in another teacher's class, they would definitely be unhappy. Principal Li could only put this burden in his wife's class. Anyway, the school was so big and not many people knew that they were husband and wife. At most, they would curse the principal in their hearts for being unfair, but who would dare to say it out loud? What do you plan to do? Li Changjiang asked. Arrange for him to enter the warrior class immediately. Hu Ruoyun said firmly, this child doesn't have much time left. If we delay any longer, I am worried that we will return to our old path. Li Changjiang looked guilty. All right, I will arrange for him to enter the Astral Souls Tower in the afternoon. First, he will register it on the Heaven and Earth net. Then, I will arrange for him to enter the warrior class immediately. He sighed softly. Don't worry, I have been thinking of a way. Old Liao from the capital has already said that there is news about that thing. Hu Ruoyun said casually, well, it doesn't matter. Let's take it slow. After so many years, I have already gotten used to it. I just want to see this group of children grow up smoothly. She turned and walked out. Hurry up and go to the Heaven and Earth Net. Heaven and Earth Net. Everyone who had broken through to the martial warrior level would enter the Astral Souls Tower for the first time. Then they would undergo trials in the Astral Souls Tower to test their perseverance, temperament, and other qualities. The person's records would be recorded on the Heaven and Earth Net for the first time. When they reached the martial master level, they would be evaluated again. When they reached the innate level, they would be evaluated again. When they reached the embryonic breathing realm, they would be evaluated again. When they reached the inner core realm, they would be evaluated again. The evaluation results would be recorded on the Heaven and Earth Net's intranet. The intranet was also known as the Master Hall. This step was known as the next level. It also proved that in terms of cultivation, they had reached a height that ordinary people could not reach. At that time, according to the evaluation results and the person's personality, they would be assigned to do something. They would make the best use of their talents. As for the next level, no one knew. This whole process was known as the 3 touches and 5 evaluations. The first 3 touches, the fourth is a detailed evaluation, and the fifth is a direct evaluation. That was why there was the saying, 3 touches and 5 evaluations, next level. All right, Hu Ruoyun nodded. I believe that Xiao Duo can get an A grade. She was full of confidence in Zhuo Xiao Duo. She felt that with Zhuo Xiaoduo's temperament and perseverance, it would be too easy for him to pass the first stage of the 3 touches and 5 evaluations. Zhuo Xiao Duo was surrounded by a group of little Lolas and little Shotas. Their eyes were red and they were crying. Big brother Xiao Duo, don't go. A little Lolita cried and sniffled. Class rep Xiao Duo, don't go. A little Shota hugged Zhuo Xiaoduo's thigh. Big brother Xiao Duo, don't leave us. All the little Lolas and Shotas sniffled and cried. They were reluctant to part with him. Zhuo Xiao Duo was filled with emotions. He was not a bad person. He did not take special care of the little ones. He did not expect that these little ones would be so reluctant to part with him. It seemed that his character was not bad. It was not in vain for him to repeat 5 years. Big brother Xiao Duo, don't go. If you go, I will be at the bottom. A little Shota cried loudly. He was so sad that his tears and snot flowed out together. Big brother Xiao Duo, don't go. If you go, every time my dad says that I am a martial disciple at 9 years old, I can't say that there is a Zhuo Xiao Duo in my class who is 17 years old. My dad will beat me. A 9-year-old little boy was crying so hard that his whole body was twitching. I will be beaten to death. Oh, don't go. Big brother Xiao Duo, don't go. If you go, we will lose our sense of superiority. Sob, sob, sob. All the little ones cried at the same time. Zhuo Xiao Duo was speechless. Brothers, don't go. Leave your recommendation tickets before you go. Chapter 7. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was filled with black lines. The veins on his forehead were bulging. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, a feeling of wanting to kill someone sprung up spontaneously. Mimpy. A bunch of little bastards. So that's why you're not letting me go. It's not because you can't bear to part with me. Zhuo Xiao Duo exploded. His left leg kicked away the little boy who was hugging his left leg, and his right leg kicked away the little girl who was hugging his right leg. Zhuo Xiao Duo was furious. Go away. Go away. If you hug me again, I'll curse you to repeat for 5 years. Boom. The group of little guys dispersed. This curse was too vicious. Everyone saw how uncomfortable Zhuo Xiao Duo was during this period. Who would dare to do it again? Wouldn't they be laughed at? Zhuo Xiao Duo walked out of the door with his head held high. Suddenly he felt relieved. He turned around and said fiercely, "You little bastards, don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, I'll let you know the consequences of mocking me." After threatening them, Zhuo Xiao Duo looked at the sign of Martial Disciple Class 8, and felt a surge of emotions. In the Martial Disciple class, which was equivalent to the kindergarten in his dream, he cultivated his cultural studies until he graduated from university. This was truly an unprecedented achievement. Miracles are always created by extraordinary people. And I, Zhuo Xiao Duo, am undoubtedly that extraordinary person. Stepping out of the door, he only felt the dazzling sunlight. Suddenly the world was vast and bright. Looking up to the sky and laughing out loud, how can I be a martial disciple? With this departure, the dragon returns to the sea and the tiger returns to the deep mountains. The sea is wide and the sky is high. The sharpness of a sword is sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. I Zhuxiaoduo have made it. Zhuxiaoduo felt the surging power of the martial disciple realm in his body. For a moment he felt like he was floating. I've really become a strong warrior. Under the bright sunlight, teacher Hu walked over quickly, as if he was bathed in holy light. Feng City Star Academy. In front of the Astral Souls Tower. Just release your heart. Hu Ruoyun's eyes were filled with encouragement. Great. Zhuxiaoduo was suddenly enlightened. Zhuxiaoduo walked into the Astral Souls Tower excitedly. He began the first touch of his martial arts career. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Just as he was about to step through the door, an impatient voice could be heard. The headmaster's office. Li Changjiang stared at the surveillance screen of the Tower of Astral Souls. He also wanted to see what level hero Zhua, who had been held back for 5 years, would be evaluated. At the side, Hu Ruoyun drank her tea as if nothing had happened. He was very confident. Repeat for 5 years and persevere. He hadn't made any progress in 6 years, but he had always worked hard. How could such a person's willpower not be first class? What a joke. Teacher Hu was waiting to cheer for his students. The image gradually appeared. Zhuxiaoduo entered a strange environment. It was a small town. Zhuxiaoduo felt as if he had arrived in a small town the moment he entered. The gentle breeze with the smell of spring blew on his face. There was only one feeling, great. He felt that his footsteps were lighter. Riding on the crest of success, I'll see everything in a day. Suddenly, at the intersection, an old man was walking unsteadily. A car happened to drive past and the old man couldn't dodge in time. He was hit by the car and fell down with a scream. Zhuxiaoduo shouted, "Stop the car." The flying dust covered the license plate. The car didn't stop. Instead, it sped up and disappeared into the distance with a whoosh. Zhuxiaoduo was stunned. He saw that the old man was lying on the ground, unconscious. His white hair was beginning to bleed. His head was smashed on the roadside stone. A pool of blood spread on the ground. Save him. Zhuxiaoduo could tell at a glance that although the old man didn't hit his head hard, his head had hit the pavement hard. He was afraid that his life would be in danger for a while. He didn't have time to think. He rushed up and held the old man's head with one hand and quickly checked his injuries with the other. Then he quickly took out his mobile phone and called the ambulance. After hanging up, he immediately checked his injuries, fixed his broken bones and made sure that his breathing was smooth. Then he reached into the old man's pocket and took out his mobile phone. He skillfully cracked the password, found the phone book and called his wife. In front of the surveillance camera. Li Changjiang couldn't help but sigh when he saw the old man being hit. It's still a cliché plot. Can't there be a new idea? When he saw Zhuxiaoduo rushing to save the old man, he couldn't help but praise, this young man is good. Then he saw him treating the injury, saving the old man and calling the ambulance in one go. He couldn't help but praise him again, calm, not panicked, organized and orderly. Not bad, not bad. Then he saw Zhuxiaoduo take out the old man's mobile phone, unlock the password and make the call. He was stunned and muttered, he knows how to do this? This is a little familiar. Like a habitual offender. Headmaster Li didn't say these words. Teacher Hu covered his face and coughed. This student. Ahem, his interests are a little mixed. The illusion in the Tower of Astral Souls was still going on. The ambulance arrived. Zhuxiaoduo was the only witness and also the savior. His hand was still holding the old man's neck and he couldn't let go at all. Naturally, he went to the hospital together with the old man. However, when the family of the injured arrived, they looked at Zhuxiaoduo suspiciously. From the family's point of view, Zhuxiaoduo's blood-stained body and tired face were too suspicious. They didn't even get a word of gratitude in return. When the door of the emergency room opened, the family rushed in and went to the ward. Then, because the perpetrator had escaped, the family had to pay for the medical expenses themselves. It was a huge sum. However, from the way this family was dressed, it was obvious that they weren't rich. As expected, things developed in the way Headmaster Li and his wife expected. The family identified Zhuxiaoduo as the perpetrator and demanded compensation from Zhuxiaoduo, including medical expenses, lost wages, nursing fees and living expenses. As expected, he was being blackmailed. It was as vulgar as ever. Zhuxiaoduo had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place. He was surrounded by a large group of people and had no room to refute at all. There was no way for him to defend himself and he was directly determined to be the perpetrator. The old man who had just regained consciousness also pointed out that Zhou Xiaoduo was the one who hit him. Although there was guilt in his eyes, his tone was extremely firm. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoduo was being blackmailed, Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun both sighed. This was the usual trick of the Tower of Astral Soul's illusion realm. It was specially used to test the temperament of the trial takers. And Zhou Xiaoduo was now in the middle of it. How could he escape? Many of the trial takers were enraged by the current atmosphere. They were so angry that they hurt people and rushed out of the door. It was common for them to take revenge after the incident. Of course, there were also those who admitted defeat and worked honestly to repay their debts until the illusion ended. However, those who were mentally strong would choose to take legal action. As long as they submitted enough evidence, they could turn the situation around. Or they could look for evidence to prove their innocence. This situation seemed to be disadvantageous to them, but as long as they searched carefully, there were too many pieces of evidence that were beneficial to the trial takers. Of course, these pieces of evidence needed to be found by the trial takers themselves. There wouldn't be any righteous people who would take the initiative to stand up for them. It depended on how a person dealt with the same situation and what method they used to deal with it. At this point, a long time had passed in the illusion realm. However, to the two people outside the screen, only a few minutes had passed. Although Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of anger, although he was unwilling, he was really powerless to resist at this moment. He was quickly judged to be responsible by the judicial authorities and had to work to repay his debts. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo's angry face, Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun were helpless. He didn't choose to take legal action. Moreover, he didn't defend himself. The only words he said were, "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me." He kept saying it over and over again, stuttering. He looked simple and honest, but he was too simple and honest. He didn't say anything else? At first, I thought that this kid's evaluation wasn't low. He shouldn't be lacking in mental strength, or at least he shouldn't be lacking in calmness. But now, it seems that he's clearly not the combat type, nor the intellectual type. He's not even the average type. It should be. Even if he can cultivate successfully in the future, I'm afraid he'll be mainly a support and logistics type. Li Changjiang sighed. His personality is a little too soft. Hu Ruoyun frowned, somewhat puzzled. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo, who was working honestly, no matter how she thought about it, she felt that this guy wasn't the kind of person who would be taken advantage of. But what exactly was going on? Zhou Xiaoduo worked honestly to pay off his debts. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed and his salary was paid. The two saw that Zhou Xiaoduo only left 1/10 of his salary for his living expenses. Then he put the rest in his pocket and went out. Obviously he was going to pay the family. Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang were greatly disappointed. This guy was too weak. He didn't have the slightest bit of courage to speak of. Not only did he have no means, but he also didn't have any wisdom. He had no meticulous thoughts and was at the mercy of others. He was simply a disgrace to cultivators. Hu Ruoyun became more and more confused. This was Zhou Xiaoduo? Seeing that Zhou Xiaoduo was about to reach the family's house in the screen, the usually honest Zhou Xiaoduo's expression suddenly changed when he knocked on the door and got an answer. The moment the person inside opened the door, he kicked fiercely. With a loud bang, the anti-theft door in front of him was kicked open, making a loud noise. The family inside looked at Zhou Xiaoduo in horror and surprise. They obviously didn't expect that this seemingly honest and submissive young man would be so violent today. Could it be that they opened the door the wrong way? They saw Zhou Xiaoduo aggressively enter the house like a demon. Without saying a word, he rushed into the house like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. He punched and kicked, pointing to the south and striking to the north, striking to the east and striking to the west. Except for the old man and his wife who were in the hospital, everyone else was beaten up. Including the old man's son, daughter, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, and 2 grandsons, all of them were mercilessly beaten up by Zhou Xiaoduo. As he beat them, he shouted, "Awesome! So awesome! I've waited for a month for this day. Awesome, I'm so happy. Ah." Brothers, this chapter is a little short. Recommendation votes. Side, give me more. Chapter 8. Li Changjiang and his wife, who were watching from outside, opened their mouths wide at the same time. They were speechless. They never dreamed that things would turn out this way. At first, Li Changjiang thought that Zhou Xiaoduo had lost his temper and couldn't take it anymore. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that although Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be beating people violently, he was actually very measured. He didn't beat people until they were crippled, and there weren't even any bone fractures. However, the people who were beaten up would have to lie in bed for at least a few days. Their whole body would be in extreme pain, but there wouldn't be any serious consequences. We're going to sue you. You evil man. You won't have a good ending. The old man's son was lying on the ground with a face full of resentment. He was beaten the most miserably. His muscles, bones, skin, and flesh were all beaten up. Now, it could be said that he was in extreme pain. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The other family members were not much better. They were all crying and screaming as they lay on the ground. Zuo Duo casually pulled a chair over and sat down before he slowly said, "How could I have a good ending when I met your family? Aren't I here to give you the medical fees?" He took out some money and slapped it on the table. "This is my salary for this month. I only kept 300. It's in accordance with the law here. The rest is all yours to buy medicine for you." The family was stunned when they heard this. The ferocious thug just a moment ago had turned back into a little lamb? Pay the money honestly? Wasn't this role change a little too fast? Looking at you, I don't think you can get up and call the police. I can help you. Zuo Duo shook his legs and called the police with the phone on the table. Then he hung up the phone and said, "I'll wait obediently. I won't run away. I hit you just now. It's a fact. Of course I'll admit it. I'll pay for all of your medical expenses, not a single cent less." He swung his legs and chuckled. "Perhaps you don't understand, but it doesn't matter. I'm clear that I'm here for the trial. I didn't expect to be the king here, but you made me unhappy the moment I arrived. Even until I leave, you'll still be unhappy. From today onwards, I'll send you money every month. I'll give you 90% of the money I earn every month. I just need to survive. But on the other hand, I will come to teach you a lesson every month. You should be thankful for the laws of this world. When it comes to disputes like this, apart from settling the financial matters, you are not allowed to meet in private to avoid unnecessary harm. Otherwise, I would have come twice a day. But once a month is enough for me." He grinned and said, "There's no need to be so scared. Your injuries are all superficial. At most, you'll feel some pain in your muscles and bones. You'll recover in 3 to 7 days or at most half a month. I estimate that other than the first 3 to 4 days of inactivity, you'll barely be able to work after that." "Haha, I'm being considerate, aren't I?" The whole family looked at Zuo Duo in horror. They really didn't understand. What kind of monster was this? He paid the money so that he could come and beat us up every month? Was it necessary? What was wrong with this person's brain? There was a rumbling sound outside. The inspector had arrived. Zuo Duo grinned happily and said, "I'm a man of my word. I'll actively cooperate and work hard to earn money to pay for your medical expenses and buy medicine. But beating you up every month is also the same because this will be the only joy in life that I look forward to in the future. Do you understand? I'll continue. Now it's no longer a matter between your father and me. It's a matter between your family and me. So, even if your father recovers and is discharged from the hospital, I'll continue to come and pay for your medical expenses. What I'm doing is at most civil and public security. It's not considered criminal at all. I'm still clear on this point. And now, including the law inspector, everyone knows that I'm being blackmailed. It's just that they can't punish your behavior. But no matter what, even if the law is involved, it's reasonable to be on my side. To be honest, I hope that this kind of life can last a little longer. The feeling of punching flesh is too satisfying. The law can't punish people like you. It's easy for me to find evidence to clear my name, but it's too easy for you. I can find evidence and leave in minutes. I don't need to pay you. But if I leave, you can still continue to live as if nothing happened. That's too lenient for you. I'd rather suffer a little and stay here for a little longer than let you live comfortably. Blackmail me? You don't know who you've blackmailed. Zuo Duo crossed his legs and sat on the highest chair. He looked down at the family lying on the ground and snorted. TSK 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 TSK. Isn't it just a competition to see who's more heartless and unreasonable? Don't worry, son of a bitch, I'm worse than you in this aspect. There was a knock on the door. The inspector had arrived. Zuo Duo stood up and opened the door. He nodded and bowed with a face full of regret. Sir, I really couldn't control my temper and beat them up. It's my fault, I repent, I apologize, I'm willing to compensate, I'll take responsibility until the end. The head inspector obviously knew the whole story. How could he not know that Zuo Duo had been blackmailed? He expressed his deep understanding of the couldn't control himself and beat them up incident. He sighed and said, "But according to the regulations, the new injuries you caused will have to be added to the previous medical compensation. This will greatly delay the deadline for your claim. It's quite disadvantageous for you. After that he sighed again, full of sympathy. Duo nodded like he was pounding garlic. People have to be responsible for their own actions. I beat them up, of course I have to take responsibility. In the future when I earn money I'll only keep enough for myself to eat. The rest will be given to them. Sigh, why was I so impulsive just now? It's my fault that I couldn't control myself and beat them up. It's my fault, I have to pay the price. The inspector really couldn't bear to see him like this. Sigh, this child was really too honest and too pitiful. In this world, kind people were often bullied. He patted Zhuo's shoulder comfortingly and began the normal investigation. The family blamed him in unison. Duo confessed and sincerely apologized. Thus, the civil investigation ended. Duo was responsible for the compensation. The deadline for the claim settlement was extended by another 4 months. When they heard the extension, the family's faces turned ashen. Duo looked terrified as he sent the inspector out. He nodded and bowed as he watched the inspector walk away. Then he straightened his back and looked at the family with a smug look. He sneered. I'll come back next month. Looking forward to it? Anyway, I'm really looking forward to it. We still have a long time ahead of us. We still have a lot of youth to squander. Come on, let's have fun. We still have a lot of time anyway. Duo raised his head proudly and hummed a song as he walked away. In front of the screen. Li Changjiang was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He looked at the screen in disbelief. He turned his head stiffly and looked at his wife in a daze. He opened his mouth but no words came out. Hu Ruoyun lowered her head and pinched the space between her eyebrows with 2 fingers. She was also speechless. Both of them didn't expect Duo to have such methods. And it seemed like this was just the beginning. The student of yours doesn't seem to only have such methods. He still has a follow-up. Li Changjiang racked his brains to find the right words. Finally he said, this way of dealing with things is really weird. This is the first time I've seen something like this in years. I don't understand. He wasn't lying. This was the first time he had seen something like this. Throughout the long history of the Yanwu Empire, there had been many martial artists who had been evaluated. Zhuo's method of dealing with things could be said to be the first since the beginning of time. Hu Ruoyun lowered her head and laughed dryly. Even she didn't expect this student of hers to have such an extreme side. He's a little unusual. Li Changjiang clicked his tongue in wonder. The screen continued. Although Zhuo's method was unexpected, it obviously couldn't be used as a basis to judge the end of this investigation. Only by completely ending this incident could the evaluation be concluded. This was the hard and fast standard. Either the other party would let go or Duo would finish dealing with things, or the Illusion Inspection Bureau would judge Duo to be innocent. However, Duo clearly had no intention of appealing. Moreover, from the looks of it, even if the other party wanted to let go, Duo wouldn't let go himself. And now, both of them couldn't see how he was going to deal with things. Time passed very quickly. The second month passed. Today it was Zhuo's day to collect his salary again. On the screen, Duo seemed very strange since morning. Sighs, grievances, regret, anger and various other emotions intertwined on his face. He looked really pitiful. Those who heard it felt sad and those who saw it pitied him. What a pitiful child. Chapter 9. The boss and his colleagues all knew what had happened to Duo. They tried their best to sympathize with him, but there was nothing they could do. They could only sigh in their hearts. At noon, Duo took an afternoon off, which was rare. He ordered a simple dish and took a bottle of the cheapest wine. He drank alone, sighing and groaning. The fat boss walked over and sighed softly. He comforted him. Duo, you have to be open-minded about everything. 9 out of 10 things don't go your way in life. For you to encounter such a shameless person, it's a natural disaster. Fortunately, you're still young, so it'll be over soon. How about this? I'll give you an extra 500 yuan this month. It won't be counted as your salary or bonus. This money won't be recorded in the file, so no one will be able to check it. You can use this money to improve your life. Uncle's ability is limited, so this is all I can help you. Duo said in a low voice, "Thank you, boss." He pursed his lips tightly, tears rolling in his eyes. Finally he couldn't help but roar, "What kind of world is this? Why is it so hard to be a good person? Where is the justice?" Everyone who heard this trembled in their hearts. Yes, why was it so hard to be a good person? If people had a choice, they would naturally want to be a good person. However, the world was unpredictable, and there were always too many things that didn't go as planned. Duo took his salary and walked out of the door. Everyone looked at his desolate and bleak back and sighed, what a good child. Why did he meet such a family? A family of scumbags from old to young. To put it bluntly, I really want to kill that family. The young man saved your life. It's fine if you don't thank him, but you repay his kindness with ingratitude. You poured a basin of dirty water on your savior. You're despicable, shameless, and heartless. Everyone was indignant. Off-screen, Li Changjiang was flabbergasted. He said, This guy has been acting since early in the morning. You can imagine what he wants to do. I say, Royun, you even gave them acting lessons? This is too natural. Hu Royun growled angrily and shamelessly, you can do whatever you want. You're not done yet. Then he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo, who was so engrossed in his performance on the screen. He couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. She really couldn't figure out where this guy got his wicked sense of humor from. He could have solved the problem through normal channels, but he had to take a different approach. Even if it was in an illusion, he still wanted to vent his anger. Well, it should be said that he had vented a lot of his anger. He had vented all his anger. 4 words suddenly flashed through Hu Royun's mind, but she immediately suppressed them, not allowing herself to think about it. However, these 4 words were becoming clearer and clearer. The aura of a devil. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. For a villain to take revenge, he takes his revenge from morning till night. For a devil to take revenge, he is not afraid of being late, but he is afraid of not being ruthless enough. After all, what the latter sought was never justice and fairness, but only for his own thoughts to be clear. In the illusion, Zhou Xiaoduo, who reeked of alcohol, came to the door of that family. He knocked for a long time, but there was no answer. It was the neighbor who opened the door and told him, they have all gone to the hospital. Then he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's tired and dejected look with some sympathy and said, they said that you are a villain, and that you came to their house to beat them up. Little brother, do you want to come in and drink some water? You look very tired. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled bitterly, your neighbor's family said that I'm a villain. Aren't you afraid that I'm really a villain and opened the door to robbers? I've been their neighbor for several years. How could I not know their character? Little brother, I don't dare to say that I know everything about you, but I know a general idea. You're a villain? Haha, what kind of villain would save someone? The neighbor sighed, you're being blackmailed after saving someone. This world. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, thank you, but I won't go in. A man can't live without integrity. I'll do what I promised. Today is my payday. It's fine if they're not at home. I'll go to the hospital to send them the money. As he said that, he turned around and walked out in a lonely manner. Watching Zhou Xiaoduo leave, the neighbor's face was full of resentment. I can't believe that I'm neighbors with such a family. What a shame. In the hospital. The family was lingering in the ward. The doctors and nurses were there, and they looked at the family with strange eyes. Especially when they heard them talking about how domineering, unreasonable, and beating Zhou Xiaoduo over and over again, the doctors looked at them with more and more disgust. You're a family of scum. You said that he beat you up? You said that he went to your house alone and beat your whole family up? Who would believe that? We can't wait for that young man to teach you a lesson. Isn't that natural? Your family is heartless and unscrupulous. You blackmailed your savior. Isn't it natural to beat you up? If it's not illegal to beat people up, do you know that I'd want to beat you up too? How dare you come to the hospital and wait? You're talking nonsense. You're polluting the air here. Footsteps sounded. Under the sympathetic eyes of the doctors and nurses, Zhou Xiaoduo walked in dispirited and reeking of alcohol. He said tiredly, I went to your house but there was no one there. I had to send the money to the hospital. Fortunately, you're still here. The old man's son snorted and said, put the money down and you can leave. Hearing that, everyone's expression became even more strange. Are people who blackmail people so righteous? Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be very angry with someone's attitude. His face suddenly turned red, but he suppressed it. He walked in front of the man, took out the money and handed it over, saying, count it. The old man's son couldn't help but take a step back and said, just put it on the table. Zhou Xiaoduo took a step forward and said, you have to count how much money I brought. I need proof of the amount. I don't trust your family. The doctors and nurses nodded silently. That was how it should be. With how shameless that family was, they might come up with other tricks. It was entirely possible that they would refuse to accept the money or say that the amount was wrong. The man hesitated for a moment and reached out to take the money, saying, okay. He didn't take it. When he looked up, he saw Zhou Xiaoduo staring at him. He was panting heavily and reeking of alcohol. His eyes were bloodshot. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Don't you feel guilty for blackmailing me like this?" The man was shocked and said, "What? What did you say?" Zhuo was already reeking of alcohol. He shouted angrily, "Don't you feel guilty? Not even a little bit?" The old man's son was stunned for a moment and said angrily, "You scum of society, scum of the world." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuo suddenly exploded. He threw a stack of money at the man's face. Then Zhuo pounced on him with a broken face and started to beat him up. He cried as he hit him, "Don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel guilty? I saved your father. I saved your father's life. You blackmailed me. You said I was the perpetrator and blackmailed me until now. I wanted to be a good person. I was doing a good deed. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you blackmailing me? You know the truth. You still want to call me scum of society? Scum of the world? Who is it? Who is scum? Who is it? Why? Answer me. Why? Why? Why is it so hard to be a good person in this world?" Zhuo's roar of grief and indignation was perfectly articulated, but his movements were incomparably fast. Ping, 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 he knocked the opponent to the ground with a few punches and kicks. After punching and kicking for a while, he charged towards the others, continuing to roar in grief and indignation while punching and kicking, attacking fiercely. The old lady who was taking care of the old man on the hospital bed had just rushed over while shouting, but she was slapped by Zhuo. She flew 3 meters away and fainted under the bed. Puff, puff, puff. Listening to the extremely sad and angry roar, some of the emotional doctors' and nurses' eyes turned red. Just how far did she have to push him to make a good young man who was passionate about saving people collapse to the point where he was mentally deranged? Yes, why was it so hard to be a good person in this world? Even though the family was being beaten up, no one could feel a shred of sympathy. There were only 2 words in their hearts. They deserved it. Even a few doctors and nurses deliberately slowed down their movements. When Zhuo was almost done, they surrounded him and tried to stop him. "Don't hit people. Don't hit." Looking at the family on the ground, which had been completely swollen, with bruises all over their bodies, the doctors' and nurses' eyebrows twitched. So fast? How could it be over so quickly? Although everyone felt that this beating was really satisfying, but this beating was too heavy, too fast. Listening to the cracking sounds, there should be more than one bone breaking. "I hit people again." Zhuo looked at his hand absent-mindedly and muttered to himself, "I just want to be a good person." He turned around blankly and asked blankly, "Why? Can a guy who blackmailed his savior confidently say that his savior is the scum of society? Scum of the world? What is wrong with this world?" The doctors and nurses comforted him softly, but they were a little worried. Now that he was injured, it would be difficult to deal with. This young man was too impulsive. Some of the emotional nurses' eyes turned red. Too pitiful, this child was too pitiful. He was so hot-blooded, but he encountered such a disgusting and filthy thing. Zhuo cried out in despair, "What is wrong with this world? Is there no place to reason? The media, the newspapers, the television, the reporters, the legal system, the leaders, why don't they open their eyes and take a look? I'm a good person. I'm a good person." A series of desperate roars sounded like a series of reminders. A nurse's eyes suddenly lit up. She took out her phone and dialed a string of numbers. Yes, perhaps only the media could help this poor young man now. Chapter 10. The inspection team arrived soon after. Seeing that it was Zhuo and his family again, the few inspectors had a strange expression on their faces. They began to investigate the incident. The situation was clear at a glance. The doctors and nurses enthusiastically stepped forward to testify. This family has gone too far. They're trash. This young man took the initiative to deliver the money, but the family called him scum of society and scum of the world. The young man was impulsive when he heard that. "Sigh, it's pardonable. If it were me, I'd be impulsive too. He saved people but was blackmailed and called scum. Who's the scum here?" A doctor was filled with righteous indignation. That family scolded Zhuo first. They scolded Zhuo so harshly that he exploded. A nurse bravely testified. "That's right. This family has gone too far. They're such bullies. How can a person do something like that? They're too wicked." A patient in the same ward testified. "The young man seems to have been drinking. Sigh, who wouldn't be worried after encountering such a troublesome incident? Drinking to drown one's sorrows is even worse." Another nurse said, "If I were to encounter such a troublesome incident, I might just go crazy. However, Zhuxiaoduo seemed to have been too ruthless this time. 2 of the family members had their bones broken in more than one place. Based on sentencing alone, it was enough to constitute a crime. In light of this, the inspection team continued to investigate and collect evidence. As the incident escalated, the media got involved. Reporters began to interview relevant people. Faced with the interview, the family's neighbor stepped forward. On the day of the incident, the young man came to deliver money to their family. They weren't at home, so the young man went to the hospital to deliver money. I remember clearly that the young man said that a man can't live without trust. What a good young man. Why did they have to scold him? Does this family have any conscience? Their family has long lost their conscience. They were beaten up? Serves them right. I didn't hit them too hard. It's not a big deal even if I beat them to death. I got rid of evil for the people. I'm their neighbor. Logically speaking, I shouldn't cause trouble for myself. However, when I saw the poor young man and heard what he said, my conscience won't allow me to keep silent. This family is simply a family of scum. The investigation led to the hotel where Zhuxiaoduo worked. The young man is very diligent when he works. Isn't it because he wants to earn more money and get rid of that family as soon as possible? The lady boss said. Sigh, this young man's mood has become more and more depressed this month. He secretly cried a few times. But he always rushes to do the work. He's not picky about the dirty and tiring work. There's nothing to say about his conduct. A colleague said. He did drink a little before he went out, but his emotions were still stable. Did he hit someone? It couldn't be. His emotions were very stable at that time. Could it be that he was bullied again and couldn't take it anymore? Such an honest child wouldn't hit someone unless he was forced into a corner. Besides, even a rabbit bites when it's cornered. If it were someone else, don't even talk about hitting someone, I think it's understandable that they would kill someone. The boss said. Before the young man left, he even asked me why it's so hard to be a good person in this world. The boss sighed and looked at the reporter's camera. Yes, I also want to ask, in this world, why is it so difficult to be a good person? He was trying to save people out of kindness, yet he was blackmailed and blackmailed. He was forced to deliver money to their doorstep, and he was even humiliated and bullied. Should a good person endure all this? Humans always have a limit. How can they endure when they can't take it anymore? Although it's wrong to hit people this time, I support the young man hitting people. I support him too. Me too. He hit the right person. Good hit. They said in unison. Some passers-by were indignant when they heard about the incident. What's wrong with hitting them? Good hit. He hit them too lightly. He should hit them. If it were me, I would also want to ask, what's wrong with this world? Why is it so hard to be a good person? Soon, the reporters sorted out the collected information and published it in the newspaper. On the front page of the local newspaper, there was a big bold and black headline, Is it so hard to be a good person in this world? After the question mark, there were 3 huge exclamation marks that were particularly eye-catching. There were 3 photos below. The first photo was of Zhuxiaoduo muttering to himself with a broken face, I just want to be a good person, why is it so hard? Caption, the kind young man who was blackmailed after saving people. The second photo was of a young and beautiful nurse surrounded by a group of angels in white. She faced the camera and asked doubtfully, Is it so hard to be a good person in this world? The third photo was of the boss sighing. What's wrong with this world? The following was a description of the entire incident. At the end of the related article, the reporter wrote, Now Zhuxiaoduo, who saved people, is still locked up in the inspection bureau because he hit people. We don't know what fate awaits this young man. We also don't know how this incident will end. As for the follow-up of this incident, we will wait and see because we believe that in this world, there will always be beauty and justice. We also believe that being a good person is not as difficult as you think. We await the verdict, a fair verdict. As soon as the article was published, it immediately caused an uproar. Such an ugly thing actually happened in broad daylight in a civilized society. Especially now, the young man who was kind enough to save her was locked up in the police station. The public was raging and resentment was boiling. This is a disgrace to our entire city, a great disgrace. Please give justice to the kind-hearted man. Please tell us that being a good person is not difficult in this world. Many people simply ran to the entrance of the inspection bureau to protest. Why can those scumbags get away with it? Why do they have to lock up good people? Not giving good people a chance, what kind of world is this? Hurry up and release him. Don't let good people be bitterly disappointed, bleeding and crying. The crowd's turbulence became more and more intense. Finally, the local government was alerted and actively intervened to investigate the incident. Although the incident had happened more than 2 months ago, under the strong intervention of the relevant departments, the truth came to light in just 2 days. Even the real culprit was found. All kinds of evidence showed that Zhou Xiaoduo saved people out of kindness, but then he was blackmailed by that family, which led to the situation today. The people were full of the most sincere sympathy for a kind-hearted young man. Even when they saw Zhou Xiaoduo's emotional breakdown and crazily beating people in the hospital, they did not feel angry or even disgusted. As for that family from old to young who were beaten up by Zhou Xiaoduo and sent to the hospital, no one sympathized with them at all. Instead, they were shouting that they deserved it. Such human scumbags deserved to be beaten up. All parties were calling for the immediate release of Zhou Xiaoduo. That night, the incident was on the evening news. The whole city was in an uproar. We want to know that being a good person is not difficult. Please tell us that being a good person is not difficult. Why hide the family's information? Let's expose them. I know this family is. The incident was completely publicized. The family's name was exposed to the world. Facing the angry crowd that rushed into the ward every day, the family lay on the hospital bed, trembling and speechless. We were beaten so badly, can't you see? The person who beat us is a hero. What kind of world is this? Countless people angrily demanded, release the hero. Release the kind-hearted person. Punish this family severely. Facing the overwhelming public opinion, Zhou Xiaoduo was finally released. When Zhou Xiaoduo walked out, he received a hero's welcome. Countless media reporters and hundreds of people gathered at the entrance of the inspection bureau to welcome him. When they saw him come out, everyone cheered in unison. Justice finally triumphed over evil. The hero was released. Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be very moved. Snot and tears flowed down his face. I'm free? I'm not the murderer? I've been cleared? He looked as if he was in a dream and could not believe it. The crowd was sad and shouted together, you're free. You're fine. Zhou Xiaoduo's tears flowed down his face and his whole body trembled. Finally, he suppressed his emotions to the extreme and said, I've been wronged for so long, how can I beat them? Everyone was silent in an instant. You still wanted to beat them up? A reporter coughed awkwardly. Zhou Xiaoduo, you. Calm down, don't be impulsive. Zhou Xiaoduo roared in grief and anger, I must avenge them. Suddenly he ran out. The direction was the direction of the hospital where the family was. His face was filled with anxiety, grief and indignation and impatience. He knew that the trial was about to end. He was afraid that he would not be able to beat them up if he was late. Suddenly the image froze. The trial ended. The image froze. It was Zhou Xiaoduo's unsatisfied face. His face was full of impatience. And his tightly clenched fists. The trial ended. The image froze. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun looked at each other. The husband and wife had a strange feeling at the same time. It was a feeling of infinite chaos in the wind. That I forgot to ask for votes in the previous chapter. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I'll say a few more words in this chapter. Recommendation votes, recommendation votes, recommendation votes. Important words must be said 3 times. Chapter 11. Zhou Xiaoduo had been inside for more than 2 months, but he had only been in front of the screen for half an hour. However, it was this half an hour that made Li Changjiang and his wife feel indescribable. There was a subtle emotion that was hard to describe. Even though a long time had passed, he still hadn't woken up from his confusion. This Zhou Xiaoduo was really a weirdo. He doesn't take the usual path. Li Changjiang sighed. This kid's personality is really weird. He's different from others. He's a little vengeful. He's the kind of person. Li Changjiang thought for a while and said slowly, he's the kind of person who, if you make me feel uncomfortable, I'll make you feel even more uncomfortable. Even if I have to spend time and energy, I'll definitely make you feel even more uncomfortable. This kind of person. This personality is really. He took a few breaths and said with a toothache. It's hard to describe. Anyway, this is the first time I've seen it. It's the first time in my life. Hu Ruoyun coughed. She didn't say the 4 words in her heart out loud. She only said, but he passed this test. He first showed helplessness and admitted his mistake. In fact, it was to pave the way for the next step, which was even more ruthless. I think he should have thought of every aspect thoroughly and made use of everything. Whether it was the public's anger or the sympathy and empathy of the doctors, nurses, bosses, colleagues, neighbors, etc., he didn't leave out a single bit. In the end, when the media intervened, the overall situation was set. Even more than that. From the beginning when he was blackmailed, he had already planned everything. He didn't make any excuses. It wasn't that he didn't have any way to explain. Instead, he was worried that he would be blackmailed and unable to carry out his plan. It would be difficult for him to take revenge completely. Li Changjiang shook his head helplessly. This kind of personality is very strange. It's a little evil. Evil. The words that Hu Ruoyun had been holding back were spoken out by Li Changjiang. Hu Ruoyun sighed and said, maybe he thought that dealing with this family in the normal way would be too easy for them. When the matter is over and time has passed, not many people will remember it. But by doing this, he can make this family unable to raise their heads and make a comeback in this society. It's really a little too cruel. Li Changjiang said indifferently, don't you think that this kind of person deserves to be punished for his crimes? Hu Ruoyun sighed and said, so, your emotions are also affected. Li Changjiang smiled bitterly. The two of them stared at the frozen screen together. The Heaven and Earth Network's evaluation had not come out yet. Both of them were looking forward to it. Given Wuxia's unique performance, he wondered what kind of evaluation he would receive if he were to be ranked first in the Heaven and Earth Network's 3 touches and 5 reviews. Hu Ruoyun in particular was vaguely worried. Her previous confidence had long disappeared, and she was even a little afraid to look. This evaluation would follow Wuxia Duo for life. In a flash, the frozen screen of the Heaven and Earth Network began to change. Circles of ripples rippled out, layer by layer. The evaluation was about to come out. Li Changjiang felt his hand tighten. It was his wife who was holding his wrist so tightly that it actually hurt. He turned to look at his wife and saw that Hu Ruoyun's eyes were fixed on the screen, unblinking and unusually focused. He could not help but sigh and pat the back of his wife's hand. Don't worry. Not only did Hu Ruoyun not feel at ease, but she held his wrist even tighter. The ripples suddenly spread out, and from the depths of the screen, 4 words suddenly spun out. At this moment, Hu Ruoyun's body was a little stiff. The 4 words, from small to large, finally stopped at the center of the screen. The moment they caught sight of it, they were shocked. Li Changjiang's eyes widened in an instant. Hu Ruoyun even exclaimed and immediately said angrily, this is unfair. This evaluation is too unfair. Why did you give such an evaluation? Wuxia Duo did nothing wrong and that family deserved it. Why did you give Xiao Duo such an evaluation? Is it wrong to punish evil and promote good? Li Changjiang's face became more and more distorted. Wife, gently. Gently, it hurts, it hurts. In her excitement, Hu Ruoyun had used too much strength and twisted Li Changjiang's wrist. Li Changjiang's wrist was bruised. However, the 4 words on the screen did not move, and did not change because of Hu Ruoyun's anger. Those 4 words were shockingly, heterodox demon heart. Only these 4 words and there was no evaluation. There was no A, B, C or D, nothing. This is unfair. Hu Ruoyun's beautiful face flushed red and she slapped the table. I demand a new evaluation. Li Changjiang sighed helplessly. This thing is not up to us to decide? Hu Ruoyun gasped for breath. It was obvious that she was still restless. Li Changjiang sighed and said, although this evaluation is slightly biased, ordinary people can't see it. When he crosses the thorny road of life and death and achieves better results, he will appear in the eyes of the higher-ups. You don't have to worry so much. Hu Ruoyun said angrily, what do you mean don't have to worry? Don't you know that at that time he will be assigned a position and job? With such an initial evaluation, how can there be a good position for Xiao Duo? What if he meets a biased person who sees these 4 words and directly arranges him to be in the front line? Do you think the term cannon fodder is just for show? She stared at her husband, somewhat confused. Li Changjiang, every child who comes out of this school is like our own child. When did you become so cold-blooded? Have you been a principal for so long? Li Changjiang sighed softly, speechless for a long time. To him, his wife at this moment was too emotional to be understood. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and muttered, Ruoyun, we have been through a lot as observers. Don't you know that this evaluation is not excessive? Do you really need me to explain it to you in detail? Hu Ruoyun snorted and stared at him, obviously waiting for him to continue. Li Changjiang said helplessly, did you really not realize that Wuxiao's goal from the beginning was to make that family unable to make a comeback? Everything he did was to pave the way for this ultimate goal. And from the beginning he had set that extreme goal. According to how ordinary people deal with things, it would be enough to absolve oneself of the crime. But Zhou Xiaoduo did not intend to do that from the beginning. Just like what you said just now, he used the most ruthless way to deal with it. He did not intend to let this family live a good life, even if he ended the trial and left, even if he knew that it was just a virtual world and that he would never see it again. Li Changjiang smiled bitterly. But he still chose the most ruthless way from the beginning. He used the most extreme way to deal with this matter, and then pushed forward step by step, leaving no way for the target to survive. Although this family's actions were despicable and deceitful in the end, was their crime really unforgivable? In the end, it was just that their human nature was dark and their moral character was low. But with the clamor of public opinion, this family was completely exposed, and there was no way back to speak of. This kind of method. Li Changjiang sighed. Unorthodox methods, resolute demonic heart. This evaluation is not excessive. Hu Ruoyun hesitated for a long time and finally sighed and muttered, "This child has just been suppressed for too long." On the other side, just as Zhou Xiaoduo was filled with excitement and wanted to beat up that family, the trial came to an abrupt end. A certain someone, still somewhat dissatisfied, stepped out of the heaven and earth pagoda and saw Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang standing in front of him. Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively quivered and immediately stood at attention and said obediently, "Hello, headmaster, teacher Hu." Hu Ruoyun had a complicated look in her eyes. She said, "You passed the trial?" Zhou Xiaoduo looked simple and honest. He said, "I passed and it was only the first touch. Although it was difficult, it was not too much." Hu Ruoyun snorted. She said, "What did you encounter?" "It was not too difficult, but it was still somewhat difficult, right?" Zhou Xiaoduo said naively, "It was really not a big deal. I was just blackmailed and then I thought of a way to clear my name. As long as the result is good, the little twists and turns in the process are not important." He smiled sincerely and even scratched his head. He said, "I also remembered teachers' teachings and handled everything with tolerance. In life, most things do not go according to one's will. Think about the other party's position more, and the human heart is made of flesh." His body was straight and his face was honest. He was smiling and there was even a hint of shyness on his face. He really looked like a sunny young man, harmless to both humans and animals. His attitude was really a role model for the students of the new era. Hu Ruoyun's mouth twitched. She glanced at her husband from the corner of her eyes, and saw Li Changjiang's expressionless face as the bottom of a pot. She took a deep breath and said, "You did well." Zhou Xiaoduo said obediently, "It's all thanks to teacher's teachings." Hu Ruoyun suppressed the overwhelming feeling in her heart. She said, "Get ready. I'll take you to the warrior class to report." "Okay." Zhou Xiaoduo agreed. He turned around and ran away in a lively and cute manner. He even jumped high. Yi. Chapter 12. Hu Ruoyun turned around and saw that Li Changjiang could no longer keep a straight face and finally broke down. He looked at her speechlessly as if asking, "Is this the honest, smart, cute, persevering and good student you were talking about?" Hu Ruoyun covered her face. Li Changjiang let out a long and meaningful sigh. "What a talent." Hu Ruoyun snorted, her eyes unfriendly. "Don't be so sarcastic." Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo's disappearing figure, Li Changjiang suddenly remembered something. His whole body trembled and he frowned. No, I seem to have overlooked something." Hu Ruoyun was speechless. "What's wrong?" Li Changjiang frowned, quickly recalling in his mind. Finally, a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes, and the shock in his heart could not be concealed. He murmured, "Is it the first time?" "The first time he gave me money," Zhou Xiaoduo said something. "Did he say, 'I'm here for the trial anyway'? Is there such a sentence?" Hu Ruoyun also suddenly realized. Yes, there is such a sentence. It's funny that I didn't realize it at that time." The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Li Changjiang said in a low voice, "It's normal for him to remember what he experienced after coming out. But entering this illusion is an instinctive illusion. It's impossible to enter with a clear mind and complete memory. In the instinctive illusion, only a person's most pure instinctive reaction is left. That's why there's the saying of 3 touches and 5 comments, because this is a human's natural reaction." But Zhou Xiaoduo obviously remembers. Hu Ruoyun also became serious. "So?" Li Changjiang reached out to grab the phone on the table, looking surprised. "This matter must be reported. If Zhou Xiaoduo really has the ability to resist the instinctive illusion, then his spiritual power has reached a level beyond that of a normal martial artist. He's a high-quality talent. Don't. Hu Ruoyun grabbed Li Changjiang's hand and hurriedly asked, "Who else could have seen Zhu Xiaoduo's trial other than you?" Li Changjiang stared blankly for a moment, then said, "In this school, only I have this authority." Hu Ruoyun's eyes lit up. "In other words, no one else can see it except you?" "Yeah." Li Changjiang was puzzled. "What do you want to say?" "This matter must not be reported." Hu Ruoyun grabbed Li Changjiang's cell phone and said, "Reporting it will only increase the chances of Xiao Duo being exposed. If he really is a high-quality talent in the field of mental strength, one more person knowing will only increase the risk." Li Changjiang said hesitantly, "If Xiao Duo has this genius record, even if he crosses the thorny path in the future, the higher-ups will still consider him more carefully when they find out about his heretical demonic heart evaluation. There are still benefits. No. When he naturally grows to that level, you can report this matter to the higher-ups. The result will be the same." Hu Ruoyun did not give in. Once the genius record leaks out, it will cause Xiao Duo to face countless risks. The possibility of him dying is too high. I can't let my student take this risk. Li Changjiang frowned. "You don't trust?" Hu Ruoyun did not give in. "Can you trust him?" Li Changjiang was defeated by his wife's gaze. He said, "Okay." Hu Ruoyun asked aggressively, "What's okay?" Li Changjiang said dejectedly, "It's okay if you don't report it." Hu Ruoyun snorted and walked out. "At least you know what's good for you." Li Changjiang watched Hu Ruoyun leave. For a long time, his expression was uncertain. Thinking of Zhu Xiaoduo's actions before leaving, he could not help but snort. Seeing that he was the only one left in the huge office, he immediately relaxed. He walked to the window and saw that Hu Ruoyun had already trotted away. Only then did he truly feel that the pressure had completely disappeared, and his whole body relaxed. He took a deep breath and then jumped high into the air with a "pew" sound, twisting his butt. Yi. After lunch. Warrior Class 9. Hu Ruoyun brought Zhu Xiaoduo to report. The door was just over there. The teacher inside did not come out to greet them, and there was no handover process. The path of a warrior, the door of a warrior, had to be walked and opened by oneself. 7 or 8 meters away from the door, Hu Ruoyun stopped and turned to look at Zhu Xiaoduo beside her. She revealed a loving smile. "Xiaoduo, go. Walk your path and open the door of a warrior that belongs to you." The rims of her eyes were already a little red. Looking at Zhu Xiaoduo's young and tender face, Hu Ruoyun felt as if she had raised a chick that was about to fly away from her. She was reluctant to part with him. But she could not stop him. She knew how much Zhu Xiaoduo had been looking forward to this day. Zhu Xiaoduo was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes." He turned and walked towards the door step by step. Hu Ruoyun stood still and watched Zhu Xiaoduo's back as he walked further and further away. Finally, she said in a trembling voice, "Xiaoduo, no matter how much you suffer, no matter how much you suffer, you must make the great leap before the age of 20. Zhu Xiaoduo did not stop walking forward as if he did not hear her. After 10 steps he was already standing in front of the door. He paused for a moment, then suddenly turned around and ran to Hu Ruoyun's side. He hugged her as if she was his mother who was sending him off. He buried his head on Hu Ruoyun's shoulder and did not speak for a long time. Hu Ruoyun smiled with relief and patted Zhu Xiaoduo's shoulder. "Go, child. You're still in the same school. It's not like you won't see each other again." Although she said that, she was already a little choked up. It was as if time was flowing back in her eyes. Scenes of Zhu Xiaoduo's efforts over the past 6 years flashed before her eyes. As Teacher Qin's voice stopped, the knocking on the door stopped. Qin Fangyang's expression did not change. He continued teaching. Suddenly, boom. There was a loud explosion. The classroom door was not intact after the explosion. The entire wooden door was kicked in directly. It fell to the ground in a manner of being torn apart. Instantly, dust flew everywhere. All the students exclaimed when they saw this. Even Qin Fangyang's eyebrows twitched. This student was a little domineering. "I was just saying it as an example." "You really kicked it." Feng family's official group, 376-497-379. Brothers, welcome to join. In addition, there was a disheartened shout, seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 13. Amidst the dust, a figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the classroom. The person was tall and wore a long robe, but the style of his robe seemed a little strange. He walked in shakily. A smile bloomed on the person's clean face. He bowed deeply and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Qin." "Hello, students. I'm Zhuo Xiaoduo. It's my first time here, so please take care of me in the future. My personal specialty and hobby is fortune-telling and physiognomy. I think I'm quite accomplished. If anyone needs help in the future, you can come to me. I'll take money and solve problems for you. It's only 100 yuan per fortune-telling. This is a friendly price, so please don't stand on ceremony with me." Hearing such a sudden opening, the entire classroom immediately fell silent. Only the broken wooden door made creaking sounds on the ground. After a while it was completely silent. He kicked the door open and walked in politely. Qin Fangyang turned his head and looked the new student up and down. A faint cold light flashed in his slender eyes. He said lightly, "Introduce yourself on the podium." He faintly felt that this new student seemed to be somewhat unusual. Under that seemingly respectful and polite appearance, there was a restless heart hidden. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was still lingering with a faint smile. When he walked in, he glanced at everyone in the classroom. This was a very spacious classroom that was more than 200 square meters. There were only 35 students in the classroom and each of them had a futon. The distance between each of them was at least 1 meter. The ceiling of the classroom was like a dome, and it was inlaid with specks of star soul stones, forming a spirit chi array. The entire classroom was filled with astral power and spiritual energy. It was really an excellent atmosphere for cultivation. The warrior class is so good. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought to himself, the warrior class doesn't have this kind of treatment. Well, if the warrior class is already so good, wouldn't the warrior class be even better? And then even higher. Thinking about it, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but have the urge to salivate. Just the star soul stone array formation at the top of the classroom was small in size, but there were so many of them. With a rough look, there were at least a few dozen of them. The cost of production, the cost of production. Gulp. He swallowed another mouthful of saliva. As the owner of the Astral Soul Stone shop, Zhuo Xiaoduo knew the value of these Astral Soul Stones very well. The quality of these Astral Soul Stones was not bad. Perhaps they were not of the highest quality and were far from the best quality. However, this was only the training environment of a warrior class. In particular, the Astral Soul Stone could only be used for a certain period of time. Once its energy was depleted, it would have to be replaced immediately. With so many Astral Soul Stones being used over the years, what kind of number would it be if all of the classes in the entire grade were replaced? Furthermore, the school still had the martial arts master class, the Dragon Gate class and other classes. How much would he lose if he added them all up? At least in Zhuo Xiaoduo's rough calculation, 1 year would be an astronomical figure. It was a super number that most people wouldn't even dare to think about. If all the Astral Soul Stones in the Phoenix City Martial Arts Academy were provided by his family, then his family would have become rich long ago. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively thought so. At this moment, the 35 warrior students were also looking at this audacious newcomer with curiosity in their eyes. It was rare to see a transfer student directly kick the door open. It had to be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo had repeated 5 years. He was older than most of the students in the classroom at this moment. There were only 1 or 2 who looked about the same age as Zhuo Xiaoduo. Well, most of them just looked about the same age. Hearing Qin Fangyang's words, Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, but he didn't hesitate to agree. Yes. Come up to the podium and formally introduce yourself. Qin Fangyang's words were as indifferent as ever. Then he walked down and gave up the podium. He stretched out his hand and gestured, "Next, it's time for your performance. Every student who enters my class will receive the same treatment. No one is an exception." He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. Most students would be slightly nervous at this step. After all, not every youth could speak in such a condescending manner in front of everyone. There were many who stuttered or were unable to say a single word. Throughout the years, there weren't many students who could calmly walk up to the podium and speak. In fact, this wasn't a big deal. After all, it was only a warrior class. Most of the students were still children, so it was difficult for them to gain much experience. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and strode forward, arriving at the podium in 2 steps. He was very calm. Everyone looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was wearing a long gown and standing upright. They felt that this guy was a little tall and straight. What Qin Fangyang was more concerned about was that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't seem nervous at all. He had a calm expression and couldn't help but secretly nod. In the next moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo officially opened his mouth. "Hello everyone. My name is Zhuo Xiaoduo. I might be a little older than everyone here, so you can call me Big Brother or Boss in the future. I don't mind." Qin Fangyang raised his head immediately. Below, 35 boys and girls raised their heads at the same time and looked at this grandson on the podium with some surprise. Did they hear wrongly? A transfer student, a guy who repeated 5 years, wanted to be the boss? Wasn't he afraid that the wind would bite his tongue? Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, "Everyone, I have many strengths and I know many things." Zhou Xiaoduo talked endlessly. Do you want to know the other half of your life? Do you want to know the taste of love, the fetters of fate, the marriage of the previous life, the way to grow old together? Zhou Xiaoduo said resolutely, I can give you pointers. The veins on Qin Fangyang's forehead bulged. Was this a transfer student? What kind of person was this? Was he a scammer? The 35 students were also speechless. On the stage, Zhou Xiaoduo was still talking endlessly. Speaking of which, martial artists of our generation will have too many opportunities to encounter danger in the future. Dangerous situations come one after another. If there is someone who can predict and tell you in advance, you can naturally seek good fortune and avoid disaster, turning misfortune into good fortune. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, Zhou Xiaoduo? Zhou Xiaoduo turned around and said respectfully, Hello, teacher. Qin Fangyang snorted and said, You can predict and predict. Physiognomy is amazing, right? Zhou Xiaoduo looked proud. Teacher, you flatter me. It's actually just a small trick that is not worth mentioning. I'm just a little more hardworking than others. I like to study ancient inheritances buried in the long river of history. Qin Fangyang's mouth twitched, revealing an unfathomable smile. He said, Then go look in the mirror. Look in the mirror? Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. Qin Fangyang smiled sinisterly. Look in the mirror and calculate for yourself. Will you get beaten up today? Digression. I've never written about the academy, but this book needs to be written. So, before this, I specially went to a local university to listen in for more than a month. I went to and from class to school to feel the atmosphere. The female students were so enthusiastic. If not for the fact that the head teacher was my wife's classmate. Cough cough. So, to make up for my hurt heart, please recommend me, reward me, comfort me. This chapter is not short, it's very long. It's long and full of content. So, everyone understands. Chapter 14. Zhou Xiaoduo. Stunned, he forced a smile and said, I firmly support Teacher Qin's teaching and unswervingly carry out Teacher Qin's policies. Qin Fangyang said sanctimoniously, Sigh, it has nothing to do with that. Every new student will be evaluated by the instructors before they can teach according to their aptitude. Come, let me evaluate your current combat strength. After a short while, Zhou Xiaoduo limped to the last futon in class 3-9 with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been dismantled and reassembled. Qin Fangyang's fists were heavy and ruthless. Zhou Xiaoduo felt as if he had been trampled by a rhinoceros. The other 35 students in the class were no longer speechless. Instead, they lowered their heads and snickered. Their shoulders were heaving up and down for a long time. Qin Fangyang stood on the podium and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo from afar. He said, Zhou Xiaoduo, what are your thoughts now? Can you calculate what I'm thinking now? Feel free to speak your mind and express your thoughts. The students in the class tried even harder to hold back their laughter. Zhou Xiaoduo stood up and said respectfully, I'm now completely in awe of Teacher Qin's cultivation. Teacher Qin, you control your strength so well. It hurts me and makes my body swell, but it doesn't affect my movement. Although my eyes are swollen, there's still a line left for me to see. I'm in awe. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly. I think there will be more and more opportunities for you to admire me. This is what a teacher should do. Zhou Xiaoduo's face turned bitter. The class burst into laughter. Qin Fangyang said faintly, Not only Teacher Qin but also the others. There will be many opportunities for you to admire them. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the students who turned to look at him. Their eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. In the warrior class or any class above, as long as you're a martial artist, what you face every day is not only cultivation, but also battles. Zhou Xiaoduo, where you are now, is the last place in the 9th class. It is also the worst place to cultivate. And this cultivation position is determined by one's cultivation level. Qin Fangyang said, There are sparring sessions every day and there are rankings every week. Your seat will be where you are ranked. Zhou Xiaoduo, can you fight your way up here? Qin Fangyang smiled and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. His eyes revealed infinite pressure. The 35 young students turned their heads at the same time and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Their eyes were full of determination, but there was no malice or hostility. Zhuo was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "If you need, I can take a look at your fortune and give you some pointers. We can talk about life, dreams, future, and love. Fighting is really too much of a killjoy." Beside him, the little fatty who had just spoken turned his head to look at him. His eyes were filled with sympathy as he said, "Hello, Brother Zhua. Welcome to replace me as the punching bag of the class." Zhuo only realized then. This little fatty was actually not fat at all. The reason why he looked fat was because his whole body was swollen from being beaten up. So cruel. Zhuo was shocked. In front of him, in the first row, the first place in the class, a thin boy turned his head and looked at Zhuo. He said lightly, "Isn't this what you want?" Zhuo was stunned. Then, a girl who was second only to the boy in front of him smiled coldly and said faintly, "Someone who entered this class this semester had the same plan as you." As soon as he entered the class, he racked his brains to put on a show with the intention of angering everyone in the class. He wanted to use the hostility of the whole class to gain more sparring opportunities and improve his cultivation and combat experience. The girl smiled. That's the plot of the main character in a novel. Zhuo? Was my intention so obvious? Did they see through it at the beginning? How can I show off and slap their faces? I've clearly set up the plot according to the novel. What a failure. So embarrassing. Hearing the girl's words, the little fatty sitting on the left side of Zhuo lowered his head deeply. Obviously, someone the girl was talking about was this guy. The girl who spoke was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short, neither handsome nor ugly. However, her entire body was overflowing with an extremely sharp aura. She was full of heroic spirit and had a valiant bearing. She paused for a moment before continuing, "Someone I'm talking about is the one sitting next to you. He's number 35 Li Chenglong. Just like you, he came in and courted death. We didn't betray his trust and we didn't neglect his needs. We did our best to fulfill his wish. That's why he's always been in the position of number 35, and he'll fulfill his wish several times a day. And your words and actions just now have successfully attracted our attention. You're our new target." The little fatty Li Chenglong looked sullen. He raised his head and his lips squirmed twice. Finally, he lowered his head in embarrassment. At the same time, the entire class burst into low laughter. The girl raised her head and said to Zhuo, "Classmate Zhuo, my name is Wuxia. You need to remember me because you will hate me for a long time. After all, it was after my words that the nightmare began." She smiled softly and said, "Although I won't believe what you said about the path of heaven's secret, I still don't care about it. But that doesn't stop me from paying more attention to you in the future. Are you looking forward to it?" Wuxia sat down before she finished speaking. The boy sitting on the left side of Wuxia didn't stand up. He just tilted his head and said, "Classmates Zhuo, my name is Long Yuxing. However, you don't need to remember because you probably won't have the chance to fight with me. I will jump to the martial arts class in 2 months at most. With your strength, it is impossible for you to rise to the level of challenging me in 2 months." A cold smile appeared on his handsome face as he said, "However, you don't have to be disappointed. Because I'm different from Wuxia, I believe that you know how to read fortunes. Therefore, I'll look for you every day and take care of your interests. However, if you can't read correctly and make a mistake, I'll spar with you and give you pointers just like Teacher Qin. As for the others, see if they are willing to give you the opportunity to step on them. It will depend on their own luck. Today's sparring session will begin in an hour." Long Yuxing said proudly, "Zhuo, today will be very unforgettable for you." I sincerely agree with Wuxia's words. Zhuo didn't feel offended at all. He said calmly, "I am looking forward to the competition, but I don't believe in nightmares. It won't happen. Long Yuxing smiled and turned his head. Zhuo took a light breath and began to feel dignified. The current situation was almost completely different from his original plan. Although he had achieved his original goal, it wasn't in the way he had imagined. In the novel, the protagonist went to a place to attract hatred. The students all held a hostile attitude and attacked him together. This was exactly what the protagonist wanted. The story of helping the protagonist cultivate didn't happen. None of the students I saw were stupid. Everyone's IQ was on the line. Alas, how could there be mediocre people among the students who were able to enter the martial arts class with better qualifications than ordinary people? Sure enough, the things in novels can't be trusted. Zhuo muttered in his heart. After thinking about it, he felt that he had made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Although he had achieved his goal of being besieged by the whole class, it seemed that it didn't follow his original plan. Because this was the rule of survival of the fittest. As for the students' malice towards him, there was almost no one. At most, my personality is a little annoying, Zhuo Duo thought to himself, but the personality I've shown should be even more annoying. With a swollen face he muttered, I'm relieved that you hate me. I'm really afraid of being pestered by female students. As martial artists, we should bravely climb to the peak of martial arts. How can we have time to flirt with girls or be flirted with by girls? The ears of the female students in front of him twitched, and they all looked at him with disdain. Someone whispered, how thick-skinned. Sigh. I hesitated for a long time before writing this chapter. After writing it, I read it many times. Until now, I'm still hesitating. I really want to continue acting cool and slapping faces. I don't need to use my brain to write that way. Once this chapter is published, it will create 10 times more difficulty for me. I really want to delete it now. Publish it, publish it. If I can't write with a high IQ in the future, I'll think about it again. Oh, I'll listen in before the Spring Festival. After the Spring Festival, don't guess. If someone doubts me, I'll explain. The technical school that my wife contacted. Ahem, don't ask around. Chapter 15. Then, Qin Fangyang started to release his power and activated the Astral Souls array above the classroom. He shouted, calm your mind and start cultivating. The array flickered, and the stone of Astral Souls on it suddenly lit up. All the students in the class sat upright with their legs crossed and entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, Zhuo Duo, who was sitting at the back, clearly felt the difference between the seats. The power of the Astral Souls shrouded the top of the class. However, the classroom was too big. The first seat that was shrouded was Long Yuxing's first seat. Then Wan Lixio's second seat was shrouded by the light of the Astral Souls. Then the third and fourth lights lit up one after another. However, the brightness was different and gradually weakened. When it reached Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong's seats, the brightness of the starlight was almost gone. There was only a faint sense of light left. Li Chenglong was speechless. He sighed, just this little bit of light. And I still have to pay the same tuition fee. I'm really ashamed of the talent that the God of creation gave me. Tuition fee? Zhuo Duo was shocked. Tuition fee? Shouldn't it be free for a genius like me? Li Chenglong muttered as he reached into his pocket and took out 2 shining stones of Astral Souls. He held them in his palms, closed his eyes, and focused on cultivating. As he activated the stones of Astral Souls in his hands, the light from the stone of Astral Souls merged with the light from the Astral Souls array. Instantly, some of the light was pulled over and merged into Li Chenglong's Astral Souls array. It merged into his body, and the atmosphere of his cultivation improved visibly. Fuck Wuqing. I didn't know you could do this. What a show-off. Have you thought about how I, who is last in the class, feel? Seeing this, Zhuo Duo was dumbfounded. A thought flashed through his mind. He looked around and saw that many people in the class were holding a few Astral Soul stones in their hands. They were using the energy from the Astral Soul stones to increase their cultivation efficiency in conjunction with the Astral Soul's formation. In the center of the array, Qin Fangyang was sitting with his eyes closed. Waves of astral power spread out from his body, triggering the power of the array to spread out gradually. Of course, there were also those who did not have a stone of Astral Souls, so their cultivation environment was visibly lagging behind others. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Whether or not they had the stone of Astral Souls represented the wealth of each student's family. Cultivation was a test of one's financial resources. Even if you were extremely talented and didn't have the corresponding resources to assist you, even if you were able to take the first place at the beginning of the school term, there was a high probability that others would catch up and surpass you. Just as Fatty Li Chenglong had said, everyone paid the same tuition fees. Why would you be able to occupy a good position if you were talented? If you wanted a good position, you had to defeat everyone. Whether one had a strong foundation or not, the gap between the rich and the poor in the world and all kinds of helplessness were all exposed at this moment. Zhuo Duo quickly came back to his senses. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild anymore. He closed his eyes and concentrated on his cultivation, mobilizing the spiritual energy in his body with all his might to cultivate. As soon as he started cultivating, Zhuo Duo immediately felt the Astral Souls in his body move fiercely. The flame of Astral Souls that had been dormant in his body suddenly rose from his dantian, emitting countless tongues of flame that splashed in different directions, receiving the energy from the astral souls in the air and entering his body. At the same time, there was a cooling sensation between his eyebrows. Countless amounts of energy from the astral souls were released from the astral souls formation in the classroom, entering Wuxiao's meridians like moths to a flame. As the energy from the astral souls converged and poured into his body, the cooling sensation grew stronger and stronger, gradually spreading down his meridians in a solid state. Wherever the cooling sensation passed, Wuxiao could clearly feel that his meridians were changing bit by bit, becoming more flexible, smoother and smoother, allowing the cooling sensation to flow down more smoothly. He still couldn't see inside his body, so he could only rely on his senses. But it was already a feeling. This feels so good. The space between his eyebrows rose up and down. The entire process was extremely slow, but wherever it passed, the changes were real and the benefits were enormous. The energy from the astral souls in his dantian was moving up, while the cooling sensation between his eyebrows was splitting into two, one circling around his head while the other circled down. It was as if three armies had set off from different places and were about to converge at a certain place. Wuxiao was surprised. This didn't happen when he was cultivating previously. He was absorbing the energy from his dantian like other people. But now, how did it become like this? What Wuxiao didn't know was that a small vortex was gradually forming above his head. As it spun, it was absorbing the light from the astral souls and pouring it towards him. The moment the vortex was formed, the cooling sensation increased in speed. The classroom was silent. Qin Fangyang channeled the energy from the astral souls in his body while paying attention to the balance of each side. He deliberately tilted the energy from the astral souls towards those areas that weren't good. After all, they were just young martial warriors. Even if they were talented, they were limited by their experience. Their ability to absorb the energy from the astral souls was only so the efficiency was relatively low. They still needed the help of a mentor to increase the efficiency. When they reached the level of martial master, they wouldn't need a mentor to guide the astral souls formation anymore. He had been in this line of work for more than 20 years, so he was already extremely familiar with it. He didn't need to put in much effort. As he channeled the energy from the astral souls, he diverted some of his attention to observe the situation of the students in the class. At this moment, at the core of the astral souls formation, there were three vortexes that stood out the most. The spirit vortexes were a special function of the astral souls formation. Within a certain area, the formation could clearly see the cultivation aura of each student, making it convenient for the teacher to teach according to the student's aptitude. These three vortexes belonged to Long Yuxing, who was ranked first, Wan Lixio, who was ranked second, and Yu Moyan, who was ranked third. These three youths were the students that Qin Fangyang was most satisfied with. Even after observing Qin Fangyang's teaching for so many years, the aptitude of these three youths was still considered to be above average. If there were no accidents, these three students would break through to the martial master realm within a few months and reach a higher level. In view of this, it was reasonable for Qin Fangyang to pay special attention to these three students. Moreover, these three names had already been recorded by the higher-ups of Second High. The other meaning of the record was that once these three youths broke through to the level of martial master, they would become the seeds of Second High. Qin Fangyang focused his attention and saw that the astral souls vortexes above their heads had already begun to take shape. Moreover, they were abnormally stable. The surface of their bodies and faces were also beginning to flicker with a lustrous light. This was the perfect manifestation of the astral souls vortexes circulating in the meridians. Not bad, not bad. Qin Fangyang nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he shifted his gaze to the other students in the class. He looked around and vaguely felt that the atmosphere was not right. It was different from before. But what was different? Qin Fangyang looked around again but did not find anything out of the ordinary. However, the feeling that something was not right did not go away. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. When he took a closer look, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. As far as Qin Fangyang could see, at the back of the classroom, at the two most inconspicuous seats, there was a dazzling light of the astral souls vortexes. Its brightness was almost greater than that of the three-seat students at the front. Qin Fangyang focused his attention and looked carefully. He saw that above the astral souls vortexes, there was a vortex that was slowly rotating, attracting the astral souls vortexes. And this astral souls vortexes was even bigger than the number one Long Yuxing's. Below it, a young man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. This Wuxiao, it's him? This fraud. Qin Fangyang was extremely shocked. He was so shocked that his inner qi almost went out of control. The strange astral souls vortexes were actually Zhuoxiaoduo's cultivation vortexes. How was this possible? If he was a prodigy, Qin Fangyang would not be so shocked. However, it was abnormal for a guy who had repeated 5 years to have such a phenomenon. It can't be. Qin Fangyang looked carefully. If he had such talent, he would be a genius. How could he have repeated 5 years? Qin Fangyang was surprised and immediately focused his attention on Zhuoxiaoduo. He saw countless astral souls vortexes pouring into his body like rivers flowing into the sea. However, when the astral souls vortexes entered his body, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no other reaction. This result surprised Qin Fangyang and made him even more puzzled. All the students who were cultivating would have their skin exposed to the air glowing faintly. This was more or less a natural reaction when the astral souls vortexes entered one's body. However, Zhuoxiaoduo, the spiritual energy vortexes above his head were obviously bigger than everyone else's. Even though he was in the worst position and did not have the stone of astral souls to help him cultivate, he was the one who absorbed the most astral souls vortexes. But why was there no fluorescence on his skin? What kind of explanation was this? Could it be that this guy directly ate the astral souls vortexes? Without going through his meridians? Directly digested into his stomach? Qin Fangyang was puzzled. But if he could absorb it like this, why did he repeat a year? The reason why he repeated a year couldn't be because he had diarrhea again, right? Qin Fangyang was confused. Wolf, please recommend me. Chapter 16. On the other side, Zhuoxiaoduo closed his eyes and focused on activating the flame of astral souls. He activated the power of astral souls and absorbed the energy as though he was thirsty. He had already entered a state of oblivion. At this moment, the coolness that was traveling down from his forehead stopped abruptly when it reached his chest. The other coolness entered his head and continued to move slowly along the meridians in his head. Everywhere it passed, it caused Zhuoxiaoduo's mind to become clearer and clearer, and he couldn't help but have the misconception that he'd become much smarter. The coolness circled around his head 3 times before it went down through the meridians in his neck. It then split into 2 and went into his left and right shoulders. It went down his left and right arms until it reached his fingertips. It circled around all the meridians along the way before it went against the flow and flowed back. When it returned to his shoulders, the 2 paths sank at the same time and moved closer to each other. The coolness that was going down merged together and continued to move downward. Correspondingly, the power of astral souls in his dantian suddenly accelerated and went against the flow to meet the coolness. The coolness that was mixed with the power of astral souls from the top and the violent spiritual energy that was activated by the flame of astral souls from the bottom were in Zhuoxiaoduo's meridians. They were like dry firewood that had been set ablaze. The moment they met, they became entangled with each other. The 2 types of auras that had different paths and attributes suddenly converged. It caused Zhuoxiaoduo, who had already entered a state of oblivion, to tremble. His body started to twist violently as if he was having a spasm. White steam rose from his body. Immediately, his internal organs started to vibrate. After a while, Zhuoxiaoduo let out a muffled groan. 2 streams of blood instantly flowed down from his nostrils. At the same time, the power of the astral souls formation seemed to have been summoned. It suddenly rotated and poured most of its power into Zhuoxiaoduo. An even more tyrannical force surged into Zhuoxiaoduo's body. As the power of the astral souls formation increased, the 2 forces in Zhuoxiaoduo's body grew stronger and stronger. When the 2 forces merged into one, they surged through the meridians in his body. Finally, the cool force gradually shrank and attached itself to the fire of the astral souls, returning to his dantian with it. At this point, the cultivation process came to an end. Zhuoxiaoduo, who had recovered from his meditation, took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. He felt that his mind was clear. His entire being exuded a kind of indescribable vigor from the inside out. Comfortable. Zhuoxiaoduo murmured. At this moment, the rest of the students were still in a state of cultivation and had no idea what had just happened. Only Qin Fangyang, who was on the podium, stared at Zhuoxiaoduo for a moment and then closed his eyes again. His expression was calm and tranquil. There was nothing unusual about him. However, in his heart there was a stormy sea. He was inexplicably shocked. Only he, as the head teacher, had seen what had just happened. Zhuoxiaoduo's spiritual vortex had exceeded the limits of everyone in the class. At its highest point, it had even reached the size of half the classroom. Although that extreme state only lasted for a short period of time, Qin Fangyang was sure that he had not seen wrongly. This was the truth. In other words, this Wuxiao duo was a cultivation genius with extraordinary talent. What he had shown in the first class today had far surpassed any of the students he had taught before. However, Qin Fangyang did not show any surprise. He remained silent and suppressed everything in his heart. Another 10 minutes passed. As Qin Fangyang finished cultivating, the array of astral souls was closed. The rest of the students finally woke up one after another, ending the routine cultivation for the afternoon. The students stood up from the futons one by one. They stretched their arms and legs and experienced the cultivation just now. As Wan Lixio stretched her arms and legs, she frowned and murmured, "Why do I feel that the effect of today's cultivation is a little?" She frowned and pondered. She wanted to say something but could not say it. Long Yuxing also frowned. His handsome face was slightly puzzled. Yes, the progress is a little slow. Beside him, the dark-skinned Yu Moyan pursed his lips and did not say anything. He only nodded. Only the three of them felt a little strange. The others did not feel anything. Even when they heard the doubts of the three people, most of them were confused. The little fatty Li Chenglong scratched his head and said, "Is it? Why didn't I feel it? I felt that it was quite smooth." You definitely did not feel anything strange. You were the closest to Wuxiao duo. As the saying goes, one can enjoy the shade under a big tree. Even if you did not deliberately take care of him, the benefit of the astral soul's energy was still much better than usual. Qin Fangyang glanced at the little fatty and coughed. He stood up and said, "Let's go to the martial arts field. The ranking battle will begin tomorrow." Hearing this, all the students stood up with a bang. They were full of fighting spirit. And no less than 10 pairs of eyes looked at Wuxiao duo in unison. Wuxiao duo was a little confused. "Why are you looking at me? Do you want me to tell your fortune?" "Fortune telling? It's more like we want your life. We want to beat you up." Many people said in unison. "We'll satisfy your death-seeking wish." Ha ha ha. When Wuxiao duo and the rest arrived at the open-air martial arts field, all they could see was dragons and tigers leaping. It was bustling with noise and excitement. There were too many young people to take in. They were fighting against each other. At the center of the martial arts field, there was a platform that was more than 10 meters high. There were protrusions on all four sides, and on each of these protrusions, there were people standing. They were the teachers on duty. These 4 teachers were naturally paying attention to the students fighting in the martial arts field below. If there was a situation that might lead to death or injury, they would immediately intervene to stop it. And they were not the only ones in charge of watching. Every class's teacher would be watching the students in their class from the left side. Wuxiao duo had heard of this martial arts field for a long time, but this was the first time he had come here personally. Before this, he had never seen it before. Martial disciples were not qualified to enter the martial arts field. Let's begin. Qin Fangyang held his hands in his sleeves. His expression was as indifferent as before. Unlike the other young instructors who were nervous, Qin Fangyang looked completely relaxed. This was probably the standard state of a wily old fox. Qin Fangyang's indifference was famous in the whole school. Wuxiao duo. Long Yuxing looked at Wuxiao duo with a smile and said, "Didn't you boast about the magic of physiognomy? I'll be your first customer. Take a look and tell me if I'll win this time." Long Yuxing's opponent was Wan Lixio, who was ranked second. Wan Lixio also looked over when she heard this. She said in the same joking tone, "Wuxiao duo, can I also be your customer? I also want to ask if I'll win this competition." Wuxiao duo was stunned, and then he ran the so-called physiognomy in his sea of consciousness. His eyes reflected on the faces of the two people, and he looked back and forth for a moment. "Of course I can tell your fortune. But I have to say first, I can't tell you for free. You have to get something in return." Wuxiao duo looked and said, "This kind of question of winning or losing is really meaningless. But you are my first 2 customers. I can't just push the business away. As long as you are willing to pay, anything is negotiable." "Money?" Wan Lixio suddenly became angry. "You still want money? Hey." Long Yuxing waved his hand and stopped Wan Lixio's outburst. He said in a low voice, "Just tell me how much you want. However, if you want to rely on a little bit of cleverness to amass wealth between us, I can only say that you have read too many novels." Long Yuxing's immature face showed a smile. "I also read novels. The so-called protagonist's plot. Don't think about using it on us." As he said that, he pointed at Wuxiao duo and then at Li Chenglong. The whole class burst into laughter. "We all read novels. Ho ho ho." Wuxiao duo helplessly spread his hands. You make me feel like I'm not the protagonist. Sho. The word protagonist caused a lot of boos. 35 middle fingers were raised neatly and pointed at Zhuoxiao Duo. Among them was the little fatty Li Chenglong. Zhuoxiao Duo looked at Li Chenglong. Little fatty, do you think so too? Li Chenglong, brother Zhua, my dream of being the protagonist was shattered not long before you came. You should learn from the mistakes of others. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Zhuoxiao Duo felt helpless and said straightforwardly, you say it. How much is what you say? You also said that we are classmates. How can I take money from my classmates? Just a little will do. By the way, there is one thing I have to say first. The biggest taboo of fortune-telling is to not accept payment. Fortune-telling is to look at life and death. If you give it away for free, it is equivalent to giving away your life for free. It is not good for you or others. Zhuoxiao's mouth was big, but he was secretly happy. Does that mean I can't take money? Don't you know that sand makes a tower? I am about to die of poverty. Even if it is 10 yuan per person, it is still a lot of money. Don't mention 10 yuan, I am willing to take even a penny. Long Yuxing thought for a moment and said carefully, I will randomly point at 10 people. Before they compete, you will evaluate the wins and losses of these 10 people. If all of them are correct, based on the number of people, you will be given 2 yuan per person. I will pay for this. If you make a mistake, not only will you not get a single yuan, but you will also be beaten up by the 10 of us. How about it? 2 yuan. Zhuoxiao Duo exclaimed, this is 100 times less than I expected. You want to beat me up with only 2 yuan? Just tell me if you will do it or not. Long Yuxing smiled and said, actually you should think like this. Without these 2 yuan you will still be beaten up. Do you think what I said in class was for nothing? Zhuoxiao Duo looked indignant. I will do it. Words are like the wind. It is too late to regret. Student Long is the ceiling of our class. I think you will not go back on your words. Someone's face twitched, but he was really happy in his heart. 2 yuan per person. 10 people would be 20 yuan. 20 yuan. Wasn't he rich? Wasn't he rich? Zhuoxiao Duo became serious and looked at the 10 people Long Yuxing pointed out. First he asked for their names one by one, then asked for their opponents. Only then did he say seriously, Long Yuxing, you are bright and full of confidence, you will win. Wan Lixio, you have bad luck on your face, you will lose for sure. Jia Junwen, you win. Wang Waner, you will lose. Xia Kuangwen, you will lose. Finally, Li Chenglong, you should stop fighting. You are unlucky today. You will definitely lose. On the other side, Qin Fangyang tilted his head slightly. He listened to the discussion and smiled faintly. Long Yuxing laughed and said, I am giving you points. But the others may not. Among the peoples Zhuoxiao Duo pointed out who would win, 3 of them were challengers. They challenged their previous position. Generally speaking, the chances of winning were not very high. Zhuoxiao Duo carefully looked at the faces of his opponents again and said, my words will be verified by time. You will know the result later. By the way, it is not the style of a gentleman to go back on his words. What if Long Yuxing didn't give him the money? He had to make sure that Long Yuxing wouldn't pay. Qin Fangyang ordered, stop fooling around. Start. With a bang the whole class spread out. Zhuoxiao's opponent was the little fatty, Li Chenglong. On the other side, with a loud and clear whistle, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio were already fighting. The moment they started fighting, it was a tyrannical battle. Li Chenglong stretched his neck and laughed, Zhuoxiao Duo, although you are older than me. Yes, so I am stronger than you. That is not necessarily true. Li Chenglong snorted, you want to step on me on the first day. I can only say that you are thinking too much. The next one who will be defeated will be you. Zhuoxiao Duo was about to reply when he felt a fierce wind blowing toward him. Before Li Chenglong finished his last sentence, he had already taken the opportunity to attack. A whip kick swept toward him like an iron rod. Sneak attack. Damn, he actually used this move. Zhuoxiao Duo saw his opponent coming at him aggressively. He shouted strangely and did not show any weakness. He turned sideways and used his completely honed right leg to meet the attack head-on. The 2 legs collided with each other in the air with a loud bang, producing a sound similar to that of iron colliding with each other. Zhuoxiao Duo only felt a pain in his right leg, followed by a slight numbness. It was fine after a little movement. However, Li Chenglong, who was on the opposite side, screamed. He felt as if his calf had hit a steel bar. A piercing pain hit him and he staggered back 7 or 8 steps. His face changed. Why is your leg so hard? Zhuoxiao Duo shook his right leg proudly. Is it hard? It is harder in other parts of my body. These 2 chapters have a lot of introduction, so the word count is more than 1,000. Is it enough? So please recommend me. He stretched out his hand confidently. Give me the recommendation ticket. Chapter 17. Li Chenglong supported himself with one hand and leaped up. Do you think you've won? Just as he leaped up, Zhou Xiaoduo was already in front of him. He swung his right leg and charged forward, aiming a kick at Yi Fuqian's chest. No, what I'm counting is that you've lost. You've been utterly defeated. With a boom, Li Chenglong's body slid out from the ground like he was on a slide. His face was flushed red. Qin Fangyang suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. The winner has been decided. Zhou Xiaoduo wins. At this moment he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a strange look in his eyes. This student who had just joined from the martial disciple class was very unusual. Defeating Li Chenglong in the first battle was not out of Qin Fangyang's expectations. After all, if it wasn't for his cultivation, Hu Ruoyun wouldn't have allowed him to join the class. However, in the short battle just now, Zhou Xiaoduo's battle awareness had been revealed. It was enough to surprise Qin Fangyang. Normally, a warrior who had just finished the martial disciple class would have almost zero battle experience. This was basic knowledge. Ordinary martial disciples were not allowed to fight. This was common knowledge even in big clans and big sections. However, this common knowledge did not apply to Zhou Xiaoduo. He faced Li Chenglong's sneak attack as soon as he came up. Although he pretended to cry out in surprise, his response was not sloppy at all. It was obvious that he was prepared. The battle that followed was even more one-sided. Before Li Chenglong could stand up, Zhou Xiaoduo had already arrived in front of him and attacked. His attack hit Li Chenglong's empty spot. He turned a blind eye to Li Chenglong's defense. It was obvious that he had judged his opponent's possible response after his attack, which was why he was able to succeed in one hit. This kind of battle awareness was not something a newbie could do. How could Qin Fangyang not be surprised? Qin Fangyang looked at the other battles in the field, pondering in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. However, after a short while, all the students who were fighting each other had a clear winner. Long Yuxing walked over arrogantly with a bruise under his left eye. He laughed and said, Zhou Xiaoduo, I've won. I've delivered my share. Behind him, Wan Lixio coldly snorted. But the others may not be able to do as you wish. Long Yuxing smiled and began to call out names. Jia Junwen, Wang Waner, Xia Kuangwen. The people whose names were called out were the ones that Zhou Xiaoduo had commented on before. Jia Junwen, I won. Wang Waner didn't say anything. Xia Kuangwen snorted coldly. An excited voice said, I won. The owner of this voice was Wang Jinshan. This was a brother who had failed to reach the 18th place several times before. This time, it was as if he had the help of God, and he defeated his opponent in one fell swoop. And he was one of the people that Zhou Xiaoduo had said would win. After comparing the 10 people's comments, Long Yuxing was stunned. Wan Lixio was also stunned. Everyone else was also stunned. Even the homeroom teacher, Qin Fangyang, was stunned. Because the results of the comments were all correct. Not a single one was wrong. 36 pairs of eyes looked at Zhou Xiaoduo in unison. Zhou Xiaoduo had a smug look on his face. I've already told you guys that I'm the only successor of the heavenly secret path. I'm a straightforward person, and my words are always accurate. Stop. Long Yuxing had a headache. You don't have to mention the heavenly secret path. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. But you have some tricks up your sleeve. Long Yuxing was only 14 or 15 years old. At this moment he had a puzzled look on his face and he actually looked like a little adult. Long Yuxing was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone in the class was stunned. Everything was correct. Was this real martial arts? Was this really the inheritance of the heavenly secret path? However, looking at Zhou Xiaoduo's smug face, everyone was speechless. He had calculated everything correctly. So what if you're not speechless? Qin Fangyang sighed softly and shook his head. This class of students was still young and inexperienced. They had been fooled by such a little trick. That's right. This group of children was said to be talented and had good cultivation. But in the end, they were just a group of 13 to 16 years old kids. They were a few years younger than Zhou Xiaoduo's comments. Well, even if it was a comment, it was accurate. It was reasonable for him to be smug for a while. However, as the students' eyes gradually turned from surprise to amazement and even admiration, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but say, when warriors fight, The first thing they look at is their opponent's expression and aura to determine their cultivation strength and combat strength. The saying, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious in every battle," is not just empty talk. For people like you who have low cultivation strength and can't hide your strength, it's easy to tell who will win and who will lose. What's so difficult about that? After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Zuoxiao duo not only had far more combat experience than his peers, but his observation skills were also good. With just a glance he could clearly see everyone's strength. This seemed to be possible? Well, it was better to observe more. Tisk. The students who had already expressed their admiration for Zuoxiao's miraculous fortune-telling immediately changed their attitudes when they heard Teacher Qin expose the mystery. They all rolled their eyes and thought that this guy really had some ability, but in the end, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiao, and Yu Moyan looked at each other but didn't say anything. Little fatty Li Chenglong, who was still ranked last, also narrowed his eyes and looked at Zuoxiao duo thoughtfully. Long Yuxing took out 20 yuan without hesitation and said, "Here you go. No matter what method you use to win the bet, it's your ability. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. This time you win." Zuoxiao duo didn't hold back at all. He took the money with a whoosh and a smile on his face. "Thank you, boss. Boss, you're so generous. Boss, come often." Then, with a swoosh, he stuffed the money into his trouser pocket at lightning speed. Long Yuxing's hand stopped in midair, and he was once again stunned. "We're all classmates. You don't even need to be courteous? If you said you didn't need it, I could have just taken it back. Let's just treat it as a joke. This 20 yuan is my pocket money for this week." If someone who was familiar with Zuoxiao duo was here, they would definitely say, "You're thinking too much." Courteous? Zuoxiao duo had never been courteous when it came to money. After a long time, Long Yuxing raised his hand and scratched his head. He was still a little confused. Wan Lixio blinked and suddenly said, "Zuoxiao duo, if we have to go on missions in the future, I can team up with you." Yu Moyan nodded calmly and said, "Me too." Long Yuxing coughed and said, "Brother Xiao duo and I are friends through gambling. I've even paid for it." She actually called him brother. The other classmates also opened their mouths, including little fatty Li Chenglong. They all expressed their warm welcome to Zuoxiao duo. Although a certain someone's physiognomy was exposed by Teacher Qin, his strength was also proven. It was obvious that another big shot in the class was about to rise. It was necessary to build a good relationship with him. Moreover, Zuoxiao's observation skills were a necessary talent in any team. Qin Fangyang saw it and remembered it in his heart. Well, there were a total of 13 people who spoke. They were quite smart and could even be considered smart. They could almost determine the value of the classmates around them at the first moment. It was a welcome to the strong and talented. These 13 people were very smart. Even if they were in a dangerous situation in the future, they could use all the resources around them to get through it. At least their ability to protect themselves was stronger. As for the others, Qin Fangyang looked at the other 22 people who were either indifferent or too embarrassed to speak. He couldn't help but sigh. In the future, when they reached the martial master realm or higher and needed to go on missions, it was necessary to remind these children's teachers and parents not to go on missions if possible. Even if they changed careers and became ordinary people, they would have a better future than continuing to be a martial artist. Otherwise, they could easily lose their lives. What kind of development would a person who turned a blind eye to other people's abilities and strengths develop? Was life more important than face to those who couldn't lower their faces to make friends with the strong and the talented? Although this was a normal training ground, who would save you if you didn't make friends under normal circumstances? Let's continue. The winner will start sprinting to a higher position. Qin Fangyang ordered coldly. At the same time, in another realm, Zuoxiaoyan finished her training for the day. Wearing a snow-white training suit, she went to her office. "Master, does anyone else know the time and place of my breakthrough?" Zuoxiaoyan asked. Opposite Zuoxiaoyan was a beautiful woman in a palace dress who was also wearing a snow-white robe. Just by sitting there, she was like a snow lotus on an ice mountain, untainted by even a speck of dust. She didn't look old, but this kind of strong person's age couldn't be measured by her appearance. Cold and noble, she couldn't be looked at directly. The beautiful woman opposite her heard Zuoxiaoyan's question and looked back indifferently. She said, "There are only 3 people in this world. You, me, and your junior sister." Zuoxiaoyan frowned. "But I suspect that the news has been leaked." The woman in the palace dress frowned, and a sharp light shot out from her eyes. "What happened?" Zuoxiaoyan took a deep breath and said, Someone already knows that it's the star weapon gold crystal, and the timing matches. Oh. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't say anything. The woman in the palace dress, Mu Yanyan, stood up. Her slender figure was at least 1.75 meters tall. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan. You can't say? Yes, I can't say. But the news is confirmed and there's no doubt about it, Zhuo Xiaoyan said. Mu Yanyan didn't pursue the matter. She was familiar with her disciple's character. Since she couldn't say it, it was useless even if she was beaten to death. With the same reason the news had really been leaked. There was no doubt about it. She slowly paced 2 steps and said softly, "It seems that the news has really been leaked?" Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't say anything. Mu Yanyan didn't hesitate. She picked up her phone and quickly dialed a number. 2 minutes. Come to my office. Recommendation ticket. Chapter 18. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Mu Yanyan stood side by side in the office. They had the same outfit and the same coldness, like 2 blooming snow lotuses. The only difference was that Mu Yanyan gave people a kind of coldness and arrogance, while Zhuo Xiaoyan was spotless and clean. When looking at Mu Yanyan, she naturally kept people 1,000 miles away. Once people got close to her, they would be frozen and the coldness was oppressive. But Zhuo Xiaoyan gave people the feeling that she was ashamed of her inferiority and did not dare to go forward. Even if it was just 1 step forward, it would taint the clean air around the ferry. After a moment, Mu Yanyan raised her wrist. It was a delicate little watch, bright red, like a drop of blood on her wrist. 7 seconds left. Mu Yanyan said. Bang. The office door was suddenly pushed open and a girl rushed in. Master, what's the matter? Senior Sister Nian is also here. The girl had short hair and a delicate appearance. Yes, delicate. Her eyes, nose, eyebrows, mouth and ears, every part of her revealed the word, delicate. She was like a porcelain carefully polished by a spiritual craftsman, perfect and flawless. Coupled with a small suit and jeans, revealing her snow-white ankles, she looked refreshed and nimble. The girl rushed in with a bunch of car keys hanging on her finger. Master, you really know how to pick the time. I was racing on the road just now and when I heard your call, I had to throw the car away and rush back. How is it? I'm not late, right? The short-haired girl panted, poured herself a glass of water and drank it up. A drop of water flowed down the corner of her mouth, slid over her delicate collarbone and fell into the abyss. Can you do something serious? Mu Yanyan was exasperated with her little disciple. What else do you know except playing every day? Racing. You really can do it. You can fly in the sky and chase airplanes, but you still go racing. Do you have nothing better to do, or do you want to annoy people? The delicate girl wiped her mouth and jumped over. She held Mu Yanyan's arm and began to shake and act coquettishly. Oh master, I'm just playing around. In a person's life, cultivation is not the only thing. Don't you think so, senior sister? He said to Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan said faintly, in my life there is only one thing, cultivation. I don't have much time left. How boring. The short-haired girl threw herself onto the sofa and stretched out her 2 well-proportioned long legs. Her whole body spread out on the sofa. This feels so good. Meng Qinyu. Mu Yanyan's face suddenly turned cold. Stand up. Stand properly. I have something to ask you. The delicate girl Meng Qinyu suddenly stood up. Standing perfectly straight, she carefully said, Master, you. As the saying goes, one can understand the meaning of the music by listening to it. The delicate young girl heard her master's unkind tone, so how could she not know that something big had happened? She no longer dared to laugh. Mu Yanyan's face was as calm as water. The matter of your senior sister breaking through, who did you tell? Hearing this, Meng Qinyu suddenly froze. But Mu Yanyan shouted in a deep voice. I did not tell anyone. Meng Qinyu anxiously said, such an important matter, how could I casually speak of it? Mu Yanyan's face was calm, and her eyes shone with a sharp cold light. Are you sure? Her voice suddenly became much lower. In the air, an unprecedented sense of oppression suddenly rose. Meng Qinyu's face was calm. She seriously thought about it and finally said word by word, yes, Qinyu is completely sure. I have never mentioned it to anyone. Mu Yanyan did not relax and continued to pursue. Everything related, any topic. Meng Qinyu took a deep breath. Yes. Everything related, any topic. Mu Yanyan faintly said, but this information has already been leaked. You did not say it and I did not say it. Your senior sister would definitely not seek her own death. Then, how did this information get leaked? This. Meng Qinyu blinked a few times like a spirit. With a sullen face she said, I really do not know how it got leaked. Mu Yanyan's eyes were like lightning. Look into my eyes and speak. Meng Qinyu raised her head, feeling wronged. Looking into Mu Yanyan's eyes, she raised her right hand. Master, I swear to the heavens that it really was not me. Here, I definitely did not leak a single bit of information. If there is even half a lie, the heavens will abandon me. Mu Yanyan's face was calm as her cold eyes stared at Meng Qinyu's face. Meng Qinyu stared at Mu Yanyan without blinking. After a long time Mu Yanyan faintly said, All right. Since it was not you, then forget it. There is no need for such a heavy oath. However, the time and place of your senior sister's breakthrough will need to be rediscussed. Yes, master. Meng Qinyu immediately recovered her initial liveliness. Like a deer, she jumped over and hugged Zhu Xiaoyan's shoulder. Laughing, she said, Elder sister Xiaoyan and I are like sisters. We are so close that we are almost one person. How could such an important matter be leaked? Master, if this was the ancient era, I would have planned to share a husband with her. Zhu Xiaoyan's cold expression did not change. With some disgust, she removed Meng Qinyu's hand from her shoulder. Snorting, she said, If the two of us share a husband, I fear that when you grow old, you will still be a virgin. Meng Qinyu became furious. What about me? Where am I not good? Why am I being looked down upon? Even a training maniac like you can be married off. How am I lacking compared to you? Zhu Xiaoyan faintly said, You are small. Meng Qinyu, Zhu Xiaoyan looked up and said, You are flat. Meng Qinyu, Zhu Xiaoyan smirked and said, You are dark. Meng Qinyu. Zhu Xiaoyan, also you are uglier than me. Meng Qinyu. Zhu Xiaoyan, look at yourself. Your entire body is like a stick. Up and down you are perfectly straight. You are truly too tall. If a man were to look for you, it would be better to feel his own chest. This honest and straightforward statement was like a heavy blow to Meng Qinyu's head. The delicate girl could be considered to have been completely defeated. Meng Qinyu retreated a few steps. With a face full of despair, she collapsed on the sofa. Covering her face, she screamed, Master, I don't want to live anymore. Unless you beat this venomous woman to death. Who would believe it? Who would believe that the so-called beautiful, intelligent, and fairy-like Zhu Xiaoyan, my senior sister, would actually have such a venomous tongue? Mu Yanyan turned around and returned to her seat. She shouted, Zhu Xiaoyan, that's enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Your junior sister is still young. She still has a chance to develop. Woo-woo. Meng Qinyu leapt up, covered her face with tears and ran away. Senior sister was like that, master was like that. With nothing left to live for, they could only rely on external things. Such as racing? She left. Zhu Xiaoyan said. It wasn't her. Mu Yanyan said in a low voice, I just used the cold moon mirror heart technique to observe. Indeed, I did not lie. Zhu Xiaoyan pursed her lips, but did not continue for a long time. Are you still worried about her? Mu Yanyan asked. Zhu Xiaoyan faintly said, It's not that I'm worried, it's just that I don't want any mishaps to occur. If it was because I was not prepared enough, that would be fine, but if it was because... It won't happen. Mu Yanyan said, You can be at ease. When the time comes, I will invite a few good friends over. At the very least, there will be 4 nascent soul protectors. In Phoenix City, there will be absolutely no mishaps. Zhu Xiaoyan said, Many thanks, Master. But Master, when the time comes, the breakthrough location. Mu Yanyan said, Now we are not sure of the breakthrough location. The previous one will be cancelled. We will choose again. The new location is not fixed for the time being. Everything will be done randomly. Okay. If we are not sure directly, that means we don't even know. Outsiders have no way to know, Mu Yanyan said slowly, after the explanation. Mu Yanyan casually asked, Are you going home today? Yes, Master. If you ask me, you really don't need to go home every day. Mu Yanyan said, Your cultivation has reached the current peak. The most important thing during this period of time is to calm your mind. Alas, speaking of calming my mind, only when I am with my parents can I really calm my mind. Zhu Xiaoyan smiled and said, Master, the news about my family has been completely blocked, right? What level has it been blocked to? Mu Yanyan said, When you walked through the thorny road in the past, I had already reported your family information to the A-level secret. This time, when you are about to cross the yin and yang world, I have reported your family information to the S-level secret. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded and said, Master, if I fail to break through, I hope that this level can last for 60 years. You will not fail. I need your guarantee, Master. Okay, I guarantee it. Zhou Xiaoyan took a few steps and seemed to be about to leave. But when she reached the door, she turned her head and said, Master, there is one more thing. You don't have to help me investigate my real background. Mu Yanyan, why? Zhou Xiaoyan said calmly, Now I am very satisfied. I don't want other news to break my peaceful life now. What's more, if I want to investigate in the future, I can continue. After the breakthrough, I will have more time and money, right? The collection and recommendation tickets are increasing so slowly. Brothers, I really want to have a surprise. Can you please help me? Chapter 19. Mu Yanyan's cold eyes looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's face. Slowly, her eyes became as cold as snow. Xiaoyan, you must remember that your lifespan is much longer than ordinary people. Don't touch the barrier of love. Once you touch it, it will not be a good thing for you or your family. Zhou Xiaoyan smiled faintly, Master, don't worry. The people I care about the most are my family. I will not do anything to harm them. Mu Yanyan smiled and waved her hand, Go. Zhou Xiaoyan left. Mu Yanyan looked at the door where Zhou Xiaoyan left. After a long time, her eyes changed and she was in a daze. If back then, I cared about my family like Xiaoyan did, what would it be? In life, only when you lose something will you know regret. Only then will you know what you should care about. Only then will you know that back then I didn't care at all. Mu Yanyan sighed softly, I hope Xiaoyan can always protect her family. When Mu Yanyan accepted Zhou Xiaoyan as a disciple, she saw this point. At that time, several sects wanted to accept Zhou Xiaoyan as a disciple. They gave her countless benefits, and the only condition was to abandon her family and enter the Tao. But Zhou Xiaoyan refused. She was not willing to leave her parents no matter what. And Mu Yanyan was grateful for this point. For her disciple, she gave up her secluded cultivation and came to Phoenix City to teach Zhou Xiaoyan. What I lost back then, my disciple can't lose it again. There are too few girls who can be so persistent. So I will accept this disciple. I will do everything I can to make sure my disciple does not repeat my mistakes. Zhou Xiaoyan walked out of the door. She saw a sports car parked on the side of the road. In the driver's seat, if it was not Meng Qinyu, then it was that person. Senior sister, Xiaoyan. Come, I will give you a ride. Go your way. Meng Qinyu jumped out of the car. Senior sister, I have a bottle of top-quality marrow cleansing pills. Look. Get in. Zhou Xiaoyan got in. Okay. Meng Qinyu jumped back into the driver's seat. With a bang, the sports car began to move. Like a cannonball, it shot forward with a whoosh. Stop. Qin Fangyang called out. There were not many people left in the martial arts gym. Now it was Zhou Xiaoduo who was challenging the 29th place. Of the 6 people in front of him, Zhou Xiaoduo fought his way up like a madman. He was covered in cuts and bruises, but he still continued to challenge. He was no longer fighting for a ranking. Instead, he was fighting for his life to advance. After every battle, he would show signs of exhaustion and no longer have the strength to fight. However, after a short rest, he would propose the next challenge. Since I've won, since I'm qualified, of course I'll challenge the position in front of me. Now Zhou Xiaoduo was up against Xie Kuangguan. This was not the first time they had fought. They had fought 3 times and every time, Zhou Xiaoduo was beaten to the ground. His body was so swollen that it was unbearable to look at. But he still wanted to fight. Even Qin Fangyang did not expect this result. This guy who looked like a slick person actually had guts. It was a trend of as long as there's a breath left, the battle will not stop. But if he continued to fight like this, it was inevitable that his foundation would be damaged. Originally, he wanted to see how far Zhou Xiaoduo could go, so he deliberately observed 2 more rounds. According to the rules, when Zhou Xiaoduo was beaten for the first time, he should have called for a stop. In fact, it was not only Qin Fangyang. None of the students present had expected this guy who called himself a fraud to be so daring. He was simply a man who risked his life. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo was secretly feeling good. Just when Long Yuxing finished the bet and paid the $20, and the $20 fell into Zhou Xiaoduo's hand, a cool feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if it fell from the sky but also as if it came out of nowhere. Duo only felt that the mysterious area between his eyebrows was suddenly filled with this cool feeling. A part of the cool feeling was emitted from the mysterious area bit by bit and entered his meridians. The carefree feeling was indescribable. Not only did he instantly feel 100 times more energetic, but it also made Zhuo's cultivation level improve by a lot. The other part was directly stored in the mysterious area. It was at the bottom. Half a drop? Duo could clearly feel that as long as he collected a drop, this drop of spiritual liquid would enter his eye with just a thought. He could use it to see the life and death of a person for the next 3 months. But he clearly saw the faces of 10 people and earned 10 sets of fortune. Why did he only get half a drop of spiritual liquid? Shouldn't he give a drop for each person he saw? Duo was pleasantly surprised and depressed at the same time. He was pleasantly surprised that he seemed to have found a way to quickly improve himself. He also vaguely understood how to use this ability. He was depressed because he clearly saw the faces of 10 people. Why did he only get half a drop? What could he do with it? How stingy. However, Zhuo's attitude was very quickly corrected. His so-called fortune-telling this time was really like what Mr. Qin said. He used his own experience and eyesight as a reference. Moreover, it was mostly a joke. It really couldn't be considered fortune-telling. It was already good enough to get half a drop. Since the cool feeling entered his body and spread, Duo also clearly felt the changes in his meridians. Therefore he chose to fight endlessly. This was an opportunity, a chance, a miracle given by God. However, to completely turn this opportunity into strength, he still needed to fight and completely integrate it into himself. Only then could it be considered a complete opportunity. No matter how amazing a treasure was, if he didn't think of a way to digest and absorb it as much as possible after it entered his meridians, it would only be consumed by the body's metabolism and the benefits would be greatly reduced. If he wanted to completely absorb it, fighting, practicing, and moving around was the only way. Everyone saw Zhuo's desperate attitude and thought that it was because he was overly obsessed with winning or losing. They didn't think that this guy was actually digesting the food. Duo was fighting. He was knocked down again and again, got up again and again, fought again and again, charged again and again, that even if he was drenched in blood, even if his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, he was still full of fighting spirit. The more he fought, the braver he became. Gradually, even the 4 instructors on the high platform noticed this student who had been defeated time and time again. All 4 of them were moved by this. This kid is not bad. He's full of guts. At the side of the martial arts field, Ruoyun quietly stood under a tree and quietly watched Duo fight again and again, getting injured again and again, getting knocked down again and again, but getting up again and again. Her lips were tightly pursed and her eyes were red. It was as if he was watching his stupid child wake up from his stupor one day, and desperately chase after his lost youth in order to catch up with him. That kind of urgency, that kind of burning passion. Duo, you can do it. Ruoyun muttered to herself. Behind her, behind the school building's window, Li Changjiang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the field, his wife and a certain kid further away. That it was finally over. The way the whole class looked at Duo had already undergone a complete change. Everyone including Qin Fangyang felt the same way. This kind of effort, this kind of attitude, this kind of fearlessness of death, it made everyone respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Even Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu, who wanted to teach Duo a lesson at the beginning, quietly dispelled the idea. Such a person was destined to become a strong person. On the first day of class transfer he jumped 6 seats. It wasn't just shocking, it was simply terrifying. Rest and recuperate for an hour. While you're at it. Qin Fangyang called out, Li Chenglong, tell everyone about the history of the continent. Yes. Duo was puzzled. He didn't know why Mr. Qin asked this guy to talk about history. Even if Mr. Qin didn't do it himself, he should have asked an outstanding student who ranked higher in the class. Why did he ask someone who ranked last? Well, after an afternoon of hard work, Duo had officially left the last place in the class, and Li Chenglong had returned to the bottom. At this time, Long Yuxing quietly came over and explained in a low voice, although Li Chenglong's cultivation is the weakest, his encyclopedic memory is second to none even in the entire second middle school. He also has a photographic memory. He only needs to read once to memorize all the books in the book. If we don't understand something, we will ask him first. It's more convenient to ask him than to ask the teacher. He knows a lot of things that the teacher doesn't know. He's really good. Zhuo's expression changed. This ability was super powerful. Even if his cultivation was not enough, It was a great blessing to have such an ability to know everything. Back in the classroom. Qin Fangyang pressed a switch. In an instant, transparent glass hung down from the doors and windows, sealing the entire classroom. The next moment, a thick milky white mist began to flow out from the four walls, enveloping all the students. This was a type of energy that could be used to replenish the energy used in the previous sparring sessions. It could also be used to effectively heal the students' injuries. Zhuo Duo only felt a comfortable energy surging into his body from the countless pores all over his body. It was really comfortable and delightful. The swelling all over his body quietly disappeared under the cover of this mysterious white mist. This is great. The treatment of the warrior class is really good. I really love it here. Zhuo Duo was secretly delighted. While enjoying himself, he worked hard to circulate his energy and absorb the mist. The feeling was like soaking in a hot spring in winter and drinking a cup of tonic tea. His whole body was warm and comfortable from the inside out. At this time, the little fatty Li Chenglong walked up to the podium leisurely. Zhuo Duo looked over and realized that this brat had changed his clothes not long after entering the classroom. He was wearing a suit and leather shoes and even had a tie on. His hair was also shiny and glossy. Damn, he actually had a slick-back hairstyle. He looked like a teacher. My classmates, I gave up the May Day holiday to write my story. My wife is already beating me up. Why aren't you giving me a few recommendation tickets? Zhang Ziyan thought to himself. Chapter 20. At this moment, Li Chenglong was standing proudly on the podium. He held a pointer in his hand and tapped it on the podium, looking very stylish. Students? The little fatty began his lesson. He was not nervous at all and was full of calmness. It seemed that this was not his first time doing this. Next is Teacher Li's lesson time. You can enjoy your recovery while listening to my lesson. Remember to pay attention. Yes, Teacher Li does not know how to read people's faces, nor does he have the ability to discern victory or defeat. He also does not know how to boast. I am just an ordinary student who knows a little more than everyone else. As soon as the little fatty finished speaking, a burst of low laughter sounded from the audience. It lasted for a long time. The corner of Zhuo mouth twitched. This kid is asking for a beating. He is clearly taking revenge on me for knocking him down just now. Making fun of me as soon as he got on the podium. He is not magnanimous enough. But you don't know how magnanimous this Master Zhuo is. That's for making fun of me. Just you wait. Back to the topic. The little fatty seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only was he calm, but he even seemed to be a little calm. Speaking of history, we must first introduce our continent. The history of our continent of astral souls is so long that it is untraceable. It is blasphemous to simply use years to classify it. Therefore, we can only use the countless clues left behind by our ancestors to deduce what happened in each period. Of course, this is too difficult, too complicated, and too unfathomable for you. But for a genius like me, it is as easy as flipping my hand. The little fatty boasted. Without waiting for the audience to boo, he continued, Now, let me explain in detail. Zhuo Duo, don't think that you can glare at me just because you've won today. Although you're older than me and your battle awareness is better than mine, do you believe that I can chase you out with a single sentence right now? Now, immediately, smile at me with a flattering expression. The crowd roared with laughter. While Zhuo Duo was dumbfounded, he hurriedly tried his best to put on a fawning expression like a lackey. He nodded and bowed. Greetings, Teacher Li. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Li. You're awesome. Teacher Li is like a heifer as a sword immortal. Li Chenglong nodded his head reservedly. Sit down and pay attention in class. That's a good kid who works hard every day. Teacher Li praised you verbally once. Zhuo Duo, you must not have received any praise for repeating 5 years, right? Do you feel a surge of emotions? The whole class roared with laughter again, rocking back and forth with laughter. Zhuo Duo put on a fake smile and said, Yes, I'm overwhelmed with emotions. Teacher Li, there seems to be a ranking competition tomorrow. Li Chenglong shuddered and glared. Start the lecture. Qin Fangyang nodded secretly. Even if it was difficult for Li Chenglong to make further progress in his cultivation in the future, he would definitely be a good teacher. Just the way he opened his mouth to warm up the atmosphere and attract everyone's attention was already extraordinary. Not to mention he even specially pointed out a person to coordinate with him, complementing each other perfectly. It was truly wonderful. Of course, the harmonious atmosphere was thanks to the cooperation of another person. It was rare that Zhuo Duo, who was older than all the students in the class, did not put on airs and cooperated seamlessly. With the class warming up to such an extent, the following content would definitely be remembered very clearly. It would not be strange to say that it would be unforgettable for the rest of his life. The continent of astral souls is vast. No one knows exactly how big it is. Little Fatty's voice became serious. In ancient times, there was a powerful person who we call Godfather. Godfather opened up this space, which is the so-called creation of heaven and earth. Then he created life out of nothing, and even created everything in the continent of astral souls. This is also the origin of the continent of astral souls. After Godfather created the world, he left this place to pursue the heavenly axiom, leaving behind only a primitive era. However, as to how long this era lasted, it is impossible to know. It belongs to an era without any clues, so I won't go into details here. After the primitive era, it was the legendary prehistoric era. Little Fatty paused and said in a low voice, although I can't prove it, but according to my research, I've come to a conclusion. During that period of time, humans must have been struggling to survive and huddled together for warmth. Then, experts appeared, sects appeared, and then various almighties appeared. Just by inferring this point, it is not enough to reach the apex. However, I also inferred that these people should have huddled together to fight against the heavens, against the earth, against the monsters and beasts, against the living environment, and even against the cruel atmosphere. However, in the end there were disputes. It is also because of this that the primitive era evolved into the prehistoric era. There must be a reason behind this, but the reason is still difficult to verify because of the long time. It is limited to speculation. But our time does not allow me to finish these speculations, so I won't say it. Next, let's talk about the prehistoric era. Humans in different regions gave themselves a tribe title and a name. Then they had leaders and powerful people. The most powerful people were called saints. A few saints led their own tribes and occupied a region. They regulated the world, set rules, recuperated, and developed their own sections. For a period of time, although there were disputes on the continent, it was still considered peaceful. It can be considered as the golden age after the primitive era. Next, it was the immortal era. Powerful people from various sects came out in large numbers, and their ambitions grew bigger and bigger. They intended to encroach on other territories and other tribes. Thus they began to fight. One established the heavenly court, the other established the underworld. One managed the people of heaven, the other managed the reincarnation of souls. Yes, there were other organizations that also appeared and fought. After a great war of the century, both sides suffered losses. They licked their wounds and recuperated. Because of this, the immortal era finally came to an end. Li Chenglong said, "Let's be brief here. There must be a lot of gratitude and grudges as well as power struggles and so on. Only that battle was truly too tragic, and it caused the vitality of both sides to be greatly damaged, causing them to be unable to continue." According to ancient records, one of the more reliable theories. Little Fatty pondered and said, probably after that war, the 8 great sects did not want to be in the same continent as each other. So, the powerful people in the sects joined forces and forcefully separated the continent. With their own bases as the origin, they drifted away in the starry sky and disappeared. However, there is another theory. An expert forcefully suppressed all the sections. However, that expert did not have much time left after the continuous battles. Fearing that there would be more trouble after his death, that expert used up his remaining lifespan to erupt with a power that surpassed his own limits. He split the continent and drove out the 8 sects that were fighting endlessly. They were allowed to wander in the starry sky and were not allowed to return. Everyone listened attentively. Zhou Xiaoduo was even more shocked. He more or less knew this knowledge, but it was far from being as systematic as what Little Fatty said. This is probably the biggest turning point in the history of the entire continent of astral souls. Little Fatty sighed and continued, with the end of the era of immortals, what came next was the era of dynasties, the era of low martial arts for cultivators. Because of the war between immortals and immortals, the people were in a terrible situation. Countless forces and sects were reduced to ashes, and powerful people were killed or injured. After the 8 great sects left, there were almost no systematic cultivation legacies left in the mortal world. Without a higher mental cultivation method, the martial artists turned their cultivation to the direction of physical training. However, even if this cultivation was practiced to the extreme, they could at most fight against 10,000 people. But if they did not cultivate their spirit, it would be difficult for them to live forever. Their lifespan would at most be a few hundred years. During this period, some immortals and immortals' legacies appeared from time to time. These people often boasted of being immortals and left many traces in history. But in the eyes of today's people, it was just a joke. During this period of feudal dynasties, the strength of cultivators was unprecedentedly low. But as the dynasties changed, illusions rose and disappeared, and those that were separated for a long time must be united, and those that were united for a long time must be divided. This provided a stage for countless heroes to show themselves. Little fatty Li Chenglong's eyes were a little distant and he said softly, after the era of dynasties, it was the era of technology that was closer to ours. I think everyone is familiar with the so-called technology. The mobile phones, telephones, computers, and even planes and trains in our hands. These can be called the unique products of the era of technology. It was also in the era of technology, but for the earlier era of immortals and gods and the prehistoric era, it turned from a legend to a myth, and it became more and more unverifiable, untrustworthy, and untraceable. No one would believe that a man could soar in the sky with his own strength, no one would believe that a man could move mountains and fill seas, and even more so, no one would believe that a man could live forever. Everything about the high-level cultivators has been overturned. The power of technology allowed a man to travel around the world without expending any effort. He could also take down a martial artist with a single shot, and he would not have to worry about being attacked. Then what was the use of cultivation? In that era, humans had long forgotten that the enemy of mankind was never human beings, but the heavens, the earth, the firmament, the universe, and the laws of all things. So now we call the era of technology the era of martial arts destruction. At this point, little fatty took a few deep breaths and then said dejectedly, then the continuous development of the era of technology caused the ecological resources of the continent to be depleted bit by bit, until they were finally exhausted. Because of the countless technological waste that destroyed the environment, the continent could not bear the burden. In the end, it finally reached the era of martial arts destruction. When technology was at its peak, the entire continent was filled with skyscrapers and cities. At that time, there was no such thing as the so-called suburbs, and the spiritual energy in the continent of astral souls became thinner and thinner. Cultivation was like a fantasy. But at that time, meteors suddenly appeared one day and countless planets in the universe exploded. Countless meteors crashed into the continent of astral souls day and night. A fragment of a meteor the size of a fist, falling from the boundless sky, could instantly destroy a village. Not to mention a meteor the size of a small mountain, falling from the sky like a mountain. That meteor shower continued for 300 years, a whole 300 years. If it was an ordinary meteor, with the development of technology at that time, it would not have been difficult to stop it. But with the power of the heavens and earth, which encompassed the entire continent, it was completely useless. And the ordinary people of the continent did not have the strength or physique to resist. A tremor was enough to kill millions of people in an instant. In the end, the entire continent, which had a population of tens of billions, was wiped out. The continent withered and life was difficult to find. This was the period of destruction. This was the bitter fruit of hundreds of years of the technological era, and everyone in the continent had to taste it together. Li Chenglong took a deep breath. Finally, the heavens took pity on us. They could not bear to see the complete extinction of human civilization, and left us with the opportunity to rise again. The era of spiritual energy revival followed. After the period of destruction, human habitation was so rare that it was terrifying. Deserted areas could be seen everywhere. And the meteor shower not only wiped out the entire continent's population, but it also dealt a devastating blow to the environment and economy. It became a difficult task for humans to survive. Fortunately, at this time, people realized that the continent's environment was very different from before. The originally thin spiritual energy became denser. It turned out that the meteors that fell from the universe were all wrapped in abundant spiritual energy. Many of them even contained star spirit stones, which constantly emitted spiritual energy. They were miraculous objects that aided cultivators. And those star spirit stones could be seen everywhere. They could be found all over the continent, in all the oceans and lakes. After all, they had been pouring out for 300 years. It would be strange if there were fewer of them. Yes, these star spirit stones are what we now call the astral soul stone. At this point, Zhou Xiaoduo nodded slowly. So this was the origin of the astral soul stone. After the great cataclysm, the surviving humans rose from the ruins and resumed production and life. Some people continued to study science and technology, But there are also people who, by chance, discover that the spirit chi emitted by the star spirit stone can be used to nourish the body. There are also a few martial arts inheritors who use it to cultivate martial arts. However, the utilization of the star spirit stones was not very high at that time. Even if they were occasionally used to cultivate martial arts, it was not very effective due to the decline of martial arts inheritances. After hundreds of years, human society has once again returned to the trajectory of the era of science and technology. The newly developed technology can already resist the bombardment of meteorites that have yet to stop. Another earth-shattering change is imminent. Of the 8 continents that had been separated in the early years, 2 suddenly returned from space and connected with the astral soul's continent. This huge change caused the entire continent to shake, the seas to churn, giant waves to rise to the sky, the entire continent to quake, and countless mountains to the bottom of the sea in an instant. Human civilization suffered a great blow once again. As for the 2 sects that returned, they were 2 great opposing sects back then. One of them felt that the existing humans had occupied their original territory, and wanted to kill all humans in the astral soul's continent to restore their former glory. To put it bluntly, they were just jealous of this spirit realm that had been baptized by countless meteors. The humans used high-tech weapons to resist, but they found that the so-called guns were useless in front of these people. The so-called weapons of mass destruction were destroyed before they could be used. A mocking smile appeared on little Fatty's face. When humans see the enemy walking over in a long robe while thousands of people on our side are shooting madly with machine guns and cannons, the enemy doesn't even move a muscle. When the enemy casually slaughters tens of thousands of people, when the so-called advanced weapons that can destroy heaven and earth can't hurt the enemy at all. When we see the enemy sitting on top of the mushroom cloud with a mocking smile on his face, we finally understand that the path that humans have taken these years has been wrong. Very wrong. It was also at that time that the humans finally realized that there was no power more reliable than the supreme power that they themselves possessed. No matter how advanced technology is, when the person involved is just a weak ant, there is no chance of luck against the strong. It turns out that a person's strength can really fight against natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanoes, and even tsunamis. Father gave us a body and wisdom that could be cultivated to the extreme, but we did not cherish it at all. Instead, we used it to reap without sowing, and used it to take advantage of opportunities. The little Fatty sighed sadly. This mistake has been wrong for so many years. Fortunately, there were 2 factions that returned together. One faction showed the ambition to completely destroy the native humans as soon as they descended, and the other faction may not have had the same intention at first. However, the other faction's overall strength was not as good as the previous faction, so they chose to join forces with the humans, pass down the martial arts seed, and started a long battle of life and death with the other faction. Stop. When the little Fatty said this, Qin Fangyang, who had been standing at the side, suddenly interrupted and said indifferently, "Cut off the next part. With your current cultivation you are not qualified to know more." The little Fatty nodded. Yes, this is the budding period of our current era. Yes, or rather, the second budding period. Next is the period we are in now, the period of high martial arts. We received the cultivation inheritance from one of the factions that returned, and after many years of development, human experts emerged one after another, and gradually began to walk the path of the strong. Martial arts and technology are equal, or rather, the path of cultivation is supported by technology. For example, the white mist that was cast on your body just now to heal your injuries and recover your strength is based on the energy of the astral soul stone, supplemented by mechanical adjustments, and controlled to suit everyone's current state. Li Chenglong's face was serious. Partners, do you know now that we are still on the edge of survival? The strength of the enemy is not something we can understand at our current level. Countless strong people are now guarding the border day and night, or on the peak of the snow mountain, or on the island, or in the waves, or... The little Fatty pointed above his head. Above the 9th heaven. Perhaps one day we will wake up and this city we are in will no longer exist. Or one day we will sleep and in our dreams, everything will be over. This is our current era of high martial arts. There are incomparably strong enemies outside, unimaginably strong forces, or they have already infiltrated our side. Or they are in our homes. Furthermore, the meteors in the starry sky universe are still falling. Of the 8 continents that were exiled, only 2 have returned. The others may not have perished in the universe and they may still return at any time. When that time comes, it will still be a world-ending catastrophe. Our city is only protected by strong people, which diverts the falling meteors and causes them to fall into the wasteland. That is why we are safe and sound. As the little fatty said this, he glanced at Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang nodded slightly. Li Chenglong stood up straight. Teacher Li will stop here for this lesson. Students, do you have any questions? Zhou Xiaoduo, do you understand? Zhou Xiaoduo raised his right hand. Teacher Li, I understand. Li Chenglong nodded with satisfaction. If you understand, it means that everyone understands. I'm very gratified and happy. It can be confirmed that the general framework of this book will start from this chapter. Because it is all introductions to the settings, there are no separate chapters. One chapter is enough. Moreover, I'm not sure if I have missed anything. Perhaps this chapter will be revised in the future. Then I'm so tired. Big chapter, please recommend it. I never look at things that are 2 steps away from me. After hearing this, Qin Fangyang immediately had black lines on his forehead. You short-sighted thing, what are you so proud of? Who gave you the courage to be proud? You don't even have a target, yet you act like you're a wise man. Can you be any more shameless? Qin Fangyang felt that there was no way for him to understand how strange Zhou Xiaoduo's brain circuit was. You fought so hard in the ranking in the afternoon. Qin Fangyang felt that Zhou Xiaoduo could still be saved, so he asked, there must be a reason, right? Zhou Xiaoduo had no intention of hiding this. He confided in Qin Fangyang sincerely, Teacher Qin, you see, I'm the oldest in our class, right? Qin Fangyang nodded blankly. And I'm also the tallest, right? And I'm also the most handsome, right? So how can I endure such humiliation? Zhou Xiaoduo was filled with righteous indignation. He stood with his hands behind his back. How can I let a bunch of brats ride on my head? It's only reasonable that I ride on their heads. It's only reasonable that I ride on their heads. Zhou Xiaoduo's ambition was higher than the sky. He said energetically, since I'm the boss, then I'll be the boss. The boss should have the status and grandeur of a boss. One day I'll let everyone in this class. Stop. After listening to Zhou Xiaoduo's honesty, Qin Fangyang had a splitting headache. He couldn't communicate with him at all. What the hell was this? Mr. Qin felt a little stifled by the fact that he had winked at a blind man, so he pinched his brows and decided to end the heart-to-heart chat. He waved his hand impatiently, go on. School's over. Don't forget to pay the school fees tomorrow. Or rather, you can have your parents pay the school fees. Tuition fees? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. What tuition fees? Isn't it compulsory education? Qin Fangyang slammed the table and finally couldn't hold back his anger. Bullshit. The energy you use for cultivation and recovery. Did it fall from the sky? Isn't that the school's teaching resources? Why would they need money? Can't the school buy it? Why would they give it to you for free? Who do you think you are? Qin Fangyang's calm state of mind was shattered by Zhou Xiaoduo. For the first time in his life, he had the urge to hit a student. Oh. Zhou Xiaoduo was unhappy. Thinking that he had to take out a large sum of money again, he suddenly felt pain all over his body. For a moment it was difficult to breathe. He swallowed his saliva and said, Teacher Qin, how much is the tuition fee? Qin Fangyang lowered his head and looked at the table. He said sullenly, 100,000 star dollars per semester. In addition, 50 low-grade astral soul stones will be added. Zhou Xiaoduo jumped up as if he had been pricked by a needle. He shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. 100,000. So much. Eat me. Is this an academy or a scam shop? Qin Fangyang was speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo was filled with righteous indignation. I've calculated carefully. According to the cultivation expenses of each samurai, even if it's 1 year. Bang. Qin Fangyang couldn't stand it anymore and sent Zhou Xiaoduo out with a kick. If you don't hand it over tomorrow, you're not allowed to go to class. The door slammed shut with a bang. I really don't want to be entangled with this brat anymore. I can see that this brat is someone who would rather die than be taken advantage of. It's fine if you ask him to take money, but asking him to hand it over is like asking for his life. His parents aren't businessmen, right? Qin Fangyang was indignant. How did they raise such a thing? Scam. It's too scam. On the way home, Zhou Xiaoduo was still indignant and muttering to himself. Too scam. What kind of world is this? It's like eating people whole without spitting out their bones. Zhou Xiaoduo chattered non-stop. A year in the martial disciple class only costs 5,000 star dollars, but a semester in the warrior class costs 100,000. And he also wanted to collect 50 low-grade star soul stones. Why don't you go rob a bank? Is this still a school? Is this still a school that cultivates talents? Even robbers aren't as ruthless as you guys. Sigh, that's not right. Sister Nyan, I've been going to school and cultivating since I was young. Why haven't I spent a single cent? And I often pick up good things. Why don't I get such treatment? Zhuo Duo was indignant. My family just spent 1 million, where would I get another 100,000? Zhuo Duo was distressed. My personal savings. Everything outside the house only adds up to 7,020. Where do I get money? After thinking for a while, Zhuo Duo stomped his feet and gritted his teeth. He looked up at the sky and sighed. A genius like me actually has to pay tuition. Shouldn't I be given a scholarship? It's too dark, too dark. He turned into a street. There was already a big street in front of him. Although it was already dusk, there were still many people on the street. A girl with a pink bag was fiddling with her phone while leaning against a lamp post. She seemed to be lost in thought, and a smile appeared on her face from time to time. Among the hurried footsteps of the people, it seemed particularly quiet. She seemed to be chatting with someone? Zhuo Duo instinctively commented, not tall enough. Too flat, too dark skin and acne? Hair too short, not straight and split. Neck not too slender. Legs too thick and but average. I can't see clearly inside. But her boyfriend looks okay. He's tall and has a handsome face. He's quite considerate. He's so close to her and I can tell he's a good man. Boyfriend? No. That's a fucking thief. It's slowly getting hot. I'm looking forward to it now, the hotter the better. Heat means summer is coming. Summer is something I've been looking forward to for a long time. Because the doctor said that if you want a drink, you'll need at least summer. So please recommend me. Chapter 22. Zhuo Duo was shocked. The young man approached the girl quietly and skillfully took out a blade. He silently cut open the small pink bag and gently took it out. Wallet? Then he turned around and walked towards Zhuo Duo as if nothing had happened. He clearly saw Zhuo Duo and knew that Zhuo Duo had seen all his actions. However, he was fearless and unscrupulous as he walked over casually. Behind him, the girl with the phone continued to smile foolishly. She did not notice anything. They were about to pass by each other. Zhuo Duo instinctively wanted to go forward and stop him. Thief, I'm born with a sense of justice. How can I tolerate thieves? This is a good opportunity for me to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and rob the rich to help the poor. Just as he was about to step forward, his eyes suddenly lit up. Fortune telling. This is a customer. The opportunity to earn Providence points is here. Seeing that Zhuo Duo did not do anything, the young man became more courageous. He snorted and was about to walk past. Smack. Zhuo Duo reached out and grabbed the young man's collar. He looked at the young man's face seriously and worriedly, constantly scrutinizing him. His eyes swept over and over. The young man said, What? What are you doing? Why is this guy so strong? Is he a martial artist? Zhuo Duo let out a long sigh. Amit ba good. Almighty. Benefactor, I don't think your face is very good. The young man was stunned and said angrily, Let go. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhuo Duo had a compassionate look on his face. Benefactor, your appearance is not good. You have a black aura surrounding you and you have bad luck. I think you're going to have a bloody disaster today. The young man? Zhuo Duo said sincerely, Come, it's an opportunity to meet. I'll help you with your fortune and help you get rid of this evil. Of course it'll be good luck. I don't need a lot. I just need Benefactor to donate 1,000 yuan of karma money. The young man struggled a few times but failed to break free. His face gradually became fierce. He looked at Zhuo Duo and threatened in a low voice, Are you going to let go or not? Zhuo Duo frowned. Benefactor, you only need $1,000 to get rid of a bloody disaster. Are you not willing to part with your good fortune? You're the one who's going to have a bloody disaster. Are you fucking sick? The young man was infuriated. He had just succeeded and was secretly delighted. This kind of little girl who was holding a phone in her hand was the easiest to steal. As long as she was looking at the phone and chatting, it was easy to steal anything. Unexpectedly, while he was happy with his success, he encountered such a hothead who was full of nonsense. Was he a lunatic? What are you trying to do? I read your fortune because of a fortuitous encounter, immeasurable deity. Zuo Duo bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. His eyes were merciful as he said, "You're going to have a bloody disaster. Evil spirits are approaching and urgently need to be resolved." The young man was so angry that he laughed. "I think you're the one who's going to have a bloody disaster, right?" Sigh, one thought of the spirited mountain, the other thought of the underworld. There's no door to fortune or disaster, only man can summon it. Zuo Duo slowly let go of his hand. "Since we're not fated to be together, benefactor, you're on your own. You go." Then he recited slowly, "Life is full of divergent paths. Don't let down those who are fated to meet each other. This is the will of heaven, the sea of bitterness cannot be crossed." What a pity, what a pity. Immeasurable deity. The young man snorted angrily. In the end, he didn't want to be entangled and quickly left. The young man turned a corner and came to a remote path. He was about to pick up some loot when he felt a darkness in front of him. Someone was standing in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was the lunatic just now. The young man was shocked. "You, what are you trying to do?" Zuo Duo said seriously, "My fortune telling has never been wrong. You're really going to have a bloody disaster and it's about to come true." The young man said, "You fucking." Before he could curse, there was a loud bang. A fist the size of a bowl had smashed into his face like an iron hammer. The young man felt his vision go black and a sharp pain followed. With a crisp crack, the bridge of his nose was broken. He saw stars and staggered back. As he retreated, he felt his head being hit by a sledgehammer. Before he could struggle, his hair was grabbed by the other party. His body couldn't help but run forward. His face was raised and slammed into the wall. Puff, 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 puff. It was a series of beatings. It was like a wedding night, banging against the wall for a long time. After a while, the young man was covered in blood. He was thrown on the ground like a broken gunny sack, twitching and dying. His eyes were so swollen that he could barely see anything, but he could still vaguely see a person squatting in front of him. The person said very sorrowfully, "I told you that you would have a bloody calamity, and that a fiend was about to befall you. Now, do you believe me?" The young man only felt that his courage had flown away. This guy was obviously a lunatic. This series of beatings was simply going to kill him. How was this a simple bloody disaster? Hearing this faint voice, he couldn't help but tremble. "Do you believe me?" Zuo Duo was a little impatient. "Are you doubting my fortune-telling ability? Let me tell you, I'm a direct descendant of the Linen divination sect." Yes, 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 yes. The young man tried to make himself speak clearly. He endured the dizziness and pain and nodded repeatedly. "It's good that you believe me." "My life won't be in danger, right?" Zuo Duo was displeased. "This has nothing to do with your profession, the immeasurable deity. Benefactor, it seems that the danger to your life is difficult to resolve. I can't do anything about it." Zuo Duo pondered for a moment and suddenly shook his neck. Suddenly his cervical vertebrae made cracking sounds. He said faintly, "There's no door to misfortune. It's up to man. Man's life is so fragile. My Buddha is merciful. I'm afraid I'll have to break the precepts today." Sob, sob, sob. The young man finally cried out, "Master, I only have 8,000 left. That's all I have. Take it all, let me go." Sob, sob. With snot and tears running down his face, the young man cried in grief. "What do you mean by that?" Zuo Duo was displeased. "What do you mean by, let you go? You should say, Master, please show me the way." The immeasurable deity. I wasn't wrong. Benefactor, you and I are indeed fated to meet today. Sometimes I feel that my writing is a little long-winded, but I've tried my best to change this problem. After writing this chapter, I'll revise the first few chapters. I'll remove the long-winded parts and strengthen some things. Where else can I find such a responsible and handsome author? Give me your recommendation tickets. Chapter 23. Master, please sob, sob. Show me the way. The young man really wanted to die. All right, seeing how sincere you are and how you're willing to give up your wealth, and considering that we're fated, I'll go against the heavens and consume a lot of my cultivation. Forget it, forget it. Zuo Duo took the money sanctimoniously. You just need to keep going east. Keep going and don't look back. The danger to your life can be resolved. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Well, you can't look back tonight. You and I are fated today. I'll help you this time because it's fate. Tomorrow at this time, if you've survived the danger, you must come here and settle the karma with me. Yes, I'll follow Master's instructions. Zhou Xiaoduo took out a pen and paper and wrote something flamboyantly. Come sign this. Then he folded it and put it in the young man's pocket. Poor child, go. The young man was like a mangy dog with a broken spine, rolling and crawling all the way to the east. As for settling the karma tomorrow and so on, I won't come even if you beat me to death. If I were to meet this lunatic again, I might as well just bang my head against the wall and die. It's too scary. If you want to rob money, just say it's money. Why do you have to talk about fate and fortune-telling? He touched his pocket and actually received an invoice, received 10,000 gold coins, and it was separated by case and case. Damn it. This is to prevent me from calling the police. The young man held the simple invoice and wanted to cry but had no tears. It even had his signature. I'm a thief. Do you have to prevent me from calling the police? Your knowledge of the law is too rich. What kind of lunatic is this? The young man finally burst into tears. I didn't lie to him. His life is really in danger. However, from now on, keep going east and you can really avoid it. It depends on whether you're obedient. After Zhou Xiaoduo beat the young man up, he suddenly realized that the young man's forehead was overflowing with murderous intent. His life was really in danger. And it was already full. If I say there's a danger to your life, there really is. It wasn't just now. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. However, since he had already given them instructions, it was up to fate whether they would listen or not. Head east and don't look back. But if he didn't listen, it would be over. However, there was no movement between his eyebrows. What about luck points? What about that cool feeling? I've already finished reading, calculating, settling, and collecting the money. Why isn't there anything? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little angry again. Zhou Xiaoduo walked over in a relaxed manner. Half a day had passed, but the girl was still looking at her phone and giggling. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. Who dropped this wallet? The girl was stunned. She looked down and saw her purse lying at her feet. When he turned around, the person who had spoken just now had already disappeared. The girl held her purse in her hand and looked in the direction where Zhou Xiaoduo had left. Her eyes were deep and she didn't move for a long time. After a long time, the young girl gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, "Where did this shit-stirrer come from? He's pissing me off." She rubbed her purse with her small hands and the expression on her face was distorted. He's pissing me off. What era is it now? There are still such nosy idiots. I was just about to reach it. The girl's face turned green. She was extremely annoyed. There were only 50 meters left until he reached home. Zhou Xiaoduo lightened his footsteps and moved forward stealthily, sticking close to the corner of the wall. He had a lot of money on him now. He had to hide it as soon as possible. If Dad and Mom found out about it, confiscating it was just a small matter. They would definitely get to the bottom of it. Then they would definitely beat him up. Then they would have to write a letter of guarantee and swear that they would never offend him again. In short, it was terrifying just thinking about it. However, he had achieved a breakthrough this time. His parents would be very happy. When he went back and told them. Imagining his parents' surprised and disbelieving expressions, Zhou Xiaoduo felt an inexplicable sense of happiness overflowing in his heart. I, Zhou Xiaoduo, can also make my parents happy and proud for once. Zhou Xiaoduo walked as he fantasized. His face was full of joy. He walked stealthily for about 7 to 8 meters. Suddenly he felt his vision turn black and the world spin. He walked as if he had entered a space-time tunnel. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately screamed, "Zhou Xiaonian, I hate you." After a moment, his vision turned bright again. He flew into the living room from his window as if he was riding the clouds. Zhou Xiaoduo landed on the ground again. He stood on the ground and swayed for a moment before regaining his senses. Then he flew into a rage and said, "Zhou Xiaonian, are you itching for a beating? How dare you make fun of the great Xiaoduo?" This sentence was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had always been the little bottom at home, spoke so loudly today. He even called himself Master Xiaoduo. Not only was this unprecedented, but it was also unbelievable. Zhou Changlu, who was drinking tea and reading the newspaper, suddenly raised his head and looked at his son as if he was looking at a revolutionary soldier. Wu Yuding, who was cooking in the kitchen, suddenly stuck her head out and asked in shock, "Who was the one who spoke loudly just now? Why does he look like Xiaoduo? But Xiaoduo doesn't have the guts." Zhou Xiaonian was also stunned by this shout. She maintained her posture with one hand outstretched and her other hand in the air like an eagle's claw. She was stunned on the spot and did not move for a long time. Zhou Xiaoduo finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He laughed and rushed up to Wu Yuding and hugged her. He spun her around. Mom, are you happy? Are you happy? Ah, I've broken through. I'm not useless anymore. I'm a genius. I can cultivate. I can cultivate. Wu Yuding was stunned for a long time. Finally, she murmured, my son has broken through. My son is not useless anymore. He can cultivate. She slowly stroked her son's hair. Her eyes suddenly became very complicated. When she turned to look at Zhuo Changlu, she saw that Zhuo Changlu's eyes had also become unusually complicated. There was joy and relief, but more than that, there was worry and disappointment. Yes, he was not useless anymore. He could cultivate. He had become a martial warrior. The path of cultivation had opened. That this was a good thing. However, this also meant that he had to face risks. The dangers in the future would come one after another. The road ahead was unpredictable. It would not be as peaceful as the ordinary people. If he couldn't cultivate, he could live a peaceful life in the city. It might be a good thing for him to live a carefree life. This was because once one became a martial artist with success in cultivation, they had to go out. He had to go out and face enemies and dangers that ordinary people couldn't face and even couldn't imagine. There was a saying in the astral souls, an ordinary person can easily live to 70 years old. However, out of 10 martial artists, at most 2 can live to the age of 80. Above the martial master level, before the Jinyuan level, was the most dangerous path for a martial warrior. Martial warriors and martial disciples were not dangerous because they didn't have to go out on missions. However, once they became martial masters, everything was different. The risks they faced were thousands of times more than ordinary people. This was an extremely cruel reality. Zhuo Changlu's eyes gradually became deep. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Shady? It's quite normal. Zhuo Changlu said nonchalantly. His understatement made Zhuo Xiaoduo's jaw drop. It even felt unreal. He thought that his father would be shocked for a while, feel the pinch and feel embarrassed for a while, but in the end, 100,000 for tuition fees isn't too much. A samurai training for a few months should be about this amount. Zhuo Changlu casually took out a card and said lightly, there's 80,000 in here. Then he reached into his pocket. I'll give you another 20,000 in cash. Dad. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan spoke at the same time. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding turned to look at them. You first. You first. The siblings spoke at the same time. Finally, Zhuo Xiaoyan bit her lip and said bravely, I have some money here. I'll pay for the dog's tuition fees. Zhuo Changlu narrowed his eyes. You have money? How much money do you have? It was obvious that Zhuo Xiaoyan regretted her words. Now that she was being questioned, she suddenly became timid and said timidly, about 200,000. I think. Wu Yuding immediately put down her chopsticks and turned to look at her. Where did you get it? Zhuo Xiaoyan stammered. This. My master gave it to me. Yes, my master gave it to me. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding stared at Zhuo Xiaoyan without saying a word for a long time. My master really gave it to me. Zhuo Xiaoyan mustered up her courage. Both of them still stared at her quietly. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoyan was defeated and said dejectedly, I carried out a few tasks. Still no one spoke. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly heavy. Zhuo Xiaoyan spoke faster and faster. I didn't mean to hide it from you. But I'm a grown-up now, right? I should do something for this family. Mom, you said just now that I'm a grandmaster. If I don't do anything, I'll just be a decoration. The tasks I took were very simple. Very simple and easy. She emphasized on the ease of the tasks. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding still did not speak. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes were red. It's really simple. Zhuo Changlu turned his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo expressionlessly. What did you want to say just now? Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly stammered, I can help you. Secret stash? Wu Yuding narrowed her eyes and sighed. What can you do with that little money of yours? my silly dog. Zhou Xiaoduo was not convinced. I have more than 10,000. What? Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding grunted at the same time. Even Zhou Xiaoyan turned her head and looked at them in surprise. Wu Yuding frowned and said, "You dug out all the money in the book, The Chronicles of the Continent. There was only 5,000 in total. Where did you get 10,000? Zhou Xiaoyan nodded desperately and tried to steer the topic to Zhou Xiaoduo. That's right, Mom. I secretly counted it the day before yesterday. It was exactly 5,000, no more, no less. Now that you said 10,000, there must be something wrong. Mom, you have to investigate carefully." Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. His eyes widened in an instant. If it were not for his eye sockets, his eyes might have popped out. His mouth was wide open, causing the drumstick in his mouth to fall out with a clatter. Fortunately, his cultivation base had improved greatly, and his reaction was fast enough. He lowered his head and sucked the drumstick into his mouth, swallowing it in large mouthfuls. What fell to the ground was only a piece of dry and smooth bone. After chewing unconsciously, he asked in shock, "My money? My secret stash. How do you know so much about it?" Zhou Xiaoyan giggled. She laughed so hard that she trembled. Wu Yuding smiled faintly and said, "I don't dare to speak about other things, but I'm quite confident about my secret stash." After saying that, she glanced at Zhou Changlu. She seemed to be hinting at something. Zhou Changlu immediately sat up straight. The muscles at the corner of his eyes trembled slightly. He shouted sternly, "Zhou Xiaoduo, tell me the truth. Where did you get the 10,000? This question greatly damaged his gentle and elegant temperament. It was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. It was obvious that he wanted to divert attention. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes kept rolling. He stammered, "Today. I earned. Cough cough. I earned. Not bad, not bad." Zhou Changlu asked, "How did you earn it? What did you do?" Zhou Xiaoduo looked around to find a way out. He stammered, I earned it. From fortune-telling." Zhou Changlu said, "Ha ha, you earned it from fortune-telling." Then he reached out to unbuckle his belt. "First thing, regarding this book, I have a plan. I want to write more about the daily life of a family. I'll post it first and let everyone have a look. Leave me a comment. If you don't like it, it's not too late to change it. I'm actually quite good at writing about family warmth. Previously, the readers liked the story to be compact and bitter, so I wrote it that way. But for this book, I want to test it out. Family is actually indispensable. But it depends on the opinions of the leaders. Second thing, I accidentally wrote too much today. So tomorrow at midnight, I'll try to surpass the ranking. Everyone give me confidence and courage. Please recommend me tomorrow. The chapter at midnight, but you can read it tomorrow. It's not important content. Family warmth and daily life can be revealed in advance. Someone is going to be beaten. Third thing, there are 900 reviews now. Can it exceed 1,000 reviews tomorrow? Let's go to the reviews and comments section. Chapter 25. I really know how to read fortunes. Zhou Xiaoduo had a strong will to live. Dad. My dear Dad. You don't know this, but your son has received an extraordinary inheritance. I can see through a person's fate. I really can. Zhou Changlu said calmly, "Tell me, how much did you earn?" Zhou Xiaoduo trembled. 1,000. 1,000. Your little stash only has 5,000 in total. You earned 1,000 today, but why did you say that you earned more than 10,000? Do you think that your dad is stupid? That I can be easily fooled by you? Zhou Changlu roared like a tiger roaring in the forest. His momentum was shocking. His eyes stared as if he wanted to swallow the kid in front of him. Zhou Xiaoduo's mind went blank. Facing the old man's stare, he instinctively cowered like a little quail in the cold wind. 10,000. 10,000. Zhou Changlu sneered. I've believed in everything in my life, but I don't believe in liars. I've believed in everything in my life, but I don't believe in fortune-telling. I can believe in the whole world, but I can't believe in you, Zhou Xiaoduo. Go to hell, you coward. With a whoosh, the entire belt was pulled out. Zhou Xiaoduo screamed and hugged his head with both hands. His body curled into a ball out of habit, but his butt was exposed. He reflexively got into a posture to be beaten. He screamed miserably, "Be gentle." Ahem. Wu Yuding coughed and said lightly, "Let's eat first. Today's banquet is a celebration. What are you doing? Let's talk after the meal." Zhou Changlu thought for a while and slowly put away the belt. He nodded and said, "That's right. Let's eat first. We'll talk after the meal." The banquet resumed. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan sat side by side. However, the two of them looked unsatisfied. They looked at each other from time to time and saw the regret in each other's eyes that sighed she shouldn't have pitied her father for working so hard to support the family. She wanted to help, but in the end she sold herself. For a moment, the siblings were both vexed and regretful. Zhuoxiaoduo in particular secretly scolded himself for being a pig. He clearly knew that the money he had earned should not be exposed. Once it was exposed, he would be in big trouble. Why didn't he keep his mouth shut? The nature of the meal had changed. It was no longer a celebratory feast but a last meal. The only thing he didn't know was whether it would be a men's singles match or a mixed doubles match. It was more likely to be a mixed doubles match. He didn't dare to think any further. It was too terrifying. Wu Yuding poured a glass of wine for Zhuoqianglu and said, "Nian, you have 200,000 yuan now. The family is indeed quite tight during this period of time. It's good that you take some money out to supplement the family, but don't take it all out. Girls need to keep some money with them to deal with emergencies." Zhuoxiaoyan, who was flattered, immediately sat up straight and said flatteringly, "Mom, I have 360,000 yuan in total. I'll leave 350,000 for Dad, and I'll keep 10,000 for myself." "Oh, so it's not 200,000 yuan, it's 360,000. Wu Yuding nodded and said, "Then you can take out 300,000 yuan. You're an adult now. When girls go out, you have to treat yourself better. How can you not have money?" Zhuoxiaoyan nodded as if she had been granted amnesty. "Yes, Mom. Okay, Mom. I'll take it out now, Mom." Then she took out her card, tapped on her phone, and transferred the money to her father. Only then did she feel a little safer. Looking at Zhuoxiaoduo's pitiful eyes for help, Zhuoxiaoyan gave him a look that said, "Good luck to you." Then she focused on eating. Her heart gradually calmed down and her face cleared up. Even if Dad and Mom were still angry, the dog was in front of them. They could beat him first. Xiao Duo's mistake seemed to be more serious. I spent 300,000 yuan. This beating, I should pay for it, right?" And Xiao Duo. Wu Yuding picked up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine for her son. She said with a smile, "Xiao Duo is now a samurai. Congratulations. Mom won't limit you from drinking today. Drink with your dad." Zhuoxiaoduo's hand that was holding the wine glass was trembling. His face was pale and he stammered, "Mom, I really earned it by looking at the face. I didn't steal or rob." "Well, Mom believes you. You're my son. Why wouldn't I believe you?" Wu Yuding immediately said, "Where's the money you earned? Take it out and let me see. I don't believe you earned more than 10,000 yuan. That's more than 10,000 yuan." Zhuoxiaoduo hurriedly got up and ran into his room with his tail between his legs. He opened the hollowed-out journal and took it out as if he was presenting a treasure. He said, "Mom, look. This is 5,000 yuan. And this is 12,000 yuan. Wu Yuding, it's not more than 10,000 yuan. This is at least 20,000 yuan." Zhuoxiaoyan coughed repeatedly. She turned around and kept signaling Zhuoxiaoduo with her eyes. "Don't betray me, don't betray me." Zhuoxiaoduo hesitated for a moment. Under his mother's gaze, he only hesitated for 2 seconds before betraying Zhuoxiaoyan. "Yes. I asked you for money one day and you didn't give it to me. Sister Nian Nian gave me 10,000 yuan. Then I bought a piece of jade and spent 8,000 yuan." Zhuoxiaoyan's expression darkened again. She bit her lower lip and looked at the traitor with resentment. Wu Yuding glanced at Zhuoxiaoyan meaningfully and said, "Oh, I see. It's fine." She picked up the money in her hand and counted it. 17,020 yuan? What's up with this 20 yuan? Zhuoxiaoduo gulped. It's a small amount. Small change. He didn't dare to say that he earned it from fortune-telling anymore. But before they could say anything, Zhuoqianglu spoke first. "I'll leave Zhuoxiaoyan to you. You're a big girl now. You two can deal with it yourselves." Zhuoqianglu said to Wu Yuding, "I'll deal with Samurai Xiao Duo." "Okay." Wu Yuding waved the thick ferrule in her hand. She reached out and pulled a bench over in the living room. With a cold face, she said to Zhuoxiaoyan, "Lie on it. Monday. Rank up. Looking for recommendation tickets to rank up." The next chapter was noon. So sleepy. Chapter 26. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was pale. She instinctively covered her butt and wanted to act coquettishly. Mom? Her voice was soft and pitiful. Lie down. Wu Yuding was unmoved. Her expression was cold and her gaze did not change. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes reddened, but she did not dare to resist. She obediently lay down on the bench and sobbed. Mom, be gentle. Slap. The pharaoh fell with the sound of wind and landed on her perky butt. Zhou Xiaoyan screamed and gritted her teeth. She tried her best to suppress her body's self-defense instincts. With her spiritual power at the master level, a little counterattack could cause serious injury to an ordinary person. As he thought about it, he felt that it was not safe and dispersed all of his spiritual energy. This way he really did not have to worry about hurting Wu Yuding. If the bamboo board hit his flesh again, Zhou Xiaoyan would feel no different from a normal person. Slap, slap, slap. Wu Yuding kept waving the pharaoh. Zhou Xiaoduo trembled at the side. He felt sorry for her and said in a trembling voice, Mom, that's enough. Sister Nian Nian looks like she's in pain. Zhou Changlu smiled faintly. What a touching sibling relationship. It's a pity that your mom and I are determined to be the bad guys today. Before he finished speaking, he held one end of the belt in each hand and pulled it in the middle. Suddenly there was a crisp sound. Zhou Xiaoduo trembled all over. Zhou Changlu hooked the other bench with his leather shoe and stared coldly at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo did not hesitate. He did not even hesitate for a second. He directly lay down on the bench and raised his butt. He was in a standard posture for a beating. The next moment, slap, slap, slap. A series of sounds rang out like hailstones falling from the sky. Zhou Xiaoduo screamed like a pig being slaughtered. You even know how to read fortunes. You even know how to read faces. How are you so capable? You even learned how to deceive people. Swindler. You're a warrior now? You're really amazing. After a long time, the slapping sounds on both sides stopped. Zhou Xiaoduo was moaning weakly while Zhou Xiaoyan was sobbing softly. Do you know what you did wrong? Wu Yuding asked Zhou Xiaoyan. I know. Why did I hit you? I shouldn't have forced myself to go on a mission. That means you really know. Do you still dare to do it in the future? I wouldn't dare. Zhou Xiaoyan was also a coward. It was no wonder that Wu Yuding was angry. Normally, breaking through to the inner core realm was the most important thing in a warrior's life. At this point, they would nourish their dantian every day. They would never go out to take on a mission. Even their daily sparring sessions would be suspended. Large sects or universities would always forbid their disciples who had reached this critical stage to go out. They would not allow anything to affect their emotions or their cultivation. Once there was any accident or injury, the path to becoming a grandmaster would be cut off. It would affect their entire life. This critical juncture was the most crucial one. Even the slightest mishap would be a lifelong regret. Zhou Xiaoyan actually took on a mission at this time. It would be strange if Wu Yuding was not mad. As for this beating, Zhou Xiaoyan knew that she deserved it. She could not blame anyone. She deserved it. On the other side. Do you know why you were beaten? I only know half of it. Zhou Changlu frowned. I think I was wrong, but I wasn't completely wrong. After being beaten, Zhou Xiaoduo's mind was clear. You used fortune-telling to cheat 10,000 yuan. Don't you deserve to be beaten? You came back and lied to me. Don't you deserve to be beaten? Zhou Changlu glared. There was a reason. There really was a reason. Zhou Xiaoduo really felt that he was wronged. He even felt that his cowardice was unbelievable. That's right. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I feel guilty? Not only was I beaten, but my money was also confiscated. Who can I reason with? I acted bravely. I caught the thief. I'm a role model for the citizens. I actually got beaten up. And before I got beaten up, I panicked and cowardly. No, there's something wrong with my mentality. I'm really wronged. Zhou Xiaoyan dug her own grave, but I didn't. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly explained everything in detail. I did do a good thing. I acted bravely for a just cause. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't notice. While he was talking, Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding kept looking at each other. He also didn't notice that when he said, pink girl, pink purse, Zhou Xiaoyan, who was being beaten, suddenly stopped screaming. Her face slowly changed. Zhou Xiaoyan seemed to be deep in thought. Her eyes became deep. If that's the case, then it's pardonable. Zhou Changlu pondered and nodded. He suddenly felt that he had really hit the wrong person. That's right. Acting bravely for a just cause to catch a thief. It's natural to trick the thief into giving some money. It's good enough that you didn't force the thief to find an ATM nearby and force him to withdraw money. Seeing that his father admitted it, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt so wrong that he was about to cry. That's how it is. I acted bravely for a just cause, but I still got beaten up. Slap. Another belt. But this time the belt was much lighter. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly froze. He was stunned and looked at his father in disbelief. Zhou Changlu said slowly, "I'm your father. Even if I hit the wrong person, are you going to hit me back?" Zhou Xiaoduo felt so wrong that he didn't dare to say anything. "I wouldn't dare." "Then it's fine." Zhou Changlu said matter-of-factly, "It's fine." Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. Did I get beaten up for nothing? With a slap, a small bag appeared in front of him. "There are 50 pieces of low-grade jade of astral souls in here. There's 100,000 in the card. Take it to pay your school fees tomorrow. Also, here are 10 pieces of medium-grade jade of astral souls. Take it and use it for your daily cultivation. It should be enough for you to use for a month. But just to be safe, come back to me for another 10 pieces in 20 days. The more resources you have, the better. Don't be stingy." Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. 10 pieces of medium-grade jade of astral souls. Although the Zhou family had their own astral souls shop, Zhou Xiaoduo knew the price of a medium-grade jade of astral souls. One piece was at least tens of thousands. And the amount was very small. It was hard to get one. It was already good enough to get one medium-grade jade of astral souls out of a few hundred pieces. His father was so generous today. He wasn't even this generous to Sister Nian before. Zhou Changlu said calmly, "I'll say it again. I'm the head of the family when it comes to money. I'll take care of it. The two of you only need to study hard and cultivate well. For now, this family doesn't need you two to support it. Wait until I'm too naive to make a living, then you two can decide for yourselves. Got it? Well, let's return his 5,000 yuan stash to him. This little miser saved up 5,000 yuan for 10 years and didn't spend a single cent. Cough, cough. Give it to him." Zhou Changlu instructed Wu Yuding, turned around and quickly went into the study. But Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt very happy. Because he felt that his father had left in a sorry state. It was as if he had left in defeat. And he must feel that he had wronged me and hit me wrongly, but he couldn't bring himself to apologize to his son. "Dad, you're leaving in such a sorry state. Also, the 5,000 yuan that you lost and got back was a super victory." Although someone's butt was still burning with pain, his mentality was as if he had won a battle. It was the first time in his life that he saw his father show such an expression in front of him. Only one word could describe it. If it happened 10 or 100 times, it wouldn't be too much. It's awesome to become a martial warrior. Zhou Xiaoduo was complacent and beamed with joy. He actually felt that his butt didn't hurt as much. Both the brother and sister were beaten up, but now Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Xiaoyan and felt very superior. "I was misunderstood, but sister, you really did it. The two of us are fundamentally different. Fundamentally different, you know? Ah, ah, ah. You deserve it. You deserve it." While Zhou Xiaoduo was secretly happy, he also felt a little gloating. After all, there were only a few times in his life that he could take advantage of his sister. "Dad, you're biased." Zhou Xiaoyan ignored the pain in her butt and raised her head indignantly. "When I was in school, you didn't even give me a stone of astral souls. That's not fair." Zhou Changlu's voice floated out from the study. "Yo, do you still need me to give you anything?" Then he stopped talking. Zhou Xiaoyan pouted but didn't say anything. Zhou Changlu was right. Zhou Xiaoyan's outstanding talent was not only waived all the tuition fees, but the school also gave out a quota of jade of astral souls, and the quality was far beyond what ordinary people could afford. Under such circumstances, Zhou Changlu really didn't need to prepare anything. Besides, if he really wanted to prepare something, it seemed that he really couldn't afford it. Wu Yuding went into Zhou Changlu's study and the door was closed immediately. Zhou Xiaoyan stood up from the bench and covered her butt. She pouted and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and said angrily, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and help me into the room. It hurts so much." Zhou Xiaoduo was exercising to relieve the pain. He said angrily, "Mom and Dad are already in the room. Why are you still pretending? You just need to exercise and you'll be fine." Chapter 27. Wu Yuding sighed. "You're the head of the family. If you don't work hard, who will? No matter what, you have to pave a smoother path for Doggy. Nianer didn't need us to put in so much effort, but Doggy can't escape this time. Zhou Changlu nodded slowly. Don't worry. Then the husband and wife began to discuss in a low voice for a long time. Spare me. Zhou Xiaoduo experienced the feeling of being a high-altitude person again 30 or 40 times. He shot up into the sky like a rocket and then fell like a meteorite. She free fall like this for more than 30 times. Her hair was blown straight by the wind. Finally, Zhou Xiaonian was kind enough to catch her and stop throwing her. Do you still dare to yell at me? Do you still have the guts to spit? Zhou Xiaonian said with a reserved expression. I won't. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was already blue from the cold. He shook his head and said flatteringly, Sister Nian Nian, your cultivation is really at the level of immortals. I really envy you. When can I have such great magical powers like yours? Sigh, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with you even in 100 or 200 years. You're amazing. Zhou Xiaoduo gave a thumbs up in admiration and flattered Zhou Xiaonian. Zhou Xiaonian's face darkened again. She scolded angrily, Kid, can't you work harder? You won't be able to catch up with me in 100 or 200 years. How dare you say that? You're not a man at all. If you can't catch up with me again, I'll throw you another 100 times. Zhou Xiaonian was very angry. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was pale. He really didn't expect that his flattery would backfire. He really didn't know why. When I said I couldn't catch up with you, you got angry. When I said I could catch up with you and hit you, you got angry. It was too difficult. It was really too difficult. However, Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Xiaonian's face. Although the crisis still existed, it was gone. It was like dark clouds covering the sky. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little worried. The death tribulation still existed. However, his previous reminder had yielded results. Obviously, this situation had occurred because the Zhou Xiaonian had completely sealed off the information, or she had not determined the final location. However, these dangers were still around her. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little worried. If only I could tell the fortune of a certain big shot and ask him to protect Sister Nian. That would be great. But the problem is, where can we find such a big shot? Zhou Xiaonian snorted and rolled her eyes. She stretched out her white and tender hand and said proudly, Here, eat this bottle of marrow cleansing pills. This is a high-quality marrow cleansing pill with elixir veins. It is a peerless product and will definitely improve your aptitude. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. You can even pick up such high-grade goods now? What? Is there a tall, rich, and handsome man among your pursuers? Which family are they from? What did he look like? His family was awesome. Or perhaps, from a large sect? Is his background okay? When can I meet my brother-in-law? Zhou Xiaoduo's series of questions made the Zhou Xiaonian's face gradually darken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her pretty eyes were round and her pitch-black eyeballs were fixed in the middle as she looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Her sharp canine teeth were slowly revealed. What did I say wrong? Zhou Xiaoduo panicked. Zhou Xiaonian's attitude was a prelude to a complete hysterical outburst. Zhou Xiaoduo was very familiar with this. After all, he had been beaten countless times with this expression. Now, as long as he saw this expression, Zhou Xiaoduo would be terrified from the inside out. Zhou Xiaonian gritted her teeth and made a cracking sound. Brother-in-law? What bullshit brother-in-law? Where did you learn this from? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let me ask you. Will you eat it or not? I'll eat it. Zhou Xiaoduo opened the bottle cap and poured out 2 pills. He threw them into his mouth and chewed. He stretched his neck and swallowed them. It's disgusting. Zhou Xiaoduo complained. In the novels, it said that this kind of elixir will melt in the mouth and turn into a warm current. But why do I feel like I'm eating the bark of an old tree? It's harder than the mooncakes from last year. It's fucking disgusting. Zhou Xiaonian said gently, This is the highest quality elixir that ordinary people and warriors below the innate stage can take. She pinched Zhou Xiaoduo's cheeks with both hands and played with them wantonly. Master Samurai, this kind of elixir that can melt in the mouth doesn't only exist in legends. It's real, but I don't dare to give it to you. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at her angrily. He felt that this guy was pulling his face into the shape of a dog and then into the shape of a cat. He was having a lot of fun, but he didn't dare to say anything or resist. He could only try to find something to say. Why can't Ha Beng give it to me? His cheeks were being pinched and he couldn't speak clearly. Zhou Xiaonian said gently, I'm afraid that it'll make Master Samurai Xiaoduo explode. It's such an obvious thing, but you still have to ask? Zhou Xiaoduo completely collapsed. He was speechless and stunned on the spot. Doggy, you've become a samurai. That's amazing. Zhou Xiaonian said with some relief. In the future I'll accompany you in your cultivation. Do you understand? Zhou Xiaoyan's voice was extremely gentle, but Zhou Xiaoduo's hair stood on end. He screamed, "No." Well, it's settled then. Zhou Xiaoyan looked relaxed and said, "I'm very pleased that you responded so readily. I'll remember it in my heart." "Are you a devil?" Zhou Xiaoduo said in despair. "In the path of a samurai, you can only try your best to move forward. To move forward you still need to work hard. But to take a step back, you'll be doomed eternally and unable to recover." The anger that had been rising in her heart seemed to have almost dissipated as she looked down and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Why was I angry just now? I forgot. Percent. Sometimes I wonder why I don't have such an elder sister. My parents didn't pick one up for me back then. Sai, please recommend me to comfort myself." Dawn had just appeared in the sky, and there was still some time before the sun rose. "I'm so hard-working." Seeing that there was no movement in the other rooms, Zhou Xiaoduo quietly went out and jogged to do his morning exercise. At this moment, there were many old people sitting quietly beside the artificial lake in the park in the residential area. There were also many people running in circles in the morning. The earth was still shaking slightly, but it did not surprise the people. Zhou Xiaoduo looked up and saw the traces of meteors falling from the endless sky in an arc. He did not know where they landed. He was used to this scene in the past, but now that he knew the deeper secrets of the world, he was only shocked. At this moment, an old man and an old woman were walking slowly while supporting each other. When they saw Zhou Xiaoduo looking up at the meteors, a smile appeared on their wrinkled face. "This young man likes meteors." The old lady opened her toothless mouth and chuckled. "There's nothing wrong with liking shooting stars. It's said that in the previous era of science and technology, shooting stars were a rare sight. People would make a wish when they saw a shooting star, thinking that they had received an opportunity." The old man nodded. "It's a pity that after the world turned upside down, no one made a wish anymore. Seeing a meteor means death." The old woman punched the old man unhappily. "How can you say that?" The old man chuckled. "Seeing hundreds of thousands of meteors in a day, it's not an exaggeration to say that I want to vomit when I see them. Let's just say that from last night until now, have there been hundreds of thousands of meteors falling from the sky above Phoenix City?" An old man beside him who also had very few teeth joined in the fun. "Are there hundreds of thousands? I'm afraid there's not even a tenth of that number." Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for a moment. He found a high place and looked at the sky. However, he could not see anything even though he tried to look at it. At this moment, a sentence that little Fatty said during his lesson yesterday flashed through his mind. "Our city is only protected by strong people who guide the meteors out of the sky and cause them to fall into the wasteland. That's why we're safe and sound." At this moment, through the misty layer of fog above the city, he could not see anything at all. However, Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to see a person standing in the void. The meteors that were falling from the sky and were about to hit the city changed their trajectories one by one and guided them to a desolate area that he was moving around, swinging and sweeping, not letting go of a single meteor. He did not miss a single one. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was like a deep pool of water and a mountain peak, strict and strict. How many strong people have sacrificed their lives for the peace of the common people? Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly had a deeper understanding of this sentence. He stood there in a daze and looked at the sky in a daze for a long time. On the way to school, Zhou Xiaoduo's footsteps were very fast. At the level of a martial warrior, his movement speed was much, much faster than that of an ordinary person. He turned the corner and was about to walk to the place where he caught the thief yesterday afternoon. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced over casually and was stunned. As far as his eyes could see, a young girl was holding a mobile phone in her hand. She leaned against a lamp post and looked at it in a daze. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile from time to time. A small pink bag was slung over her shoulder. A comrade made a phone call. "Let's go for a drink." Damn it, this bunch of bastards, they weren't so enthusiastic before. Ever since they found out that I can't drink after the operation, they've been asking me out 3 times a day. Are they human? When I can drink, they'll all die young. So please recommend me, hehehe. Chapter 29. Duo could not help but scratch his head. The first impression he had after witnessing this scene was that he had traveled back in time to yesterday's afternoon. Why is this girl here again? Or should I say, why is she still here? Duo was puzzled and felt that something was wrong. However, he was not interested and did not have the time to meddle in other people's business. He walked past the girl and continued to walk forward. I, Duo, have never been late for school. However, after taking a few steps he suddenly froze. Because there was a pink wallet lying 3 or 4 meters in front of him. This scene was all too familiar. Yesterday this wallet had been in Wuxia's hands. Although he did not see it for 10,000 years, there was no way he would mistake it. Duo could no longer ignore it. He instinctively took a few steps back and poked his head out from the corner of the wall to take a look. He saw that the girl was still holding her phone in her hand and leaning against the lamppost. She seemed to be lost in thought and a smile appeared on her face from time to time. A small pink bag was slung over her shoulder. Even if Duo had a big heart, he still felt that something was wrong. Duo frowned and focused his eyes on the girl. He looked at the wallet at his feet and bent down to pick it up. He walked back a few steps and swung his right arm. Go! The wallet flew in a beautiful arc for more than 20 meters and smashed into the girl's arms like a cannonball. The girl suddenly screamed and the phone in her hand fell to the ground. When the girl turned her head to look, she saw that there was no one around the corner. She was stunned for a moment and an inexplicable look flashed in her eyes. Bastard, he didn't take the bait. You don't even want the money I gave you. Aren't you a miser? At this moment, Duo had already walked to the school gate. However, the inexplicable pressure in his heart did not disappear. He turned his head subconsciously to look. He saw a girl in a pink dress quietly leaning against a lamppost more than 10 meters behind him. She was holding a phone in her hand and looking at it in a daze. From time to time, a smile would appear on her face. A small pink bag was slung over her shoulder. What the fuck is this? Duo shuddered and quickly walked into the school. A few people were rushing out of the school. Duo was stunned, he turned his head to look, but the few of them had already disappeared. The speed was extremely fast. What's going on? Those people's faces are shrouded in a black aura, and their heads are covered in a murderous aura. It's the sign of death. Why did they come out of the school? But those people were already far away. Sigh, what a waste of my luck points. Duo felt a little regretful. But at this moment, a cool breeze descended from the sky. One drop. Duo was stunned. Where did it come from? I didn't do anything. What's going on? Why were they suddenly giving him benefits? Did you bring the tuition fees? Qin Fangyang's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Duo clutched the bag in his hand tightly as if water was going to come out of it. Anyone could see the reluctance on his face. Teacher Qin, can you tell? I'm actually a cultivation genius. Qin Fangyang, who was completely unprepared for this sentence, was stunned. For a moment he was unable to respond. Look, I've just been transferred into the class, and my seat has been randomly upgraded from 36 to 30. What a great improvement. Duo clutched the bag tightly in his arms like a hungry dog protecting its food. A genius like me is truly rare in the world. Teacher Qin. Qin Fangyang's face twisted. What are you trying to say? Duo was filled with hope as he said, I just hope that you can reflect to the school how talented I am under your guidance. This is something that I would be proud of. Someone's scheme was too obvious. With just one sentence, he had pulled him and Teacher Qin together in an attempt to stir up the crowd. Qin Fangyang's face darkened. Just tell me what you want. Duo said flatteringly, what I mean is very simple, very simple. I just hope that the school can reduce my tuition fees. Don't all geniuses receive free education? Cough cough. Qin Fangyang was expressionless. He tried his best to be tactful. Geniuses may receive free education but you're not. Or rather, you're not that talented yet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Duo tried even harder. It's okay if I don't receive it. Teacher, can you help me enroll in a poor household? Qin Fangyang's face twisted. He stretched out his hand. Just say it. Did you bring the money? If you did, I'll take you to pay the fees. If not, scram. Duo looked extremely disappointed. He said faintly, Teacher Qin, although I've only known you for a short while, I've always thought that you're a good teacher. I'm very grateful to you. Qin Fangyang couldn't take it anymore. I can only say that you've misjudged me. Where's the money? I'm asking you, did you bring the money? Duo rolled his eyes. Teacher, why are you like the legendary landlord collecting rent? How can I not pay tuition fees when I go to school? How can I make things difficult for you? I won't. Money, astral soul stone, those are all fine. I just want to discuss it with you. Look at your pale face. Why are you so anxious? Follow me. Qin Fangyang's face darkened. He put his trembling hands into his trouser pockets. He turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed one more second, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from teaching this guy a lesson. What the hell was this guy? Academic Affairs Office. Qin Fangyang watched Duo as he paid the tuition fees. He looked so pained that he was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were fixed on the accounting staff of the Academic Affairs Office as he counted the money. Those were the eyes of a hungry wolf. The accounting staff was counting the money. Xiaoduo's hands were stretching and bending, and he was swallowing his saliva. Qin Fangyang, who thought that he could stay out of this, crossed his legs and looked at him. He muttered in his heart, "If you have the guts, why don't you take it back?" Unfortunately, Teacher Qin was disappointed. Even after the receipt was issued, Duo didn't rush forward to snatch it back. When the 50 low-grade astral soul stones were paid, Qin Fangyang stood up and led the dazed Duo out. He glanced sideways at Duo. This guy's expression was no longer dazed. It was as if his parents had died. It was as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of flesh from his body while he was still alive. His cheeks were trembling and trembling. That's my dad's savings from several lifetimes. Duo muttered neurotically, "My dad's life wasn't easy. My family, it's too difficult. Teacher, you don't know, my sister has cerebral palsy since she was young. The medical expenses all these years." No matter how unsympathetic Qin Fangyang was, he couldn't help but ask, "Your sister has cerebral palsy since she was young? Disabled?" "Yes." Duo sighed, "My family can only buy 10 kilograms of rice a month. The rest is subsidized by wild vegetables. All the money has to be saved. In order to raise the tuition fees this time, my dad sold his blood for me, and my mom worked as a sack carrier for me. My heart aches." Qin Fangyang suddenly felt pity for him. It turned out that this student's family situation was so difficult. No wonder he was so reluctant to part with him. Qin Fangyang sighed in his heart. It was said that the children of the poor matured early. This sentence was not false at all. But why was it his dad who sold his blood, and his mom who worked as a sack carrier? Shouldn't she be transferred over? Well, there was no need to care about those details. It was definitely difficult. It's not easy for you either. Qin Fangyang sighed, but the school isn't a charity. Since you've shouldered such great expectations from your family, you mustn't let them down. Duo let out a long sigh, his eyes turning red. I will. Don't worry, Teacher Qin. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll do my best to learn. Qin Fangyang was unexpectedly reminded of Duo's desperate efforts yesterday. No wonder. What a sensible child. No wonder he was a little stingy. But being born in such a poor family in an era where a single penny could stump a hero, how could he not know the importance of money? Qin Fangyang couldn't help but sigh. It's good to study hard and cultivate diligently, but you have to take care of your body. It's okay, teacher. Duo said with a strong expression. I know that my family background and aptitude can't compare to others. I can only rely on myself for everything. I can only work harder than others, be more frugal, work harder, and... His gaze was firm and clear. I understand. Qin Fangyang patted Duo's shoulder comfortingly. At this moment he thought of his parents who had worked hard all their lives. That he also thought of the year when he paid his tuition fees. His father also took out his life savings and checked them against the son one by one, afraid that they would be fake and delay his son's future. He borrowed from one family after another, begged them one by one. How similar was it to Duo's family? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. He pressed Duo's shoulder and said, after paying these, do you still have the usual cultivation resources? Important point to explain, Duo didn't transmigrate, nor was he reborn. He was just an ordinary teenager who had a strange dream. Well, that's the current setting, so there's no such thing as living two lives about him. So there's no need to argue about this. When I was in class, I often saw some students saying mysteriously, hey, I had a strange dream last night. Then they discussed it for the whole day. So please recommend me. Chapter 30. Zhuo Duo revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Of course not. My family has already gone bankrupt. I don't even know how to pay for next semester's tuition fees. Qin Fangyang sighed. He fished out 2 pieces of low-grade jade of astral souls from his pocket and stuffed them into Zhuo hands. Use them first. We'll talk about it after you're done. He sighed and turned to leave. Zhuo Duo was stunned. Holding the still warm jade of astral souls in his hand, Zhuo Duo felt unreal. He looked at Qin Fangyang's back as he turned to leave and suddenly had a strange feeling. Then he remembered, I shouldn't have taken it. I still have 10 pieces of mid-grade jade in my bag. Low-grade jade can't be compared to mid-grade jade for cultivation. This isn't something that can be done in a day. Once I'm exposed. Besides, teacher is a creature that will visit my home. Teacher. Zhuo Duo hurriedly chased after him, his face covered in cold sweat. Oh no, I bragged too much. Teacher, believe me. But Qin Fangyang was already gone. In the morning cultivation class. As usual, Qin Fangyang activated the Astral Souls array and then used his own spiritual energy to draw out the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy quickly filled the entire classroom. Just like yesterday, the 3 halos lit up first, and then the other halos lit up one by one. And Zhuo's halo, which was ranked 30th, was still much brighter than the others. Qin Fangyang nodded secretly. Zhuo Duo was indeed talented. His bragging was not in vain. However, he was limited by his authority and couldn't help him much. He could only hope that the little guy would work hard. Teacher Qin quickly collected his thoughts and carefully guided the spiritual energy to help the little guy cultivate. After half the class, Qin Fangyang vaguely felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. The vortex halo above Zhuo's head was undoubtedly very strong, not inferior to the 3 chiefs. However, the brilliance in his hand. This didn't seem like something that could be emitted by a low-grade jade of astral souls. This rate of progress was simply too excessive. Qin Fangyang released his soul sense and arrived above Zhuo Duo. With a soft buzz, the spirit qi in the entire classroom suddenly fluctuated. This sudden change caused everyone who was cultivating to feel an abnormality. Many people were even startled awake as their blood and qi surged. The source of this change was Qin Fangyang. At this moment, Qin Fangyang's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets because he saw Zhuo Duo wasn't holding a low-tier jade of astral souls. That was clearly a mid-tier jade of astral souls. Middle grade. Looking at this Zhuo Duo, who was now seriously cultivating and claimed that his family was extremely poor, his sister was cerebral palsy, his father sold blood, and his mother carried gunny sacks, Qin Fangyang suddenly felt like he was seeing stars. Damn it. He had been tricked. This guy clearly didn't speak the truth. I already knew that this guy was a swindler, but I still fell for his trick. I was fooled. After one period of class, it was time to relax. Qin Fangyang didn't leave. He held a roll of news in his hand and looked down with a complicated gaze. Everyone felt the strange atmosphere. Why was Teacher Qin so quiet today? Didn't he usually announce the news and major events at this time every morning? What was going on today? Zhuo Duo. Qin Fangyang thought for a long time and decided that he couldn't bear it anymore. Zhuo Duo stood up obediently and said, "Hello, Teacher Qin." Before Teacher Qin could react, he took the initiative and said to the students passionately, "Students, there's something I have to say. If I don't say it, I feel guilty." The 35 students looked at him in confusion. What was wrong with this guy? Zhuo Duo said with emotion, "As everyone knows, my family is poor. After I collected the tuition fees, I didn't have much left. At this time, Teacher Qin." "Shut up." Qin Fangyang was anxious. What nonsense was this little bastard talking about? If you say this, everyone in the class who can't afford to use the jade of astral souls will come to me. Not to mention going bankrupt. Even if I bet all my money on it, I don't have that many star soul jades. Even if I expose Wuxia's lie and deceive me, it doesn't change the fact that I spontaneously sponsored his jade of astral souls. I even sponsored a swindler. How can I not sponsor those who really need it? No. Zhuo Duo, if your family is poor, then work hard in your cultivation. Qin Fangyang said, "You don't have to say anything else. The only thing you need to do now is to study. Do you understand?" Zhuo Duo lowered his head and said, "Thank you, teacher. You're a role model. I'll take you as my role model for the rest of my life." Qin Fangyang felt a lump in his chest. He couldn't go up or down. He suddenly wanted to hit someone, but there was no one for him to hit. "Sit down." Qin Fangyang said gloomily, "Next I'll announce a piece of good news." Hearing that it was good news, all the students became spirited. But they were a little puzzled. In the past, when Teacher Qin announced good news, he was always in high spirits. Why did he look so gloomy today? This was truly a little abnormal. A few days ago, the UMNO Alliance's army of millions attacked the Sun Moon Pass. The two sides fought a bloody battle for 7 days and 7 nights. The Sun Moon Pass was in a precarious situation. However, at the most critical moment, the Heavenly King of the Right, Yu Dongtian, arrived. After a bloody battle, you defeated one of the 12 Heavenly Kings of the UMNO Alliance, Ho Yunhai, and saved the Sun Moon Pass from danger. You even pursued the enemy for 3,000 miles. Secondly, I heard that Sister Guan arranged a cameo for me? So please recommend me. Then he pointed at the blackboard and said, "This is the sacred place of martial artists. This is the place that martial artists fight for their entire lives. Everyone must remember this. This is a sacred place. It's not to be humiliated." Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the 3 words on the blackboard. Somehow he felt that these 3 words were filled with a murderous aura. He also saw the students pleading for leniency for Li Zhangming. After all, the students are united. Teacher Qin might know that the little fatty didn't do it on purpose, but he still made a big fuss out of it. Is it to let the students plead for mercy? Using this method to strengthen the relationship between the students? Although this kind of unity doesn't seem to be important, it will accumulate. In the future, when we go to the battlefield or go on a mission, this will be of great use. One person's life is equivalent to having countless people protecting it. Teacher Qin, do you think that far ahead? Zhou Xiaoduo thought in his heart. He stole a glance at Qin Fangyang's face, but he couldn't see anything. For the entire day, Qin Fangyang's face was cold. All the students kept quiet out of fear. Every one of them was trembling with fear and worked hard to cultivate. Qin Fangyang came to Zhou Xiaoduo's side and glared at him. His gaze was so eerie that it made people tremble with fear. Zhou Xiaoduo respectfully took out 2 pieces of low-grade jade of astral souls from his pocket. I wanted to tell you that you don't need it, but you turned around and left. I couldn't chase after you and couldn't return it in time. However, I still remember your kindness and will never forget it. It's just that. You really don't need it. You should take it and take care of the needier students. Qin Fangyang didn't hesitate. With a flick of his sleeve, the 2 pieces of jade of astral souls in Zhou Xiaoduo's hand disappeared. He then asked, "Zhou Xiaoduo, is your family really poor?" Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Fangyang cut him off. Think carefully before you speak. Zhou Xiaoduo's spirit was lifted. He said in a deep voice, "Teacher, compared to most people, my family is really poor. However, compared to most people, my family is still able to get by." Qin Fangyang snorted. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo's respectful manner, he suddenly had an inexplicable urge to beat him up. That was equivalent to not saying anything. He stretched out his finger and curled it up. Then he knocked on Zhou Xiaoduo's head and warned him, "Behave." This knock was loud and clear. Not only was it crisp, but it was also mixed with a sense of echoing emptiness. It sounded a little like the evening drum and morning bell of an ancient temple deep in the mountains. This sudden change caused the entire class to roar with laughter, and the tense atmosphere from before immediately dissipated by a lot. Zhou Xiaoduo had been looking for Li Chenglong since morning because he realized that he couldn't find him in the classroom. In fact, he had disappeared for the whole morning. Where did Li Chenglong go? Did he play truant? Zhou Xiaoduo asked during the lunch break. This kid made fun of me yesterday, but he's nowhere to be seen today. Long Yuxing, who was sitting in front of him, rolled his eyes. Play truant? That kid went to give a lecture to another class. Give a lecture? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. He was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Little fatty giving a lecture to his own class and teaching history was nothing serious. But to be able to give a lecture to another class, and from Long Yuxing's tone, this wasn't the first time this had happened. It had happened many times. This was a super high treatment. Wan Lixiu sighed with some regret. Li Chenglong's talent in reading and history is unparalleled, and he has a photographic memory. He can memorize any information once he sees it, and he knows everything you ask him. If it weren't for his mediocre cultivation talent, he would have been the focus of the school long ago. But it's also because of this that the school has the intention to let him directly serve as a lecturer and consultant on history after he graduates. The treatment he will receive will be better than that of a senior like Mr. Qin. Yu Moyan said regretfully. Better? With Li Chenglong's insight, experience and knowledge, if he joins my team in the future, or any other team, he will be able to play a huge role. He will only get more. Staying in the school is just a dead wage. He will just eat and wait for death. Long Yuxing also expressed his regret. It's really a pity to stay in the school. Zuoxiao Duo. That afternoon the ranking battle went on as scheduled. The final result once again shocked Qin Fangyang. There was no other reason. Zuoxiao's progress had greatly exceeded his expectations and even his expectations. It had only been a day and a night, but Zuoxiao Duo had once again improved by leaps and bounds, as if he had been reborn. Yesterday he had clearly just finished tempering his right leg. Moreover, the tempering was still incomplete. But today not only had his right leg been completely tempered, his left leg had also been tempered by more than half. More importantly, the footwork, palm techniques and leg techniques he had used during the battle. Next. In the field, Zuoxiao's arrogant tone and smug voice rang out again. This kid had won 3 consecutive battles all the way to the 27th place. And he was still rushing up. And from the looks of it, he still had some strength left to rely on. In the past 2 days, he had broken through the ranks as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Moreover, his cultivation speed had also improved by leaps and bounds. All the students in the 9th class who were ranked in front of him had a deep sense of crisis. This guy, was he on drugs? After Long Yuxing finished his battle, his eyes were dark. He dragged Wan Lixio, who was beaten black and blue by him and couldn't get up, over to Zuoxiao's battle. The more he watched, the more astonished he was. This guy's fist technique today is not right. It's not the honing fist at all. Wan Lixio, who had been paralyzed on the ground like a puddle of mud, struggled to sit up. He glanced at the battle with his swollen eyes and said, "It's the honing fist. It's the honing fist, but it's a more advanced honing fist. I've seen it before. It can't be wrong." The two of them were panting and resting while watching Zuoxiao's battle. The more they watched, the more surprised and frightened they became. Zuoxiao seemed to have taken medicine. He was like a hot knife through butter, surging forward triumphantly. He overturned the 27th place, the 26th place. Until he reached the 19th place, did he finally stop moving forward. Qin Fangyang's eyebrows twitched. This was the guy who had stayed back for 5 years? With such talent, such perseverance, such desperation and such drive, how could he stay back for 5 years? This afternoon he opened a website. Someone was asking about the book, Wind Conquering the World. The reply below was, "This guy's writing is very bad. He didn't even go to college. I won't read his book." Suddenly he felt a deep sense of inferiority. I didn't go to college. I'm sorry to those who don't read my book. So please give me a few recommendation tickets to comfort me. Chapter 32. Moreover, he stopped at 19 not because he couldn't win, but because he had no energy left. He was exhausted and had no choice but to stop. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Long Yuxing muttered, "Tomorrow or the day after, I'll have to fight with Zuoxiao Duo. If I don't find a chance to beat him up now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance." Wan Lixio was also dumbfounded. She had never seen someone who could improve so quickly. Could it be that this guy was really a genius? I also have to find a chance to beat him up a few times to stop his momentum. Wan Lixio muttered to herself, "If he keeps improving like this, he'll catch up with us in a few days." The two of them looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. "Let's observe him for 2 more days." Long Yuxing said, "If he's still at this speed, we'll make our move." "Okay. And, can you not hit my face in the future?" Wan Lixio was very depressed. "I'm a girl." Long Yuxing was also helpless. "You still know that you're a girl. You're beating me so hard, where do you want me to hit you? Hit your chest, I'm a hooligan. Hit your butt, I'm a hooligan. Hit your thigh, I'm a hooligan again. Hit your crotch. Even more hooligan. Hit your back, I can't hit you. I don't dare to hit the back of your head, I don't dare to hit your throat or neck. Then tell me besides your face, where should I hit you?" Wan Lixio grimaced. Long Yuxing looked helpless. "Let's hit your face." "Okay. Clap clap clap." Qin Fangyang clapped his hands. Today's ranking battle ends here. First of all, let us congratulate Wuxia Duo. It's only been 2 days since Wuxia Duo joined the class, but in these 2 days he's already defeated 16 students in succession and promoted to the 19th position in the class. Qin Fangyang was full of emotion. I have to say, this is the first time in my many years of teaching that I've seen such a result. After hearing this, all the students looked at Wuxia Duo with more admiration and envy. Wuxia Duo raised his head at the right time, looking high-spirited and proud. In fact, Wuxia Duo felt proud and elated at this moment. He felt like he was a genius. A bunch of weaklings. Wuxia Duo thought about these words several times in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He felt that he would be hurt if he said it out loud. But I still want to say that this result is not because of how strong Wuxia Duo is. It's just that you are too weak. Qin Fangyang emphasized, I believe that everyone has seen how hard Wuxia Duo has been cultivating these 2 days. I only want to say one thing. If you can cultivate as hard as Wuxia Duo, even if your talent is slightly inferior, you won't be caught up so easily. The whole class raised their heads and drank the bowl of chicken soup. Wuxia Duo was the only one who felt a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help but squint at Qin Yi. What does Mr. Qin mean? Are you saying that I'm not a genius? Even if I put in all my effort to cultivate, would others be able to catch up with me just by putting in some effort? That's not right. I suspect that you're discriminating against me. Many of the students I taught back then, your seniors, have already made meritorious contributions at Sun Moon Pass. As for you, except for a few people, the rest. Qin Fangyang chuckled and stopped talking. However, the 35 people present all had the same feeling, you're the worst batch I've ever taught. Words like, you're the worst batch I've ever taught. The last one. Along with Qin Fangyang's announcement, the 11 people who were defeated by Wuxia Duo stood up at the same time. They all rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms together. They twisted their necks, twisted their wrists, and cracked their fingers. The cracking sounds of their joints were continuous, and the crackling sounds were like firecrackers. Then the 11 people focused their eyes on Wuxia Duo with hideous smiles on their faces. Yo, what are you going to do? Wuxia Duo panicked. How could he not know what was going to happen when he saw this? What are we going to do? We're going to kill you. There were men and women among the 11 people, but the only response was ferocious. The last battle of the day was Wuxia Duo, who was already exhausted, against the 11 students from the 20th to the 30th place. In other words, Wuxia Duo was beaten up by a group of people. This was Qin Fangyang's unique class rule. If someone overtook more than 2 positions in a day, the people who were overtaken by him could gang up on him and beat him up. Under this system, this opportunity to vent their anger would basically make the person who overtook them suffer terribly. It had to be said that this method was very effective. After the beating, there would still be resentment and unwillingness to admit that they were overtaken, but it would be difficult to form hatred and resentment. Among the students there was still harmony. Right now, Wuxia Duo was facing this special mechanism. What was different was that the number of opponents he had to face was slightly more, 11. Following Qin Fangyang's order, the 11 people rushed up like hungry wolves and tigers. Wuxia Duo only had enough time to let out a hoarse scream, help. He was already drowned in a sea of punches and kicks. Puff 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 puff. After a while, Wuxia Duo's blood-curdling screams resounded like a pig being slaughtered. The other students who weren't involved in this battle couldn't help but shudder. I also want to be beaten up like this. The lecture ended unknowingly. Another little fatty, Li Chenglong, who came late, said with a face full of envy. Immediately, he attracted a look of disdain. Only you want to? Damn it, everyone wants to, okay? But this time it seemed a little cruel for 11 people to participate in a team sport. So cruel, so exciting, so exciting. Everyone go back and heal your wounds. Qin Fangyang was straightforward. Wuxia Duo, follow me. Before his voice died away, the students dispersed in a hubbub. Looking at Wuxia Duo's bloody nose and swollen face, and the big bump on his head, Qin Fangyang walked forward with his hands behind his back. Why didn't you fight back? With your strength, you should be able to take down 3 to 5 people with all your strength. Hiss hiss hiss. Wuxia Duo frantically rubbed his head. Hiss hiss hiss. These little bastards are really ruthless. Why did I have to fight back? I surpassed them today, and they will be my underlings in the future. As their boss, I have to make them feel good. They are destined to be beaten up anyway. Why do I have to do something unnecessary? Qin Fangyang could not help but clench his fists behind his back. This was the complete opposite of the answer that he had expected. This little bastard is not deliberately making me uncomfortable, right? I have taught for so many years, and this is the first time I have met a student who wants to beat him up as long as he opens his mouth. Who taught you the star-plucking palm-dragging gate kick and star steps? Qin Fangyang asked faintly. Zhou Xiaoduo answered instinctively, my sister taught me. Qin Fangyang's eyes were full of interest. That's not right, isn't your sister cerebral palsy? How can she teach you martial arts? I really don't know how many of your sentences are true. Just based on what you have said to me in the past 2 days, how many of them are true? Zhou Xiaoduo covered his mouth and did not dare to make a sound for a long time. Qin Fangyang minded his own business and walked forward, no longer mentioning the topic of his cerebral palsy sister. You are not allowed to use these kinds of martial arts in the future, but you are not allowed to practice them in private. However, you are not allowed to use them in school. Do you understand? Why? These are the basic martial arts used by high-level cultivators to kill enemies in battle. The murderous aura in them is not something a martial warrior can bear. At least it is not suitable to use them in a spar. Qin Fangyang said. Understood. Well, do you know that these martial arts are the cultivation methods of the Kunlun sect? It is extremely inappropriate for them to appear in our school students. If someone sees them, I am afraid it will be disadvantageous to you. Qin Fangyang said, fortunately, it is your first time using them today. The other students are still inexperienced and do not know the reason. It is fine to speculate. However, in the future, especially in front of others, do not use them again. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Zhou Xiaoduo did not pursue the matter and simply agreed. Qin Fangyang was a good teacher. Like Hu Ruoyun, he was a good teacher worthy of respect. It was just that the way he treated his students was different. At this moment, footsteps were heard. 10 people walked out of the building in front of them. Qin Fangyang stood still and saluted. The 10 people returned the salute. Are you going out again? Qin Fangyang asked. Yes, we are going out. The person in the lead had a tall and sturdy build. His face was covered with a full beard, and his eyes were like 2 bells hanging on his face when he stared. He looked very ferocious, but when he spoke to Qin Fangyang, he seemed very close. Old Qin, train these little bastards well. Let them quickly advance to the innate level. Then we can relax a little. The man with the beard laughed. Take care. Of course. As they spoke, Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at the 10 people's faces. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. This was because the 10 people had black aura between their eyebrows. There was an ominous aura between their eyebrows. Especially the man with the beard. When he smiled, the wrinkles at the corner of his right eye gathered to form ominous lines. These were signs of great danger. In addition, when he walked out from the north-south building, his right eye was in the west. Ominous aura from the west, fatal disaster. These 10 people actually looked like they were about to die. Last night, I don't know who recommended a TV series, To Be Your Woman in My Next Life, to my wife. While watching, someone asked me, when you were a soldier, if you had the opportunity to be the secretary of the chief and the chief's daughter took a fancy to you, what would you do? I was reading the comments at that time and casually replied, isn't that easy? You are in your hometown and she is in Beijing. There is no conflict. Cough cough. I'm still hurting all over now. Please recommend me to comfort me. Chapter 33. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Just as these people were about to brush past each other, Qin Fangyang had no intention of stopping them at all. Zhou Xiaoduo made up his mind and put on an innocent look. He tilted his head and asked curiously, may I ask what you are going to do? You look like you're going to do something big. I'm so curious. Can you tell me about it? The bearded man laughed and didn't look down on him. He said casually, why can't I tell you? Last night, the meteors flashed and fell into the wilderness. Many of them have not disappeared and the spiritual energy hasn't been completely burned out. There must be good stuff among them. Let's go and get some good stuff for you guys to add to the atmosphere of Second High. Qin Fangyang said worriedly, don't be so sure. People are the key. You must be careful. The bearded man looked annoyed and complained, I wanted to go out when I saw it in the early morning, but the principal didn't let me. He said that if there were too many people competing for it, it would be easy to argue. He dragged it out until the afternoon before letting us go out. If we go now, we probably won't be able to catch the hot stuff even if we eat shit. We can only pick some that others don't want. Alas, our principal is good at everything but he's timid. The others also laughed out loud. Principal Chang Jiang is famous for his steadiness. If he hears your cowardly words, you'll probably be finished. The bearded man smiled. I didn't say that the principal is timid. He's just too steady. That's what I mean. Don't think too much. Qin Fangyang smiled. I think the principal is right. It's too risky to go out in the early morning. Countless experts are fighting for that soup. Do you think you can win against them? It's not important whether you can beat them or not. You'll be wronged if you lose your life. It's safer to go out now. Again, people are the key. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Even if you can't get the best soup, you'll definitely gain something. And no one will be jealous. Safe and good. The bearded man laughed. Old Qin, let's go out together next time. He didn't dare to say that the principal was timid anymore. Qin Fangyang smiled and said, okay. They cupped their hands and were about to leave. Zuo suddenly said, wait. The bearded man frowned. Teacher, I know a little bit of physiognomy. It seems that you will gain something from your trip this time. However, the prerequisite for gaining something is the direction. The current direction won't do. Why don't I help you calculate? Zuo smiled innocently as if he was serious. What do you mean? What I'm trying to say is that the path you're taking now is divergent, and it'll be difficult for you to gain anything. If you want to gain something, you'll have to look elsewhere. As long as you're heading in the right direction, you'll naturally gain a lot, Zuo said seriously. You know physiognomy? You want to show us the way ahead? The bearded man was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and waved his hand. Let's go. Obviously he didn't believe it. Qin Fangyang's heart skipped a beat. It did not make sense for Zuo to suddenly stand up and ask for fortune-telling. At such an important moment, who would listen to your nonsense? However, Zuo was not stupid. Since he brought it up at this time, what was his intention? Qin Fangyang glanced at Xiao and stepped forward to stop the bearded man. He smiled and said, Old Lu, my student can indeed see things that others can't. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Why don't you let him take a look so that everyone can feel at ease, especially me and this kid? It's also good. The bearded brother Lu frowned, his face full of impatience. But since Teacher Qin had already said this, he could only suppress his temper and said, All right, little fellow, come and help me take a look. Where should we go in order to gain something? His tone was very teasing. Zuo frowned and thought for a moment. The evil spirit came from the west and went east. Naturally, it was not safe in the east and west. However, his knowledge was not persuasive, and he did not have a reputation. It was no different from empty talk. How could he win people's trust? Then how could he help him avoid death? Just by looking at the way this person talked and even his relationship with Qin Fangyang, he was definitely not a bad person. In particular, the person in front of him was considered his first prime minister. He could not fail. How about this, please give me a word? Zuo pondered for 2 seconds and said. The bearded man became more and more impatient. He drew in front of himself with his foot and said, just this word. Take a look. Zuo looked down and saw the word, 1. From the east to the west, he casually used his foot to draw a line. It actually gave off a sense of strict discipline. The other 9 people also laughed and gathered in a circle, looking at the word written by the bearded man. Boss drew with his foot and it was just 1 word. It's actually written well. This word is written like a shoulder pole. Let's see what this little guy is saying. Zuo sighed deeply. Qin Fangyang's eyes were fixed on Zuo's face and Zuo's eyes. When Zuo first judged the outcome of the 10 people, Qin Fangyang already knew that this guy was not simple. This was because his judgment at that time was different from Zuo's judgment. In the end, Zuo was right and his judgment was wrong. It was also from then on that Qin Fangyang came to a conclusion. Zuo might really be good at fortune-telling. If someone said that Zuo's observation skills were better than his, Qin Fangyang would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. Today's match had confirmed his judgment. Reading a person's physiognomy couldn't possibly lead to a worse outcome. This word is not good. From east to west there is nowhere to hide. This word is the beginning of the word, death. If you want to go to the land of dispute, it is an ominous sign. Zuo's face was solemn and his words were shocking. Therefore the east and west, including the straight road from east to west, must not go. The bearded man, Brother Lu, narrowed his eyes and said, Oh? There are 10 people in your group. This word is also the beginning of the word 10. the beginning of the word, 10, the beginning of the word, 10, the beginning of the word, 10, the beginning of the word, death, together. Zhuxiaoduo's face was solemn and his voice became heavy. Fuck. The bearded man raised his hand and was about to hit him. Qin Fangyang raised his hand and stopped the bearded man's right hand in the air. It's not good to get angry by fortune-telling. Then he looked at Zhuxiaoduo. Xiaoduo, are you serious? This is a serious matter, don't joke around. Joke? Why would I joke around with people's lives? From east to west, there is indeed a lot of danger and there is no chance of survival. Then how do we solve it? Zhuxiaoduo took a deep breath and said, the 10 of you go together. You can't go to east or west, and it's best not to even touch the straight road from east to west. The south is the end of the word, 10, and there is no chance of survival. Only the north is the hope of survival. The north is a place where the word, 10, starts from nothing. If you go north, not only will there be no danger but you will also gain a lot. Zhuxiaoduo said seriously, this trip you should go north. Only the north is auspicious. After listening to Zhuxiaoduo's judgment of life and death, the bearded man stared at Zhuxiaoduo suspiciously. Although you said it as if it's true, this stroke is obviously just a casual stroke of my foot. You actually said that you could see so much? Isn't that a bit too much? Zhuxiaoduo said with a solemn expression. A human's life is the most wonderful thing in this world. Every movement and stillness has unfathomable mysteries. In life, every time there is a big event, even if there is no news in advance, it is inevitable that there will be a little bit of feeling. For example, some people completely don't know that there will be a disaster, and they will do something that they have decided not to do before. For example, some healthy people suddenly write a will on a whim, or inexplicably talk about some things after death. Another example is that some people's eyes will constantly twitch before a disaster comes, and this sign is often confirmed after the disaster. We practitioners often hear about the saying of a whim. It means that we feel uneasy a few days before a disaster comes. I believe that all of you have experienced this before. On the other hand, before some happy events come, there will also be inexplicable signs. No matter what you do, it will be particularly smooth. Don't these examples prove that? Zhuxiaoduo's face was solemn as he said word by word. These examples, at least in my opinion, are some revelations that human life has received in the dark. As for the method of divination, it is precisely to express these revelations given to people by the heavens in a relatively picturesque manner. Brother Lu was half convinced by Zhuxiaoduo's words. He was stunned for a while before he said, Boy, are you saying that you have great attainment and have peeped into the secrets of God? At this moment you are showing us the way to avoid death and extend life and escape death? Are you really not talking nonsense and fooling me? Mr. Lu, please think about it carefully. Before I asked you this question, did you seriously think about which word you would write? After I asked, the word, 1, was written casually, but it can also be said that it came on time. But why did you only write this word? Isn't it fine to write your name, write other words that are lingering in your heart? Why must it be 1? This is the revelation of God, the reflection of God's secrets. Zhuxiaoduo heaved a long sigh of relief. He placed one hand in front of his chest and sang loudly, Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign. Excellent, excellent. After debating the hypothetical proposition of, the chief's daughter likes you, for the whole day, my head was completely swollen. The most painful thing was that it clearly didn't make sense, but it didn't make sense. In the end, my remaining private savings of 1,930 yuan were confiscated, and I wouldn't be receiving any pocket money this month to end the debate. In other words, from now until June 15th, I won't have a single cent on me. It's simply 10,000 capital letters and capital letters. The more I think about it, the more I feel that I have been fooled, that it's very bitter. I only see a bitter face when I look in the mirror now. So, I'm asking for recommendation tickets and rewards to comfort me. Chapter 34. Brother Lu and the other 10 people were stunned by Zhuxiaoduo's words. They were all a little surprised and doubtful. Especially the bearded teacher Lu, who somehow felt that the young man in front of him was very mysterious. His mysterious aura was not to be underestimated and could not be neglected. Brother Lu paused and turned to ask, Teacher Qin, what does your student's family do? Brother Lu knew Qin Fangyang very well. He knew that although his old friend usually handled things calmly and put safety first, he did not know how to ask the gods for divination. Zhou Xiaoduo was his student, but he was good at divination. It was most likely that he came from his family. At this moment, Qin Fangyang was also stunned. He instinctively scratched his head and said, "Old Lu, there's no point in pursuing my student's master. In any case, I really feel that little Duo's words are very reasonable. This is a matter of life and death. We can't be careless. It's better to believe it than not." The bearded man coughed and his eyes became more and more worried. Deep down he really did not want to believe it. However, what Zhou Xiaoduo said just now happened to be what he had just done. Just last night, he had inexplicably written a will and arranged everything after his death. Previously, when he went out to carry out missions or do other things, he was already used to it. He had never done something so petty. However, last night he did not know why, but he felt that his job was actually quite dangerous. Every time his companions went out, they would write their wills in advance. With a sudden thought, he imitated his other companions and wrote a letter for himself. He told them all of his assets and all of his passwords. He did not expect to meet Zhou Xiaoduo when he just came out this morning. Teacher Lu's heart was beating like a drum when he heard this. Could it be that I really realized that something was wrong? Could it really be a hint from God? East, west, south. The bearded man muttered. Still filled with confusion, the bearded man led his 9 brothers out of the school gate. "Boss, do you really believe that kid's words?" one of the brothers asked with a smile. "Before today there was a 99% chance that I wouldn't have believed it. But after yesterday's incident, I was inexplicably moved." In short, he was right. The bearded brother Lu said faintly, "You also know that we have long been used to going out on missions. It is as common as eating a meal. Basically, we have to go out once every few days. Before this, you all have the habit of writing a will, but I have never written one. I scoffed at it and even laughed at you many times. So what? We're all used to it. When you laugh at us, you've always spared no effort." The brothers nodded together. "But last night, I inexplicably wrote a suicide note," the bearded man said. The 9 brothers were all shocked. "Also, I made the decision this morning to search the south of the city. If they didn't find anything in the southern part of the city, they would split up and search in the east and west respectively. As for this plan, we have discussed it together and we have no objections." The bearded man murmured, "But this kid directly denied these 3 sides. And the north side, which we didn't consider, was pointed out by him. Don't you think this matter is strange? I don't think it's a coincidence." The bearded man took a deep breath. "Also, when he asked me to write a word, I didn't intend to write it. Then, after I decided to write it, I wanted to squat down and write the word big. But I don't know why, but I didn't want to squat down. In the end, I used my foot to draw the word one. It was not convenient." After listening to Teacher Lu's words, the faces of the brothers gradually became solemn. The taller second brother's expression suddenly changed as he said, "If you want to talk about mystical, then I also have a mystical experience. I've always been a deep sleeper. Dreams have nothing to do with me at all. But last night, I dreamt that my grandfather, who has been dead for more than 30 years, was reunited with me." The faces of the brothers became more and more worried. "Then, are we still going south?" The youngest's face changed. The brothers didn't respond to this topic and walked in silence. After walking for a while, the group arrived at the north and south streets in the center of Phoenix City. At this time, a group of 20 to 30 people came in front of them. When one of them saw them, he immediately laughed. "Yo, isn't this Iron Lion? Lu Xiaojiang. Where are you going?" The bearded man said with a dark face, "I'll say it again, my name is Lu Jianxing." "Ha ha ha ha." The leader of the group laughed loudly. Who knows what he said to the person next to him, but the other side was full of rumbling laughter for a long time. Lu Jianxing's face became gloomier. "Wang Xiaopeng, what are you laughing at?" Hearing this, the big man's laughter came to an abrupt stop. His face darkened. "My name is Wang Feilong now. Lu Jianxing, you better remember this." The two of them looked at each other. There was no anger. Instead, they looked at each other and smiled. Originally, these two people's real names were Wang Xiaopeng and Lu Xiaojiang. But after becoming martial artists, they felt that their real names were too rustic, so they changed their names one after another. They changed their names to names that were full of Jianghu flavor. But because of this, they would joke about each other's names every time they met. The two groups of people gathered together. "Are you going south too? Why don't we go together?" Wang Feilong invited. Lu Jianxing hesitated for a moment. Looking at the complicated eyes of his brothers, he said, "Feilong, we plan to go north today. It's not safe there, so it's not suitable for us to go together." Why don't we form a group and look after each other and go to the desert north together? Wang Feilong smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Us two groups together? There are too many people. We're already late, and with so many people together, even if we find something, it won't be enough to share. I don't want to fight with you guys because of uneven distribution. We're going south. Wang Feilong waved his hand. Come back and let's drink. Lu Jianxing took a step forward and said in a deep voice, Feilong, it's really dangerous in the south. I've asked a master to calculate it. You come with me to the north. It's safer there. What did you say? Asked a master to calculate it? Wang Feilong looked at Lu Jianxing strangely. Suddenly he laughed loudly and slapped his thigh. Ha, lion, are you still the lion I know? You're making me laugh. Ah. After laughing for a while, he straightened up and pushed Lu Jianxing to the side, laughing, Brothers, let's go. He took the lead and flew towards the south of the city. The 20 people behind him smiled and waved, Brother Lu, let's drink. Goodbye, Brother Lion. The group of people was full of vitality. They laughed and joked as they headed towards the south. Each of them was full of youthful vigor. However, the sun was already setting in the west. The setting sun was like blood. Lu Jianxing's 10 brothers did not say anything for a long time. Boss, what about us? Wang Feilong led his flying dragon team to the south. We won't go. Like he said, everyone has their own position. Once we find something good, it's hard to share it. It's hard to avoid unequal distribution. He doesn't want to fight with me, but I don't want to fight with him either. Lu Jianxing took a deep breath. We'll go north. Maybe. That kid's calculation is not accurate. One of them said. It's best if he's not accurate. Lu Jianxing raised his head and looked towards the south. The last person in Wang Feilong's team had also turned a corner and could no longer be seen. On the other side of the tall buildings in a small square, there was a boiling cauldron of voices. Shocking music boomed and hundreds of people were dancing in the square. The boundless horizon is mine. Laughter, children's cries, and the figures of young men and women chasing each other. On the other side, there was a huge billboard, Meng Group, let your dreams come true. Colorful neon lights swayed in the sky above the city. Under the street lights, there was an endless stream of people. On the road, vehicles were rushing back and forth like a surging river. Lu Jianxing was stunned for a moment. Let's go. Let's go. He watched Lu Jianxing and the others go out. Qin Fangyang looked worried. Is it really dangerous? Zhou Xiao's face was also heavy. Yes, it seems so to me. At this moment, Qin Fangyang really didn't doubt his ominous words. He asked, How confident are you? Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a moment and said, 80 to 90%. The fact that they met me here is the beginning of their luck. As long as they listen to me, they will naturally be able to turn misfortune into luck. Qin Fangyang sighed softly and looked at the school gate again. He murmured, I hope they're safe. That afternoon, school was over. The moment Zhou Xiaoduo walked out of the school gate with the crowd, he instinctively turned his head to look. After a glance, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Something was very wrong, very wrong. At a glance, it was still on the side of the road. Near a lamppost on the left, a girl in a pink dress was leaning on it. She was holding a mobile phone in her hand and looking at something with her head down. The corner of her mouth revealed a smile from time to time. A small pink backpack was hanging on her shoulder. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo felt a little suffocated. Although there were people coming and going around him, Zhou Xiaoduo only felt a chill lingering in his body. Something was wrong. This girl must have come with a purpose and her target must be him. There was a rather remote road to go home. Could this young girl be there to ambush him? It would be fine if she wanted to rob him, but what if she wanted his body? He wanted to see the girl's face, but she kept her head down and he did not have the chance to see. As for other things he could not see. Zhou Xiaoduo stood in the crowd at the school gate. His mind was spinning fast. Suddenly he turned around and rushed back to the school against the crowd like a fish. Why do I have to test whether something is good or bad? Waiting for me means I have bad intentions. I won't go out, okay? I'm a fortune teller, a future master. Avoiding danger is my top priority. Zhou Xiaoduo ran to find Qin Fangyang. Teacher, someone is following me. They have been following me for 2 days. Zhou Xiaoduo was panting. Qin Fangyang's eyes suddenly sharpened. Who? It's a girl. A girl carrying a small pink bag. She is now waiting for me at the school gate. She has been waiting for me for 2 days. Zhou Xiaoduo said in shock. Qin Fangyang's face was full of black lines. Did you do something to her? Zuoxiao Duo was also speechless. Teacher, am I that kind of person? That I forgot to ask for votes. Edit it. Also, I saw so many people commenting on 1 chapter a day. This is obviously 2 chapters. 2 chapters, a big chapter. I feel wronged, so please recommend me to comfort me. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.